Come on.
Night Out. I'm Gory B Movie, and with me today are some lovely ladies of YouTube. There is my friend Bunyip from Bunyip's Horror Gallery. AJ,
hello,
who is new to the show, so please give her a big welcome. She has an amazing show called Glamor Ghoul, where she does some crafty things, and she does some makeup-y things, and I also learned recently she does a whole bunch of research on horror, so she's smart and beautiful. Such an awesome combination. And of course, one of my very good buddies, Nightmare Maven. She's so metal that you have to do that. So guys, you just want to go down. We'll start with Bunyip. Introduce yourselves. Tell them about your channel and what's new. You know, let's catch up.
Basically my channel is and I do have like one tutorial on there that I want to do more tutorials of like different kinds of props that you can make for movies. Other things are like vlogs from like horror trips, like to horror conventions and other things like that. But that's basically what my channel is about.
Nice. And it's awesome. And little known Bunyip fact, she is a first grade teacher, so don't mess with her. She'll put you in timeout. So AJ, you are new to the show, so why don't you, you know, in your own, you know, because I kind of introduced you, but you probably do better. Just tell them what's new on your channel, what they can expect, what you do.
Okay, so I do some makeup tutorials, some DIY tutorials, and a lot of vlogs. I will be posting one up soon because my partner and I just did a spooky road trip to the United States, so that was a lot of fun. Oh. Yeah, we did Sleepy Hollow and Salem and Gettysburg and Fall River. It was wonderful.
And you look lovely today, obviously, because she does makeup. Guys, come on. I would look lovely, too, if I knew how to make up. Anyway.
You always look lovely.
Miss Maven. It's Miss, guys, because she's single. Wait, you're
I
single,
am.
right? Okay, good.
Yes, I am.
So, Miss Maven, what's new on Nightmare Maven since we last had you on? She reviews a ton of stuff, guys, by the way. If you want somebody who's going to keep you up to date on all horror movies, not just the ones at the theater, but like all of them, she is really great about putting out a lot of content. Like, I am jealous by how many reviews she gets out. So definitely sub her. And all my guests, you're going to find their channel links in the cards and in the description. So it's super easy. And if you're not subscribed to Horror Addicts, I mean, you should do that.
I mean, if they're here, how can you not be? Come on, guys.
They might have come because they heard that one of you guys are on, but you know, totally you should subscribe. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, nothing's new. Just still doing horror movie reviews, unboxings, moving to 5 videos a week. So it's a good time to be on Nightmare Maven.
Fantastic.
Yep, nothing
What's your
else
next
new, though.
review gonna be?
I gotta tackle Annabelle Creation.
Oh,
so that'll be up on Monday.
Was it good?
I didn't hate it. Like, I was pleasantly surprised.
I hated the first one. It sucked. It sucked.
But
5 balls.
But I keep hearing if you hated the first one, you're really gonna like Creation.
Okay,
that's what I keep
hearing
more
too. Doll,
yeah,
and less ghostity ghost stuff. Like, if you can do weird ghostity ghost stuff, why do you need a freaking doll, lady?
Yeah, no, there's way more with the doll.
Good.
Yeah,
I hated the first one too, and I really liked Annabelle Creation. So.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
And there was a clip from It, right?
Yeah, there's an exclusive clip. You basically see, well, you just get, I won't spoil anything, but you get to hear Pennywise talk, and it's real good. Like,
Yeah, I kind of found that on
okay.
YouTube.
I won't say for anybody else.
I had to
but
listen
you
to his
haven't seen
voice,
it.
and I was with that part where he's being really playful with Georgie. I was like, okay, I'm sold.
Yes.
This is good.
He sounds like a child.
Yeah,
When I went to see it, we didn't get the clip, and I was really disappointed. I was so stoked to see it, so I'm gonna
You
have to
didn't
go
get
find
it?
it. No,
Oh
I'm in
no!
Canada. Maybe things are different here. So, well, we were supposed to, though. Everyone was saying we were gonna, but we didn't.
Yeah. Oh no. It'll be. I'm sure somebody's gonna.
I found parts of it on YouTube, and for everyone on the stream, I heard there's some problems. Just reload the page; it should be fine. I did turn down the bit rate, so I fixed it. It's cool. Everything's gonna be fine, guys. Hey, Dawn. I know him. He's my friend. Hey, Dawn, you should tell the slut pit that we're live because I didn't tell them. Anyway, slut pits are like my cousins from another channel, but they're good people. We're at the Gory Hall. Anyhow, so today we're doing something a little bit different on Ghouls Night Out. Yes, we still have ghouls, and it's still kind of nighttime, at least where I live. But we're going to have an in-depth conversation about some things of horror movies. And today I have picked 2 topics that you guys probably think, gory, come on, those don't go together. But they do. We're going to be talking about Amanda Young, her journey to becoming a killer, and you know, she makes traps and stuff, which I think is crazy. Like, that would be the hard part, not killing people, but you know, traps that have things and triggers. Anyway, her journey, her complicated relationship with Jigsaw, and then we're gonna play a game, and then we're gonna talk about Tiffany from Bride of Chucky and Curse of Chucky and Cult of Chucky and Seed of Chucky. She's in a lot of these Chucky movies. And her also complicated relationship with Chucky. I mean, he kills her. They kind of have a romance, which is twisted. Mm-hmm. And, you know, she kills things too. So these are 2 very complicated women, complicated relationships with their partners that we're going to analyze in depth today. Because we watch all these movies a lot. So
I prepared. I had to catch up.
I prepared. I had a little Saw marathon today just to be ready for this. Because, I mean, I have seen all the Saw movies, but it's been a while. Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd seen Saw 2 since it came out on DVD. I just burped in my mouth. While we're discussing horror, should we have a little drinking game? Do you guys have the alcohol?
I only have water.
Oh. Well, you are a teacher. I have a PBR, and I have this giant turtle cup full of caffeinated water.
Oh, okay.
Caffeinated water.
I made myself a Moscow Mule, so I got some vodka up in here.
I think we should have a trigger word, and in the chat they should drink when we say said trigger word. Thank you, Brooke. So what should the trigger word be? Gory Hole, you pick the word. It could be horror, it could be ghoul, it could be anything. It could be Amanda. I mean, that's only going to get you drunk for half the show. I don't know. Pick your trigger word. First word I see. That's not laugh out loud. No, not my name. Nope, not Tim Curry. It's totally not going to work on this show. Come on, guys. There's a delay. Horror. All right, so every time somebody says horror, you drink. You drink until you're passed out. And then, I don't know, wake up and talk about some more horror with us. I like blood, too. If you say horror or blood. Well done, Beth and Monty. All right, so Amanda, I think if you're watching the show, you guys are probably all familiar with Amanda's story. But Amanda was a drug addict. And Jigsaw found her. And actually, the way he found her was she was a patient at the Homeward Bound It's Not for Dogs, I checked, rehabilitation clinic that his wife worked at. And if you watch part 4, Donnie Greco, who is Amanda's drug dealer, as the last person to see his wife alive before, you know, well, she's still alive, but last person to see her before their baby dies. And she's like, oh, you know, in a case of situations that's bad. You need to see the movie. Anyhow, So that's how he knew her, and he picked her. He put her in this reverse bear trap, as he calls it. And she has given, I think, 60 seconds to get the key for the trap, which is in her dead cellmate. Well, it's not a dead cellmate. It's Donnie Greco, her drug dealer, which, I mean, that one you have to kind of get from the script. Didn't make it into the movie. She needs to get it out of his belly, and then she can let herself out, which she does. He's still alive. She does it anyway, and she manages to take that off. And then when they interview her, she surprisingly tells the policeman that Jigsaw helped her, that he helped rehabilitate her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
got a complicated relationship.
It's very complicated. I don't know if I would consider that to be help.
Well, it did get her off the heroin, right?
It did get her off of the heroin. And I've thought about that a lot. You know, he's essentially, I think he says in one of the movies, there's in part 2, there's a guy who's got drills coming towards his head. And he says, I'm giving your life a purpose. I'm giving you something, giving you a reason to matter. This guy never had a shot at surviving. And we find out that some of the tricks are rigged not to work because Amanda's psychotic, which we found out later. But some of them are rigged because those people were not meant to live. He's giving them meaning by killing them. And that's what he's doing with Donnie Greco. This guy's a low-life drug dealer. He's giving this guy's life meaning by saving Amanda. Amanda has to essentially kill her link to drugs. This is her drug dealer. This is her source, which is the obsession of her life at that moment in time. She needs to kill that, and then she, I feel, takes up a new obsession. She becomes obsessed with the Jigsaw. She calls him her teacher, her father, her leader. Like, she's like all about the Jigsaw all the time. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
It's interesting to. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You started first.
Just that they have a very strange, I don't know, it's a father-son, but there's almost like a lover aspect to it. She has a very obsessive, like you said, from one obsession to another, which is not healthy. I mean, he did take her away from drugs, which is great, but yeah.
She might have been better off.
That's interesting. That's interesting that you use the word obsessive, though, because it's almost like it's like her personality that we know already, because she was addicted to drugs and she was cured of that obsession by Jigsaw, and then she just changes her fixation. And he even needs to help her again in Saw 3. He sets up like that whole elaborate thing with Lynn. He says what's to help her. It was a test for her yet again. So she's not really being cured of anything. She's just kind of like switching her obsession.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And it almost makes you wonder. I mean, to Amanda, he's this benevolent figure who has sacrificed, his remaining days to dedicating his time to help people. Like, she, I think in her head, believes that he really wants everyone to survive, but obviously that's not true. But I don't know if that's true. I think he might have picked her because of her addiction, because he knew that she was the right personality type for this. I mean, she's the kind of person who, would be in a relationship with an abusive guy and be like, but he loves me. I think he targeted her because of this like kind of victim personality. I mean, she was completely ripe to become the poster girl of Stockholm Syndrome, which is essentially what she is.
Yeah.
She's a victim who thinks that she's like this accomplice, this student. But, I mean, honey, he put you in a bear trap. He kidnapped you. That's not love. That's not fatherly love or any kind of love. That's fucked up is what that is.
And then she's constantly put back into these situations as well. She keeps going back into like the gas chambers and then going into that needle pit as well. She's constantly putting herself into danger with all of the new tests that go on too. So that's really interesting.
I think
to me that she would keep going.
I mean, she basically set up the house in part 2. That was essentially her design, We know she was never affected by the gas. She probably had an antidote early on, because towards the end, when everyone starts coughing and showing that they're weak, she never shows that. So we know she's never really in danger of the gas, but she did go into a pit of needles and stuff, which is designed to be dangerous. And I think she gets kind of a thrill from being on the edge, that line between life and death, like playing with that line, like, doing a little jump rope with that line is what she does. And so, and another thing is, speaking of the antidote, I noticed today watching it, obviously Daniel is kind of suffering towards the end there too, and she kind of almost adopts him. It's very strange. They have this kind of like older sister motherly relationship. It's weird. But we see when Eric, his father, gets down there and investigates, there's a needle right by the door, which shows that she did give Daniel the antidote before she put him in a safe place. Side note, did you guys know, I mean, obviously spec scripts are not unheard of in the movie world. A spec script is where somebody wrote a script and then the studio's like, well, we don't want that, but we can make it a Hellraiser sequel, or we can make it a Saw sequel. Daniel Bozeman, who directed a lot of the Saw sequels, including Part 2, he wrote a movie called The Desperate. And they had been passing it around and talking about it, but they're like, it's too much like Saw. Well, Saw did so well that they're like, hey, you need to get together with Lee Winnell. You need to rework this into becoming Saw 2. And then, of course, he got it directed, and then he became a big part of the Saw franchise. But I think they did a pretty good job. I mean, I think some parts of it, clearly, I just don't think work. Like, a lot of the traps, I don't think really worked with the franchise. But, I mean, I don't know. It's growing on me with age. I hated it when I first saw it, because I thought, there's no way to escape these traps. But they kind of explained that that was the intention, that Amanda has been building these traps that you can't survive. So... yeah. I guess I kind of forgive it.
Yeah. I think the power of those traps is that, you can escape it. That's why we enjoy watching it, because it's that, race against the clock. You're going, can they do it? So when you can't survive it, it's way freakier and way scarier, but it also leaves you with that kind of sinking feeling in your stomach. Like, even if you cut your leg off, you still are going to die.
How would you survive that? I mean, obviously we see that he does survive that, but I call bullshit on that. Man should have
Brooke makes an interesting point in the Gory Hole that she thinks Amanda enjoys killing. What do you guys think about that?
Too, because
I think she does too.
It's so strange, because she's dedicated to Jigsaw, because he saved her life. He put her on the brink of death. Like, he really showed her death. Like, you want to toy with this? This is what it is, girl. Even though I don't think her trap was that hard. I mean, honestly, he needed to see if she can make a snap decision to kill somebody. Most of the traps are you willing to hurt yourself? Are you willing to rip chains out of your body? Are you willing to mutilate yourself? Her trap was, are you willing to hurt somebody else? He's done this 2 times, and both of them were not people that he intended to kill. They were people he was grooming to take over. He did this with Lawrence. He told Lawrence not to hurt himself. He said, kill Adam. I'll let you out. If he had been able to kill somebody, he would have been brought into this Jigsaw fold sooner. But Amanda did that, and that's really all he needed from her, is in a split second, can you make the decision to kill somebody without hesitating? She did it. And I think the problem is that she truly loves it. She's not about his mission statement. Like, she doesn't even care, even though it saved her, as she puts it. She doesn't want him to save anybody else. And we see at the end of Saw 3 that she is very jealous. She is very jealous of the doctor. And I think that's part of it. She does not want to share this kind of cult that Jigsaw has created with anybody else.
That obsessive nature coming back a little bit. That we've known her for. Absolutely.
She doesn't want to see any other survivors. And I think that it becomes, because she has this special relationship with Jigsaw, and I think she's almost worried about someone usurping that position. When we see the doctor come in, and he's like, coming out of the operations, oh, I love you, and he's having flashbacks to his wife, and she's getting so jealous, and she goes and engages in this self-harming behavior. And I think it's so interesting that you point out that her traps weren't about harming herself when most of the other people's were about harming themselves. So yet she was a junkie, and she engages in this self-harm. So she wants to hurt herself and hurt others. She really doesn't seem to have much to live for beyond inflicting pain.
Exactly, I agree. 100%.
Absolutely. Bunyip, you look
Yes.
contemplative. What's going
Well,
on in your Bunyip brain?
I'm just thinking about it all, and just thinking about how everything you guys are saying is correct. She is just completely a jealous person. She needs that attention, and I almost kind of wonder how her life was before the whole setup of her going to jail. Like, what was her life before going through this whole like ordeal?
That's a really good
I would
question. I actually kind of wonder because we in the first Saw movie, it's really interesting because unlike a lot of horror movies that I feel kind of prey on women, all of the victims, all 7 victims in the first Saw movie are men. And the women we have in this are the only ones who really are able to overcome what's in front of them. You know, even the little girl, she's the one who sees that Zepp is in the closet. His wife actually gets the gun away from Zepp, and she's like, screw y'all, I'll save myself. Like, you go, girl. You know, I think Dina Meyer's character, I think it's Kelly? I don't know. I have to check that. Carrie is a really, really cool character. She's very strong. She doesn't take it to the point of obsession like Danny Glover's character does, but very dedicated to her job, very smart, and she gets Jigsaw. But yeah, Jigsaw seems to have like kind of coveted a lot of these women, you know, to put in this game. But at least in the first movie, I feel like all of them had an opportunity to get out. And I feel like a lot of them had bad relationships with men too. I mean, obviously, the wife, Allie, is having, you know, her husband's cheating on her. And I almost kind of wonder if this was like, he kind of added her into this game as like a chance to maybe stand up for herself, you know, to get some power back. Maybe, you know, because Lawrence is going to be, you know, a part of this too. And yeah, I think he kind of thinks of them all as like extended family to a degree. But obviously, Dina Meyer's character comes into the traps later on. There's going to be a lot of spoilers here, guys, so I'm so sorry. If you have not seen the Saw movies, I'm going to spoil the shit out of these movies. Yeah, and I honestly don't know if they... do you guys think Zepp would have ever actually really killed the little girl? Like, do you feel like she was really in danger?
I didn't feel that the first time I watched the movie. Like, I honestly... I mean, I was just like, I was more engrossed with what was happening in the room, I think, when I first watched it, but I didn't get that impression the first time I watched it at all.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah. They seem more like pawns, you know, like a threat, a veiled threat. Like, if you don't do this, like, we're going to kill them.
It's
but
to scare Lawrence.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And I think he needed that because we see that Lawrence he starts off the movie and he's so calm and collected. Like, even Adam says that a couple times, like, how the fuck can you be so calm? This guy's got your family. Yeah. And towards the end of it, then it's Adam like, whoa, calm down, dude. Don't saw your fucking leg off. You know, he needed to push him into that place. Whereas Amanda, I think she kind of lives in that fight or flight place. He didn't need to push her quite so hard. Like, and I think that's why her trap is a little more like, you know, make this split decision. Like, live or die, what's it gonna be? And she's like, yeah. Kill the bitch, you know. And I wonder if the guy, I mean, we don't know, like you said, Bunyip, her life before the movie, you know, what kind of relationship did she have with this drug dealer? You know, was he her Jigsaw before she had a Jigsaw? Was there more to it than he just gave her drugs? They were both going to the same rehabilitation clinic, you know, which shows that he had at least a desire to get clean, even if he wasn't. She had that too. They knew each other, and yet he's still giving her drugs. Yeah.
Well, I think wasn't the point made that Jigsaw thought that the rehabilitation center wasn't as successful for people like that because they just went to get out of going to jail or something. I think I remember something about that being said.
Yeah, he didn't believe in it at all, and I think even though he likes to think of himself as this benevolent character who's able to rise above things, he's not. He is on a vengeance kick, which is so hypocritical because he punishes people for vengeance. But he's specifically targeting people who are related to aspects of his life. Lawrence is the doctor that diagnosed him with cancer. Greco and Amanda both went to the Homeward Bound clinic where his baby was lost, where his wife was attacked, which led to the dissolution of his marriage and, you know, kind of ended his family.
And Lynn, I remember in the third one, he points out, like, I remember specifically when I was watching it, he points out like the tone of voice which he used to talk about his condition as well. Like it's another personal connection for him.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think it's an interesting point too that he criticizes Amanda for being emotional, that, you know, her emotions are getting in the way, and he's so calm and collected the whole time. And this, to me, turned into a really gendered sort of thing, as though this idea of the hysterical woman, she's incapable of becoming the next Jigsaw because she lets the emotions get in the way, where he can be having his brain literally cut open and be making snide remarks during it because he can separate himself from that. And I don't know, I found that to be a kind of questionable moment that we see a lot in horror, this idea of the women, you know, being uncontrollable.
Get a hold of yourself.
Yeah, they'll be fine. So
the doctor who's operating him in that movie, they criticize her numerous times for being too cold, for being too clinical. But he doesn't want her to take over for him.
And he starts feeling for the doctor, whether it's real or it's almost a way to sort of provoke Amanda. Like, it almost seems like he's trying to push her buttons, going, get out of here, you know, we have stuff to talk about, you're not welcome here. And she's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go cut my leg in the other room. So
yeah, it's all part of her test. That's interesting that you point out the emotions too, and then you point out how Lynn is there to push her buttons, and she is so other end of the spectrum, like cold, and she's suppressed that like hysterical part, and yet Amanda can't get her emotions in check, and that's why she's being tested, because she can't let that part go.
Do you think he's putting her there as sort of a mirror? Like, he needs the psychotic part of her brain, because he needs someone who's going to kill people. He needs someone who's going to be loyal. But he's also saying, do you think he's having Lynn there to say, this is kind of what I need you to do, but I need you to be crazy too? But you see how she's like cold and clinical, and she can cut up with people, and she can, like, you know, be rational. Because we see that even when he's getting his operation and stuff, Amanda's losing her shit. For somebody who likes to kill people, she has a weak-ass stomach.
Yeah, Lynn is like a foil for Amanda. She's the complete opposite. She's there to highlight Amanda's flaws for her, and whether she sees that or not is her test, I guess. Whether she can figure that out, whether that clicks.
Dick move, Jigsaw.
I mean, I like, for all the gore I see, I might still get sick watching somebody's head get cut open.
Yeah, but we don't kill people, so.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
That we admit to.
Oh.
100%.
I think it's interesting how Jigsaw always qualifies himself not as a serial killer too. That, you know,
he's a serial killer.
And yeah, I mean, he puts them in the situations. It made me think of, if you follow any sort of true crime, Charles Manson would always say that he's not a serial killer because he encouraged other people to do it. And it was that same sort of thinking, you know, you're still putting them in a situation, you're still putting the idea in their head, and like, it's an inescapable sort of situation. So I just thought it was interesting he kept repeating that throughout the films, that when I was rewatching them, it just really jumped out at me, that sort of moment.
He has a god complex. He thinks he's better than other people, and he needs to keep reminding us of that. Oh, I'm not a serial killer. I'm not one of these like degenerate people who, you know, kills people. Right. I'm better than this. No, you're not. I mean, even before Amanda was involved, let's look at the two other traps. I'm assuming when we see him in the hospital flashback in part 1, there is a diagram, which, come on guys, red flag to the doctors. There's a diagram for the fucking reverse bear trap on his bedside table. So I think Amanda might have been his first one based on that. But it's definitely around the same time as the razor wire trap, which I cannot see how that man had an opportunity to survive. I don't see how there's any way that overweight man could get through all that razor wire and get out, not without bleeding to death. It's impossible. Yeah. He wanted that guy to die. The guy with the candle and the flammable stuff all over his body. How the fuck was that going to work? He wanted them to die. Some of these people are meant to be examples to show that he's serious, but they were never meant to actually survive. At least I don't think so. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think there's some ways that there was no way some of those people could have gotten out of their traps at all. Like, I think they were, like you said, were meant to be an example.
Mm-hmm. I think it sets up an interesting thought too, because you like it's easy to like distance Jigsaw from his actual traps because I feel like because he is so calm about it, and it's possible to strike up a discussion like, well, is he a serial killer? He doesn't actually kill his victims, but Amanda, I'm like 100% ready to believe like, yeah, she's a serial killer. She's the killer.
And what exactly makes somebody a serial killer? Is it actually having your hands on them? Is it, being the person who, actually puts that killing blow in? Or is it enough, like, an example that comes to mind is The Bad Seed. It's a really old movie, but I love that movie. And Rhoda, when she talks about how she killed this older woman said she loved Rhoda, that she would give her this paperweight when she died. Well, Rhoda wanted it right away. So what Rhoda did, she said she didn't kill her. She said she didn't kill the older woman. She said she slipped. She slipped into this woman, and that woman fell and died. But then she says she slipped on purpose. Now, obviously, it's the fall that killed the woman. But in my opinion, Rhoda still killed her. Or like you guys mentioned, Manson. Manson gathered together these people to go over to Sharon Tate's house and like do horrific things to her. Now, he didn't touch her, but did he tell them to go there? Did he gather them? Did he pick people who are mentally like not quite, very susceptible to this kind of a suggestion? He did.
Yeah.
I think it's about intention. So, you put people in certain situations, like you said, you handpick these people who have the potential to do certain things. And if that's what you're intending to do, if you intend to slip into someone so that you can get a paperweight, then yeah, I think that makes you a killer. But if it was, actually you legitimately just fell, okay, it's a little bit different. But, there's an end result. There's an end game. And I think that it's important when we're looking at Jigsaw, if we imagine Amanda's his first victim, and that seems to be what's implied, I think, in 2 or 3. One of them is something about being the first. And she survives. And then we see the next traps seem like they're less likely to be able to be survived. Now, I know we're doing an implied reality sort of thing, but when you're first starting off at something, you're not great at it. You're still kind of figuring it out. So he might have had Amanda survive and be like, oh shit, that was too easy. So my next one's going to be really hard. Then the next person dies. He's like, okay, that was too hard. Let's try this.
Interesting
or,
point.
It could just be them writing it and trying to make it really gross.
Kind of to get on that same train, I think about part 3. Amanda is continually giving Jigsaw updates about how Jeff is doing within the trap. She tells him, oh, he's out of the box now. It's begun. And one of the things she does, Jeff is confronted with a woman who didn't kill his son, but she didn't stop and help either. And when it came time to convict the guy who was responsible for the hit and run, that woman refused to testify as a witness. So that's why she's in this trap where she's naked, hanging from the ceiling. It's freezing, and she's being sprayed with cold water. Jeff's position in this is he has the opportunity to forgive this woman, get the key, and set her free. Now, he doesn't do it in time, and this woman dies. But he tries to, and that's what Amanda says to Jigsaw. She is near in tears, and she says he tried to save her. That's all that was important to them. Not so much that he saved her. They wanted him to try. So, I mean, I think Jigsaw, in his own way, and possibly Amanda, see, even if the trap didn't quite work, it's well, maybe they need to adjust the difficulty. But I think it's also, they would rather these people die, having some meaning in their life than to just, not get the point.
Yeah.
I think they see what happened to that woman as justice was done because they didn't really care about her. This was about Jeff. And even though he didn't succeed, he did forgive her. He did try to save her. So I think, at least from the way Amanda reacts to it, they accomplished their mission.
Yeah, they saw that change.
Yeah. He tries to save the woman in the water. He does save the judge. Spoilers. And
thank God, because that trap was disgusting.
There were some pretty, they really amped it up for that one, which I think was, you know, the intention. Like James Wan at the first one said that, you know, he didn't like the idea of these becoming torture porn films, quote unquote. And it's true, as the franchise progresses, the traps get more and more horrific. We see more, you know, there's more actually happening with it. But he does try to save all of them, but he seems to just have that hesitation, and that's what potentially is fatal for the people that he can't save. And it's that moment of him, oh, can I do this? Can I bring myself to do it? The girl with the water, though, I mean, like, yeah, it was awful what she did, but at the same time, I felt for her more than I think I felt for the other ones, and was kind of
felt terrible for her. I don't think she deserved to die. I was kind of hoping she was going to get out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the most, I think for me, the most difficult part about these saw traps. It's not necessarily what he's asking them to do, because I think when push comes to shove, people are capable of doing some things that you know, you're capable of murder possibly. You know, look at the movie Alive. People are capable of eating people, which they probably never would have thought to do. What's difficult about these traps is they're fucking timed. I mean, they have a thing in colleges where, like, if you could not handle the pressure of a time test, which I had a difficult time with that. I would do it, but I have a really hard time with timed tests. Like, I will kind of freeze up and be like, oh shit. It's not that I don't know what it is, but when I know I have an hour and a half to write this giant essay, my mind goes blank, and I think that's what makes the trap so awful. It's not so much, you know, what he's asking me. Yes, he's asking horrible things, but I think if these people were given more time, they would have survived.
Yeah.
But
he's waiting for that fight or flight to kick in, though, too.
He wants to know what is your instinct, like your first instinct, because I think a lot of us will come to this stuff slowly. You know, like, if I was stuck in an elevator, it'd be at least 4 hours before I thought about eating the other people in there. But I wouldn't do it right away. I'm not a monster. But he wants to know, split second, right now. You haven't even had a chance to process that you're in a trap. Are you going to kill another person? Are you going to mutilate yourself? I need you to, like, you know, and that's hard. That's really, really hard.
Yeah.
It's about survival instinct, right? Like, that's what he's saying. These people have lost their will to survive, and it comes down to, like, a primal moment. Are you willing to kill someone else? Are you willing to eat someone else so that you can, you know, progress forward in life?
Yeah, absolutely. And he does talk about that. He mentions in part 2, he talks about Darwin and how he went to the Galapagos Island, and he said, you know, that is not what it's all about. That, you know, this survival of the fittest is completely different, and I think that's what he's showing in these traps, that it's something that you need to decide, you know, in the moment, like right then.
Yeah.
I think I would end up being killed.
Oh.
I don't think I'm good under pressure.
Even with your knowledge of the Saw movies, if you went with your knowledge of the Saw movies.
I don't think I'm good under pressure.
I just set off a trap accidentally and then kill myself. Especially if I was trying to set up a trap for someone else. I'm such a klutz. I know I would just, like, knock it off. And
Seriously, how do they even, like, set up everything? Like, it just blows my mind.
And
especially when it's just Amanda.
You know what's interesting about Amanda's trap, too, is, you know, we talked about how these are timed tests. Her test isn't even really that timed. Think about it. She wakes up in the bear trap. She could have sat there all fucking day. That part was not timed. The trap doesn't become activated until she stands up, and then it pulls this, like, string. And then, then when she stood up, because she needs to stand up to get to the knife, then she's got 60 seconds. But she could have sat there all fucking day if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Thought about it. Really contemplated what she wanted to do.
Jigsaw plays
favorites. She has the time.
Fuck that shit.
Well, that's not the only one that has a trigger time. I'm trying to think of the other one that was triggered.
There's a similar one in part 2 with the guy who has the key underneath his eye.
Yeah, that's the one where he, like, I remember him ripping the thing away to set off the timer. Like, angrily, he, like, rips at it, and it
I feel like they knew the reverse bear trap was kind of like the big moneymaker trap of the first movie. Like, that's the one everyone talked about. And I feel like they kept kind of coming back to that with the Iron Mask of part 2.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one too. It's kind of the opposite.
the bear trap, we see it again, and there's also a collar, which is similar in part 3, and then they even actually bring back the reverse bear trap to actually show you what it would have looked like if it went off in a later movie. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I think that's probably was a complaint from the viewers of being like, we wanted to see what it did. And then
I kind of wanted to as well, but
yeah,
I'm glad. I guess I'm glad Amanda survived because I really do like her character, as flawed as she is.
Yeah,
she is very complicated.
Female in them too, you know. We so like you said, we often have the victims be the women. So in the first Saw movie, it's all men who are killed. She's our survivor. I know we have the final girl sort of thing, but I like when she's evil too. I don't know, I enjoy having an evil woman that lives.
Amanda is this interesting dichotomy because we see that she's ruthless, that she's willing to put people through incredible pain. She's clearly able to lie straight to people's faces, and she's definitely got some interesting ideas in her head of what is justice. However, we also see that she has the capacity to love, that she has the capacity to feel, deep emotions. I mean, half the time when we see her in these movies, she's nearly in tears. She's, devastated by the thought of Jigsaw dying in part 3, which is not something we see with a lot of villains in movies, these days. A lot of times they are the bad guy, but I mean, she's a bad guy, but we see that she's also human.
And in the second one, she seems so fragile and scared when she gets thrown into the needle pit. And I guess that kind of works for the reveal at the end that she was, the plant all along. Yeah. But she's kind of, like you said, sort of shaking, but she's got her head in the game. But then as it goes on, she develops this relationship with the son. And then, like you said, she's kind of like this mother, matronly character towards him. And again, her emotion becomes her downfall as it goes on. She starts feeling for someone, and then, it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
And like Reverend Hagen said in the chat, the best bad guys are the ones that truly believe they're the good guy, because I really don't believe that you could ask anybody, no matter how depraved they are, even people like Charles Manson, if you said, are you a bad person? They would justify their actions. Everybody always feels that in their story that they are doing what's right. They did what they were pushed to do or what they had to do.
Yeah, for sure. They're the hero. And Jigsaw definitely believes in what he's doing. So that gives it, almost, I think it's almost more terrifying in that sense, because he thinks that he's doing good, and as you go on, you start to kind of be like, well, he's chosen these people for a reason, and maybe they don't have a lot to live for. And now look at Amanda. She's got, her head on straight, and then she doesn't. But
what's interesting about Saw 2 is it's playing with a lot of our expectations of horror movie tropes. We are familiar, like you guys said, with the final girl, and I think sometimes we kind of seek that out. Like, I do that when I watch a horror movie. I'm like, okay, that guy's gonna live, she's gonna be the final girl, that guy's the killer. Like, I kind of try to peg it on. And when you watch Saw 2, you see that, okay, they have a returning character, so we know most likely she's gonna make it to the end, if not survive. And as it goes on, and we see that she's the one who shows empathy, she's the one who's kind of preyed upon, we're like, oh, she's gonna be the final girl. Of course she is. She's the one who has what it takes to survive this. And they completely flip that on us by showing us that she's actually the killer. So it's playing with our expectations of what we know about horror. Oh, drink.
Yeah. I forgot, and then as soon as you started playing it.
Yeah, Bunyip in her water. Hydration is so ill. I want to ask you guys, what is up with the key that Amanda wears around her neck in part 3? Is that the key to Lynn's collar, or was that the key from her trap? Because I thought she had a smaller key, and it's a pretty big key.
I think it's the key to Lynn's trap. I thought, right?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I think she believes it's the key to Lynn's trap. Dun, dun, dun. Because again, she thinks she has that power, right?
Yeah.
And it's her game. It's not Lynn's. Right. But,
yeah, I think you're right. So she feels in control.
It's her, like her little black feather, like from Dumbo. It's her power.
Yeah.
Doesn't Jigsaw pour wax on a tape on his operating table? Did anyone else notice this in 3? And then it wasn't explained, but I don't remember it being brought up in 4. It's just a moment he's got a candle and he suddenly pours wax on a tape.
I remember the candle. I don't remember the tape, and I don't know what the tape was. What did you guys catch that?
I don't remember that at all.
I just kept waiting for it to be explained because I thought someone was going to have to go. And I mean, I'd seen the film before, but I didn't remember that moment. And I'm waiting for someone to go and have to get. And wax is not much of a trap.
I would like to know what that is. I also, another thing, I extensively tried to find the answer on Google today, and I also zoomed in on my television to see if I could suss it out myself. But in the bear trap one that Amanda's in, and she goes over to Donnie with the knife to cut him open, there's writing on the wall, and from what I gathered, it was essentially Greco's message telling him what to do. Like, he didn't get a tape, but I couldn't see what it actually said, and it's incredibly frustrating.
So, like, maybe he failed already, and then Amanda
wondering.
That's interesting.
Yeah, now I have.
Somebody needs to go and blow that up and tell me what it says, because I was like, I spent like an hour today going, what do you say? It's so frustrating.
It's so important what's in the background and written on the walls in films, especially horror. I'm always like looking at people's bookshelves or what's on the wall, because there's always so much there. It's really interesting.
They tell you that a good filmmaker, nothing is accidental. You know, everything is planted there for a reason. It's all visual information. And so, yes, if there's writing on the wall, I mean, literal, check the writing on the wall. That means something. And so I'm very curious to know what that says. If anybody in the chat happens to know, please tell me, because it's driving me crazy.
I'd like to know, too. Pass it on.
Here's something else interesting I thought about today. If you've taken psychology, I can't remember the name of the bloke, but there was a bloke back in the day who was used for this psychological theory. He had gotten a spear, I believe, through the front of his head. He was a perfectly nice guy, and then his personality afterwards completely changed. He was swearing all the time, and he was a complete dick. And there's a theory that if you have your frontal lobe damaged, that can have a negative effect on your personality. I do know I dated a guy, and his sister was a total bitch. And he told me that she wasn't always like that. I mean, she genuinely just didn't seem to care about anybody else. He told me that she had a really nasty concussion right in the front of her head when she was a teenager, and afterwards, it just completely changed her personality. Now, what I wonder here is, we know that Jigsaw's tumor is in his frontal lobe. We also know that before he got sick, that he seems like he was a pretty decent guy. I wonder, if that's also part of why some of these traps and stuff don't add up, because I mean, mentally, like, that would affect his personality. That would affect the way that he thinks. Like, I mean, it could be an explanation for some of his psychosis.
Yeah, totally.
I never put that together at all.
And he had a railroad spike. It was an explosion, and it went through his eye and up through, and they didn't expect him to survive, and he did. And after, like you said, it was a completely different personality. He couldn't keep time. Like, he was always late. He was quick to anger, and it was. If anyone has watched American Mary, the Soska sisters film, I noticed in the background of her apartment there is the X-ray of Phineas Gage on her wall. And so I interviewed the Soska sisters, and I asked them about that, because I was like, I noticed that. Is that a message? And it was about how she changes personality throughout the film after she has this really terrible thing. We can talk about penetration and a whole other aspect with that, but she has a really terrible thing happen to her, and it completely transforms her personality. And I think that was something I never thought about, this idea of a tumor pushing on him and completely changing it.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, how different is he from before? I mean, we see a very different side of him in Part 4, which is the prequel installment of the franchise, where we see that he was a husband and he was an expectant father. Very different than
he really loved his wife.
Yeah, he did. I mean, they seem to have this very, of all the relationships within the Saw movies, we see a lot of broken marriages, and that one seems to be one of the strongest up until the moment where they lost their child, and that really set him off. I think it also kind of explains why he has such a fatherly relationship with his followers. He was going to be a father, and that was taken away from him. It's like his last attempt to get what he thinks he deserves.
So
and the fact that he picks on a lot of broken marriages as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's also my favorite book of all time, and please don't get it mixed up with the movie, guys, because the movie sucks some serious balls. But my favorite book of all time is I Am Legend by Richard Matheson. It's such a powerful book because we have this character who is just an average guy, and he manages to survive this epidemic that turns people into vampires. And this was the inspiration for Night of the Living Dead, because initially the vampires behave like zombies. We didn't really have zombies in horror media at the time, but they were completely mindless. And then they start to get smarter and smarter. Like the female ones realize that he's kind of hard up because he like jerks off a lot. So they try to seduce him, like showing him their stuff. And he's like, no, you nasty, honey, you nasty. But then he horrible things happen. He loses his dog, and eventually he finds a woman out in the middle of nowhere, and spoiler alert, she ends up being one of them. They have progressed to such a degree that they are, you can't tell them from us anymore. But here's the thing, she turns him over to her people. They have this big execution stage where they're going to kill him in front of everybody. And she slips him a pill so he can die peacefully on his own terms. And she tells him, because she cares about him, to not be afraid. That he will never, ever die. The reason they're doing this is because this man who was hiding and was afraid, they're doing this because to them, he is the boogeyman. Even after he dies, their little vampire children are going to be afraid that he's in their closet, that he's under their bed. He has become legend, and he will never die. It's incredibly beautiful and powerful. And I caught that in Saw 3. Saw 3. No, Saw 2. She says, how do you beat cancer? Immortality. They're going to make Jigsaw a legend because you can't kill a legend. They want people to constantly be afraid. Like, am I being my best self? Am I living my fullest life? Will Jigsaw come and get me? It doesn't matter whether he's, alive or dead. They want him to become this kind of boogeyman that forces you to look at your life in a different way.
I love that. It reminds me of a lyric from My Chemical Romance. Oh, how wrong we were to think that immortality meant never dying. So,
I love My Chemical Romance. It's my favorite band.
I know.
Oh,
mine too.
So. Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's brilliant. I think
Makes
we're gonna.
sense when you're talking about family. So he loses his child, he loses his wife. I mean, his legacy is literally dead. So he lives on through this legacy, a legacy of, blood and horror.
All right, drink 2 times. You hydrate, Bunyip. You're going to have to pee so bad after this.
I'm a teacher. I can handle it.
All semester. I think family is such an interesting theme in horror just in general. I always find it so fascinating that so many horror films talk about the family and just like perversions to the family, possessions within, like just something's always seems to be disrupting the family. And that's almost the scariest to us because it's so familiar to us. It's something we all know about.
I get a lot of flack, not a lot. I occasionally get flack. Or at least questions or curiosity, because my channel is my husband and my son and I, and people will be like, so is it a family channel? Like, is this for kids? Because you've got a kid. And I'm like, no. I mean, in my opinion, horror is a family is a huge part of horror. Like, what horror movie doesn't revolve around some demented family or some twisted little kid? So it's like, no, this is for adults. We're just celebrating one of the things we love best about horror, like AG pointed out.
Yeah.
Or
I think it's really great that you have your kid in your I think it's wonderful though. I was really excited when I started watching your channel and I see that, this is something that you guys all do together, the family that slays together stays together.
There you
and
go.
I've heard that before too. Like, do you think it's bad that you let your son watch horror movies with you? Which I don't. Like, my son, he walked in on me watching Saw 3 today, and he's like, what's going on? I'm like, oh, this guy's a judge. He's going to die, this guy. And he's like, oh, he really loves origin stories and the mystery. He's like, can you explain that to me really quick? So I give him, like, the Cliff's Notes. He's like, oh, okay, I'm going to go upstairs and play Sims. Like, I don't really want to watch this. He's, like, you know, he doesn't watch a lot of these movies, and I certainly never have him watch anything that would terrify him. The only time he's ever been truly scared, my son has a bowel disorder, and he walked in on us watching Bad Milo, and the concept of a butt demon, he was like, oh no, that's the most awful thing ever. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly, he's a lot like me at his age. My mother would be reading, like, Carrie, and I would be like, tell me about this little girl. Like, how did she get her powers? What happened to her? My mom would be like, I don't have all the answers, okay? I'll just read you the next chapter. But I was very curious, like, about, you know, how these people got into these situations, and that's how he is with the origin stories and the mysteries. That's why he loves 13 Ghosts, because it's all a bunch of different kinds of ghosts. But yeah, he knows a lot. He hasn't seen as much as I think people think he's seen. But what I love about it is, I mean, horror is an undeniable part of my life. And I could either reject that and try to be somebody I'm not, or I could embrace that and share it with the people that matter to me the most. So even though my son isn't really always into the stuff I'm watching, it gives us something to talk about. This channel has given us something to do together. And honestly, I think we spend more time together than maybe some of those good parents that pop their kids in front of Frozen. Not the good Frozen with Adam Green.
It's always fascinating to me because I feel like probably, I don't know, I don't want to speak for everybody, that maybe more people can relate to this, that the rest of their family does not watch horror with them or doesn't like horror. Like, I know my family really doesn't. I can get my little brother to watch stuff with me, but that's about it. He's not nearly as into it as I am.
My family was similar. My mother loved horror, like, especially reading. Like, my mom can devour, like, a book the length of It in an afternoon. My mother, like, would fast. I would, like, poke at, like, where her book was and, like, kind of mark it on the side and, like, holy shit, she read that much. And I'd go show my brother, that much. She's amazing. She's a power horse. And my dad loved horror movies too, though. My dad, like, would get scared pretty easily. But my brothers and I watched them together all the time. And, I mean, that was, like, our big bonding thing, was watching, like, the Friday the 13th marathons on TNT. And I think as long as they're enjoying the experience with you, then I think it's great, as long as you're doing something together as a family. You know, if it's hiking, cool. If it's watching horror movies, great. Mostly he hates jump scares. So, I mean, I think when it comes to introducing younger people to horror, you got to think about what is going to upset them. So I try to pick things that, A, have a good mystery and a good story and good characters and not a lot of jump scares. So we love watching the old movies together, like the original Fly and the original Universal Monster movies.
Yeah. My mom was a horror when I was growing up, so I was kind of inundated with it at a young age, and my grandmother really liked it too. And I'll never forget watching Bram Stoker's Dracula, and I was terrified, and my mom was on one side and my grandma was on the other, and I was holding on to them. And it was the safest place in the world because I had two women with me. And so I could watch this terrifying thing. I could watch this thing that really, really horrified me because I was feeling very safe. As I got older, my mom was really into true crime. So she had, like, Jack the Ripper books. And she'd always tell me, don't look at them because there's crime photos. So as soon as she'd away, I'd, like, dragging them out and trying to look at them. Of course. That's what you do. But in the summertime, she was also a teacher, so we'd go to Blockbuster and rent, like, all the Friday the 13th and just do a marathon of them, or all of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. And I get to just see this entire franchise, but again, in the safety of my home with my mom, and so it was something I didn't have to be as scared of. Mm-hmm. So I think that I was really to have that introduction.
It's like an exciting adventure. Like, I watched Stranger Things and I'm like, that was my childhood. And my son's like, you didn't have monsters, but I feel like I did, because I'd watch all these horror movies and I'd survive. I'd be okay. I might have nightmares for a while or be scared, but I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed being able to watch them again and being like, it's not that scary anymore. I overcame something. It made the world bigger and more magical. And I actually got kind of sad when I got to the age where I stopped being afraid to put in a VHS tape in the VCR. Like, there needs to be, like, a big challenge to that. Like, can I do it? Can I watch it? Can I face this fear? You know, I used to have like a pillow. I used to be the biggest like scaredy cat, and I miss that because there was such a feeling of accomplishment to like kind of besting those demons.
For sure. I was really scared of the Joker from Batman, like Jack Nicholson's Joker. So my parents got me a stuffed Joker, and I slept with him every single night because I had
so you're Harley Quinn.
Yeah, he was already there, so I didn't have to worry about the Joker showing up. So yeah, it's a good tactic.
Bunyip, are you still there? I think your video froze. I don't know if it's just for me.
I think I'm here, but
Okay,
I don't know what happened to the video.
Okay. I was like, wait, she hasn't moved in a second.
It's gonna refresh her. It does.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was just me. I just want to make sure she's still
like
there.
old TVs.
Start tapping the screen. Hey!
Everything.
I just want to make sure she's still there.
She'll be back.
Did you watch horror with your family?
Actually, I would have to hide in the closet when my mom was watching horror because she would not allow me to watch anything. She like banned me from everything.
And that was so scarier too, I think, when they forbid you to watch stuff.
Yeah, seriously. And I would sit, like, my mom would watch Dark Shadows, you know, the old 60s movie or TV show. So I would sit there knowing she was going to go watch it, and I would hide in the closet or leave the bedroom door a crack so I could like watch and just like, you know, wait for Barnabas. And so, yeah, that was kind of like how I watched horror when I was little. But then, you know, they did let me watch a few little horror movies here and there, like, you know, well, Army of Darkness and those kind of more of the campy sort of movies.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be like afraid, I guess. I don't know. But once I got into high school, bets were off, and I was just like watching everything I could get my hands on too. So
my parents didn't watch that much. If they were watching something scary, I'd be allowed to watch it with them, but they do the same thing. Like, they'd make me cover my eyes during certain parts.
Yeah.
And that was almost more scary because I was wondering what was happening on the screen. That was so bad that I couldn't watch it. Like,
my mom really, she was pretty much like, if you want to, okay, but there's this in it. Are you sure? And then she would just be like, well, they're traumatized by Pet Cemetery. They'll get over it. My dad made it really difficult because my dad was a big scaredy cat too, and he had 3 movies that we were forbidden to watch. I mean, we could watch a lot of stuff, but he said we could never watch Dawn of the Dead, we could never watch The Exorcist, and we could never watch Evil Dead. Those were the scariest movies of all time. And so, like, in my head, it made them so much scarier than they could ever be. Like, our friend was putting on The Exorcist at her house, and I'm like, like, you know the part where it starts to bubble up in her neck? I was like, nope, turn it off. Yep. I'm fucking done. I'm out. My father was right. Fuck this shit. Screw you guys. Like, could not handle that shit. And one that was in it's a kind of, I think it was maybe the last time I was truly scared of a movie as a child. I mean, I've been afraid of a few things since then, but like really I think the last time I remember having a pillow, because I would sit, my brothers would tease me, and I'd have a big pillow to cover my face when it would get terrible. And we finally decided, my parents had split up, and we rented Evil Dead because Army of Darkness was coming out soon, and that was it. We were going to watch it. I'd seen Dawn of the Dead at this point, seen The Exorcist. It was time. This was the scariest movie, according to my father, of all time. My mother says it's the part where the girlfriend's like, we're gonna get you. That freaks the shit out of him.
Yeah.
So we put it on, and I'm all ready. And then we just start laughing. Like, even the first one has some really funny moments in it. And we're just like, are you fucking kidding me? And I finally just tossed the pillow and had a great time.
Nice.
But I think, yeah, like, I think that's why jump scares are so effective, because they present you with, like, a hallway or something, and you know there's fucking something down there, and it's gonna get you, but that part is scarier than the actual jump scare. You know, when the thing where it's revealed. It's the, or when you go into a haunted house, and you know people are gonna jump out at you, like, I'm more scared before I go in than when I'm actually in it. It's like that anticipation.
100%.
Yeah, it's the waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
You know it's going to, and you know when you're watching a horror movie that you're going to see scary things. But even when you're saying, you know, having your parents tell you not to look or something at a certain point, then it's a million times worse, because what's going on in your head is way worse than anything they're going to put on the screen, because you're picturing all the stuff that scares you most, and that's going to be way worse.
100%.
And Ben Ford just mentioned the Suspiria soundtrack too. I think the music plays such a big part of it. I remember my son, when he would get scared, he wouldn't cover his eyes, he'd cover his ears. Because the music would get scarier. And to this day, there are soundtracks that really get under my skin. I think the most scared I've ever been was I was sick, and I was watching Poltergeist, the original Poltergeist, on the couch, VHS tape. And I watched it, and I was too sick to get up and turn it off. So I was watching the credits. And at the end of the credits, you hear these children laughing, and then it goes to the fuzzy screen, and I'm just like, oh no. So terrifying. Like, I couldn't move, but I had to, because like I had to make it stop. And finally the tape rewound, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna make a run for it. I did like the thing that the kid did in Cujo, where you run, turn that shit off, run back to my room, jump into bed, because you're safe in your bed, guys. All right, nothing bad's gonna happen to you in your bed unless it's the grudge, then you're fucked.
Oh god! Don't even get me started on that scene. Oh my god! I slept on top of my comforter for 2 nights because of that scene. Like,
my brother,
it got me so bad.
My brother, who's afraid of nothing, that movie scared him so badly that he thought he heard like the
yeah,
and he leapt out of bed so quickly he broke his toe.
Oh my gosh!
What's the most scared you guys have ever been of a horror movie?
That movie did scare me. I stayed up for a couple days after that.
Yeah, that one got me good. That's still like my favorite J-horror remake because it just scared me. It fucked me up so bad. It scared me so bad.
The Ring scared me really bad. Because I went into that blind. If you remember the original TV spot, it just showed clips of the video, and I was like, what the fuck is this? You know, I didn't even really know what it was, just that it was a horror movie, and so I went into it completely blind. So at the end, I was like, bitch, you get your ass back in the TV. Don't you come out of the TV. Like, that fucking scared the shit out of me. That was too much.
The Babadook actually scared me really bad. It was the sound. The sound design, and like I was watching it with headphones, and the first time that thing talks, I like screeched and threw off my headphones. It got me so bad. Like, the sound design
with headphones is so much scarier.
Yeah, I was just so like that was probably the first one too, where the sound design just impressed me so much. It scared me so bad.
I've done a few Let's Plays, and people are like, "Why do you overreact so much? Like, you're totally playing it up." I'm like, "No," because what I do is I turn up the sound really loud because a lot of the parts are really quiet, and I have headphones on. So when something scary happens, it's really loud. So that's genuine shit right there.
I think one of the movies that scared me the absolute most, and I never even watched it at that point, was Black Christmas, because I knew the premise of, I knew that he was, spoiler, that he was inside the house, the calls were coming from in the house, and it just horrified me as a kid, this idea of someone in your house and they were going to get you, and I hadn't even seen the film, and I actually watched it on Christmas Eve. And then my mom sent me up to the garage to get something and thought it'd be funny to turn off the light while I was out there. And I was like traumatized for years after I got the courage to watch the movie. And then she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I'm like, it's here, it's in the garage. I'm like, he's here. He's got my family. I'm next. Like, it's over. It's Christmas. It's over.
That part at the end, like, that still gets me. And I think there was an homage to that actually in Saw, where we see Zepp in the closet, but where you see that Billy's still in the house and you just see his eye, and he's like doing that like the freaking gibberish he does. It scares the shit out of me. I actually always kind of wanted there to be a Black Christmas like sequel, because we really don't know what happens. We know he's still in the fucking house, so what happened?
Equal. Like, there's all these things alluded to that Billy did to Agnes, and like his history and all of that. Like, I mean, I guess that's what kind of makes him scary, is that we have no motivation. We know nothing about this character, but I kind of would like to see what he did before that. It's suggested that he killed the kid in the park before. Like, you don't really know where this killer's come from or what he is. So I'd like them to expand.
Us kind of an origin story in the remake, but I wasn't really a big fan of the remake.
I hated the remake. I don't know.
I'm sure it was good. It lost that creepy kind of magic that the first one had.
Yeah. I think that's why I'm okay with there being no backstory in the original, because they did that in the remake. They gave him like a purpose or something, and I was kind of just like,
Sometimes I'm also just happy that we don't have a sequel, because like I love the Halloween movies. Who doesn't love the Halloween movies?
Yeah.
But even part 2, which is still pretty good, that's where we first get the introduction that's it's Michael's sister. And then by 6, there's a fucking cult of the Black Thorn, and he has raped his niece. And I'm just like, how the fuck did we get here? It's one of the best horror movies of all time. How the fuck did we get here? So maybe we're better off. Maybe we're just better off.
That's what all franchises revert to. They like, once you do the same thing over and over, okay, well now we got to figure out something else. A family, let's give them a backstory or something like that. And that's where I feel like a lot of people drop off.
I think that's where the Rob Zombie ones didn't work for me with the Halloween remake, is because it was too much backstory, though I did like the first one. I didn't like the second one because then they tried to make it to where he was almost more like Jason Voorhees. He had like these mommy issues. And I think Michael, what made him so terrifying was that there was no motive. Nobody knew why he did. I mean, the doctor tried for years to get through to him and find some explanation for why a little boy would kill people, and he couldn't. He's like, he's just fucking evil. Like, you can't rationalize with that. You can't manipulate that. You just need to get the fuck out of his way.
Yeah. The blackest eyes, the death.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Loomis has such great lines in those.
I know. God, Donald Pleasance was such a gift to horror.
I swear, he was more epic than Michael in all of those movies.
Phenomenal.
It was more frightening at times, too.
Have you guys seen the producer's cut of part 6, where Donald Pleasance died after that movie, but it was set up in the producer's cut that Loomis was going to be essentially the new Michael. Like, he was going to be the killer.
Oh.
He's marked by the Black Thorn at the end.
Huh. I don't.
So he loved it. He was super excited to do something different with his character, but I don't know. I think that would have sucked some balls.
I don't think that would have went over well.
Would have ended up in a completely different place, and I don't know. I actually love 6. 6 is one of my favorite of the sequels in the Halloween franchise. I don't know. But I mean, we have the return of Tommy Doyle in 6, right?
Yeah.
That's 6. And it's Paul Rudd being Tommy Doyle.
I know. He is really cute. I enjoy it, and I like that. I don't like the producer's cut at all. Like, the producer's cut, that sucked ass. Especially because it was built up as being so much better for so many years, and I finally watched it, and I was like, that was shit. That was all the shit, guys. But it is a fun movie. It's like one of those fun movies. It's on TV, and you watch it.
Yeah.
It's good.
I agree.
Reverend Hagen said he went to school with the ambulance driver from Halloween H2O. I remember I had a friend in high school who went down to California, and she got to see the scene they did where Michael goes into the bathroom and you think he might kill the little girl. Yeah. She saw that, and she got to see the guy who played Michael Myers, and apparently he's hot. But I don't know. I'm dropping stuff. I'm dropping stuff.
I can never help but wonder whenever I'm watching the movie, like, what does he look like under there?
I bet Michael, I don't know. In my head, Michael's really hot.
Yeah?
He's sexy.
Except for those eyes.
Well, that scene ruined me of rest stops for, all of my life. Anytime the door opens in one, you're just like, oh, God, who is it? Grab your purse.
Rest stops are terrifying. Like, you are put in such close proximity to complete, total fucking strangers doing something where you're completely vulnerable in the middle of nowhere. Like, that's no wonder there are so many horror movies that have taken advantage of this. I actually scared the shit, literally. She was on the toilet. Someone recently at a rest stop. We were coming home from our family reunion a week ago, and my dog follows me everywhere. In fact, my dog's right behind me. He's always around. Like in that movie Shutter, where she's attached to his back. It's my dog. He's always around. So he followed me, and I need to go to the bathroom really bad. I've been in the car for hours. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just take him with me. So I'm holding him because he's a smaller dog, and I do my business. But, you gotta wipe. I mean, people come on wipe. Right? So I put him down for a second. I thought he was just going to sit there by my legs because he'd be too scared. No. He goes right under the other two stalls, and these women are screaming bloody One of them came out later. I'm like, I'm so sorry about my dog. She's like, I thought it was a person like crawling underneath. Like the image of that. Can you imagine?
Oh my gosh,
Can you
that would
imagine
be
if someone crawled
horrifying.
underneath the door? I'd fucking die. I
Yeah,
also
I'd
always
never
think
be able
of
to one about
in Nightmare and Dreamscapes. There's a short story by Stephen King where a guy sees that this guy's been in the stall for a really long fucking time. You end up finding out the guy's been dead the whole time.
Ooh.
Fucking bathrooms, dude.
Did anyone watch Copycat? That ruined me for bathrooms too.
Yes!
for a
Oh,
long
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's definitely worth watching, especially if you are a fan of true crime kind of stuff. But it's
Yeah.
it has
It's good.
and ants for life.
Plays
Ants
with that line of
horrifying.
horror, drink, and true crime.
Oh.
So,
Dog, can we see your dog?
yes, I will get my dog.
I'd really like to see your dog. I'm sorry, but I'm an animal nerd.
They want to look at your cute.
I don't
my
care
God.
for people in the movies, but not the animals.
Oh,
Oh god.
Yeah, seriously.
100%.
Oh, what a cutie!
No, dude, they want to look at you. All right, here's my doggy.
Oh,
His name is
I love-
Brocky, after Dave Brocky and Guar.
oh my
So
god.
cute.
He's the
What a
biggest scaredy cat. The music in horror movies will freak him out sometimes, and I gotta like it's cool, dude, and like talk him down.
What is he? What is he?
Adorable.
He is a Parsons Russell Terrier, and
Oh, he's
mixed with a
so
whole bunch of other
cute.
stuff too, like Chihuahua and Corgi and probably a billion other things.
Oh, I love him. Sorry. Thank you.
Alright, you're free to go.
My dog is literally snoring beside me so loud.
I love
don't
little
know if you
terriers.
hear, but I'm so cute. She's very noisy.
Opening the window.
I had to keep my door shut because my dog, well, she is a camera whore. She will, and she's a big dog, so she would be like
Yes.
all up in here the whole time if I left the door.
Like licking the camera.
Yeah.
What kind of dog do you have?
Oh, we have no idea. Her and her sibling puppies were left in a box
Oh,
by a grocery
That's what
store.
happened
Yeah.
to Brocky. I mean, not by
Oh,
a grocery
yeah.
store, but he was found in a box with the two other dogs, his siblings, and they had been thrown out of a truck.
oh,
my
that's
God.
awful.
Yeah, and we just kind of guessed what he is from what the vet told us. I mean, he's clearly
Yeah.
a terrier, and he looks like he's got Jack Russell in him, and his brothers, the other guys in there, are like little tiny dogs. So I'm guessing there's
Yeah.
some Chihuahua. And then the Corgi, we just figured, because something about the doctor said the length of his legs and his ears.
Hmm.
But Corgis are cattle herding dogs. So they will nip at the back of the cow's legs to get them to move. And my dog does
Yeah.
that all the fucking time. So it's so annoying. I'm like, I'm not a cow! Back the fuck off!
Aw.
So,
Is it fun? Yep. Do you have a dog? Do you have an animal there?
I have a few dogs and cats because I live out in the country and people they dump animals all the time where I live. So I take them in and then I find them homes. But I do have a few. I have a Akita. I have some Staffy mixes, and I have like a Chihuahua Jack Russell mix as well. So
Gosh.
There's other animals.
Okay, now Isabella says there's something wrong with my mic.
I don't know. Sing the
Talk
alphabet.
again.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, as in horror. Some other letters too.
Everybody drink.
Drink.
Can you hear me?
I
Yeah, I
can
can
hear
hear you.
Can you hear me
yeah,
No.
now? Okay, I think it was kind of coming unplugged in the back.
Yeah.
Now I can be. Brooke, is it still messed up?
oh, huh.
Well, they're on a delay too, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think it's fine now. It's good. It's all good. So, anything else you guys want to say about Amanda Young and Saw, or are we ready to move on to a game? I want to play a little game.
Let's move on to the game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I was thinking we could do a what would you do? Stealing this from Bloodbath and Beyond. So props to my boys over there. of saw traps.
All right.
So, I think here's the easiest one to start with. You wake up in a bathtub full of water, and there's another dude, and you guys, it's the trap from Saw 1. Hi, baby. Come on in. Hold on. We got a guest. What's up? Why are you being shy?
Yeah,
Never mind.
You
Want to come say hi? Come here.
Ghostface, my favorite.
Hello. I missed you too.
I was checking up on you to see if you're done yet.
Nope. We're still talking about.
Aw.
How's it going?
Oh.
Do you need anything?
I was getting hungry and I was going to ask you something.
You're hungry?
And I was going to ask you something in song.
In sign?
No, in song.
In what?
In song.
In song? Ask me in song.
Yeah, Mom. We get sued for copyright.
Is Jess home?
I don't know. But if I sing this song, we get sued for copyright.
Well, there's some pizza in the fridge if you want to heat it up.
But this isn't pizza.
Huh?
This isn't pizza.
Well, then Jess shouldn't have left it unattended. I give you permission.
Yeah, but I feel good.
Nope, don't feel bad. I'll order another pizza later to make up for it. Close the door, dude. Yeah, but I can't do it right now. Close the door, man.
Wait, order pizza for me?
Sure, dude. Kids. What, love? I guess I can order a pizza right now while I'm live. Let me figure that out. You don't have to answer the door.
Always wear a mask?
Huh?
Does your child always wear a mask?
He does whenever he's live. I mean, like just around the house. But he has a really deep closet, and he has a shelf full of weapons, and he has a shelf of masks.
I think that's wonderful. Just delightful.
If I sing this song, we probably get sued.
What song?
We all know.
What song?
I can't sing it.
You're silly. All right, let me see. All right, here's money.
And what I have to do is I have to... Oh, yeah, I don't have to sign.
All right, so go downstairs, and I'll order you a pizza, but you have to be ready to pay for it. I love you.
Aww.
Bye, sweet pie. Close the door. You're cute. You're the cutest. Stop stealing all the cute from the world. Back off. Kids. Kids. So, we're going to play a little game. So, what would you do in that first trap from Saw? The bathroom one.
Well, we're waking up in the bathtub, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, I've heard a theory. Some people think that Amanda set up that trap and that the key was supposed to be attached to Adam so that he can use it. Because I've asked people about that a lot. I don't see how on earth he could have possibly used the freaking key. Like, it's going to go down the drain. And how is he supposed to stop that?
Supposed to be quicker on his... It's supposed to be conscious quicker, I guess.
That's something I always wonder about in so many of these traps.
Yeah.
Like, about how long it takes people. I don't know. I was picturing when Amanda was setting up one of the traps, like them just like waking up and being like, "Oh, where am I?" And then she has to like hit him or something so that goes unconscious again for a little bit.
What happens if they wake up?
Yeah. Oh, no, too soon.
Okay, so sorry. What's the scenario? What is our scenario? We're in a bathtub.
Okay, so let's
one.
Let's cut to the end. You have hacksaws. You get a phone call. Your significant other and your spawn are screaming. You've heard gunshots. And they say that they need your help. You have a hacksaw. You have a cell phone that is out of reach, which starts ringing after the fact. What do you do? There's also poison apparently on the body. I mean, as far as they think.
Yeah. I honestly think the first thing I would probably try would be like not trying to permanently injure myself, and I'd probably try to like spit all over my ankle or something and try and like lubricate it to slide my foot out.
I mean, why didn't they try some of this stuff?
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't. Probably just time sake.
I would try all the least harmful routes first before I resorted to anything. That'd be probably what I would try first.
I think I would do what Adam did earlier, and I would take off my shirt and try to grab the cell phone that way, and at least answer the fucking phone before I made a decision. Because if he answers the phone, then he finds out they're fine, then he's fine.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with trying like anything to get like I can collapse my wrist, so I don't know. I could maybe try with my foot, and I'd like to believe, given the situation, I could hack off my own foot. But like I have trouble like pulling off a hangnail, so
if you hack off your foot, I think you're gonna bleed out so quickly.
Yeah,
and I like my feet. Like I use them every day.
Yeah.
Like, so I think it'd be a tough one.
I don't think I would ever get to the point where I'd saw off my foot. I think worst case scenario, I would break it, but I have pretty small feet, so I mean, I like to think that I could probably at least pop it out of the ankle socket.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could pop it out too, but I don't know. I don't even think I could even get myself up to like cutting off my own foot. I don't think I could do that.
Here's what I'm thinking. If you're Lawrence, right, he's kind of close to where Jigsaw is on the floor. There's a lot of slippery stuff. If you're Adam, put your foot in the toilet. He could put it in the top deck, by the way. Why he didn't wash his hand off after he put his foot in there, I don't know. Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, the poop actually probably would lubricate it more.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know in the book Gerald's Game, which is coming on Netflix soon, she kind of cuts her wrist a little bit to kind of get some of that lubrication. And that's part of how she's able to slip out. So, worst case scenario, cut your foot first. So, it's going to bleed a lot.
Yeah.
Then you've got some lubrication. Or use the toilet water. Or use Jigsaw's blood. I mean, poison's not going to go through like his skin. He thinks it's poison, but he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Yep, that's exactly what I would try.
All right, pick a trap and we'll do another one.
Okay, let's think. Ooh, what about because I can never work out like how this would work out for anybody, but do you remember in the second one, and I cannot remember the character's name, but the antidote is in like the boxes, and she has to reach her hands up, and like when she does it, like it's like mirrors or glass or something that, so when she pulls it back down or something, how would you tackle that one? Because she reaches both hands up.
Why did she put both hands up?
She has one hand in there, and she doesn't even think about it. She puts her hand in there, and she grabs the syringe. When she pulls the syringe, it comes off.
The wrong way.
And the antidote leaks all over the bottom of it. So she reaches in with her other hand to grab it, which is stupid, but I think she just wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got to get your hand up in there and try and keep them, because you put your hand in, so there's a possibility of getting it in without harm, right?
Yeah.
So if you could move them all out to the side again somehow to get your hand, but not with both hands. With both hands, sorry, you're screwed.
It's like collapsed onto your wrist. So my thought is this. I mean, she should have, looked at it before she did anything. And before you put your hand into a freaking case. I know she's not wearing much, but I'm sorry, in a life or death situation, modesty is out the fucking window. She needs to take off her shirt. Right? Wrap that around her wrist and her hand. Yeah. Then she can reach in, grab it. She's probably still going to fuck it up. She gets the other one, and then she should be able to slip her hand out through the shirt without cutting herself.
Good point.
That's smart. I didn't think about wrapping the stuff around, too. Good point. Good point.
And with the first hand, she could also, she'd already done that. She could have probably pushed her hand in there and, like, pushed those things back to get it out.
Yeah.
The best thing is to not get cut to begin with, because that's where you have many, many bloods. Great.
Did we?
She said blood. No.
Blood? Did someone say blood? Corey, you look so confused.
I'm trying to order pizza for Lal. Like, I don't know how to pizza. What would he want?
Alright, well, she orders another pizza. What's another trap? Gory Hole can mention something too.
Yes. Does anyone have a trap they want us to...
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I can barely reason out of any of them, though. Like, the chain one, like, your only option is to pull those chains out. Well, I mean, if you've ever made jewelry, sometimes a chain has a spot that, you know, like, it links to itself.
yeah.
So I'd be attempting to try and find the bed. But if it's, like,
He has a
behind
minute.
you...
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
you
the one
got
from 3, right?
Yeah, he could have
Yeah.
gotten them all out too. But even then, even if he did it in enough time, which he really didn't have much time, we find out later on that the door was welded shut. So he
Yeah.
would have been trapped in that room with the bomb. So
Well, that last
he
one
didn't
too,
know
that was
that.
through his jaw.
yeah, he never got
Yeah.
that far.
How are you gonna
but
get that one out without?
it's one of those unbeatable traps. I mean, I think some of them really are, but that one was to such a degree that, like, there's no chance in hell. I mean, I can't see how you would even think that you had a chance.
Yeah.
Someone's mentioned the needle pit, which I think was one of the most horrific moments. That just, and all of them sticking into her. All I could think, though, is, like, I would be putting my shoes on my hands, or, like you said, your shirt or something, like, anything so that you could dig without having things stick
It
in
sucks
you.
because she's thrown into it, and that would make it difficult.
Yeah.
But if you were going to go about it smart, like you saw the needle pit, you realized someone had to go in there
Yeah.
and dig, I think the first thing to do would be to find somebody. There's a lot of guys in there who had button-up shirts. Lay that out. Like a picnic basket. You're still going to get poked a little bit, but then have someone lower you onto it gently, and then use, like, a shirt around your hands or something to kind of dig through.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Every time I see that in the movie, I can never help but think, I guess I think like a video game or something where you pick everything up that could be useful, which is usually what I do. I just always remember she has a shovel. Amanda has a shovel in the beginning of the movie.
She
And I'm like,
does.
oh my God, that would be so useful right there.
That
You could
would have
just,
been
like, sift
helpful.
through it with
In
the shovel.
fact, what if you did this? What if you took someone's shirt or something and you kind of threw it in there, kind of have it shaped like a hammock, and then you were throwing out things that, like,
People on
shoveling out
onto the
needles
floor,
with your clothing. Oh my God, we're so good at Saw.
Again, in the heat of the moment, though, I'd probably, like, sit in the corner and cry and just watch the fight
Same.
go. Like, no, I'm dead. What was everyone's most hated trap? What was the one that gave you,
Oh.
That kiln in the last movie was intense, especially because she didn't have a shot at getting out. Like, she was completely relying on somebody else. That sucks.
Those are the toughest ones where, like, someone else holds your fate, right? Like, what can you do?
Yeah.
Just sit there and take it.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
I felt so bad for the detective when the walls were closing in on him and he knew, like, he was, it was the other guy on the force that was the helper of Jigsaw. I felt so bad. And especially just because I'm a big fan of Gilmore Girls and just seeing him in that situation, I was like, no. But,
I know. It's like, Luke, why you gotta be so evil?
I know.
The one in the, like, I don't know, the incinerator, I guess, where he had to go in and there was the two needles.
Yeah.
It's, okay, so, like, what, should you have just taken one and then got your ass out of there and let them go in and fight for the second one, and then somebody gets, because one of them triggered the fire, right? Like, one of them...
Yeah, one of them popped off, the other one he yanked on it, and it seemed like it started the incinerator.
Well, yeah, he goes in there and he grabs one completely fine. It's when he grabs the other one that it sets off the fire, and then the door closes behind him. So honestly, had he just not tried to grab the other one, he would have been fine.
Yeah.
Someone's asking about the bear trap. Yeah, I mean, if the key was in someone's stomach, you know, and that was the key to your survival.
Dude's gotta die. It's the key to her survival. The key.
Straight up though, like, without a diagram or something, like, or X marks the spot, like, honestly, I think I would get to that point where I could cut into somebody and get it, but I don't know. I would
She
probably
goes
end
into
up cutting
his
into the
stomach.
wrong spot.
Yeah.
Digging.
I don't know where the stomach is. Where is it?
I don't know, dude. That'd be gross. And like, what you'd be seeing all the things he ate and stuff. Gross. That's nasty. It's not sanitary. It's not a sanitary thing.
Yeah, I know it's gross and nasty and everything, but while watching the Saw movies, I just kept on thinking, I'm like, ew, it's really like dirty there,
You know what they used for his guts and stuff in the bear trap scene? Those are pig uteruses. The more you know.
Great.
Also, another interesting little thing about Shawnee Smith is, so Saw started off as a project between these two Australian kids who'd never done anything, and they did a little, kind of a short film to give the studios an idea of what they wanted to do, and it was essentially just that reverse bear trap scene. And of course Lionsgate got it, and they loved it, and they started asking them, what kind of people would you like to see in this? And apparently Lee Winnell has the biggest crush on Shawnee Smith, so he's like, oh, Shawnee Smith, she's a good actress, and of course she's available. So that's cool.
I guess she didn't like horror movies either, so originally she didn't want to be part of it. And
Wow, really? I loved her in the Blob remake.
Sorry?
I loved her in the Blob remake.
Oh. But yeah, I was reading that, she wasn't on board for the project, and then she read it or something, and then she was... Did anyone watch Scream Queens?
Yes! How badly
Lee
did you
Curtis
want to be
one?
on that show? It was a reality show where you had to go through various horror movie scenarios, and if you won, you got a spot at the beginning of Saw 6. So the winner actually is at the beginning of Saw 6. I can't remember her name, but she's there. She's in the gun thing. Wait, no,
They're all
the arm
on
thing.
YouTube too, so if you want to watch season 1 and season 2 of Scream Queens,
That would have
but
been so much fun.
they have their house is all horror, and all of their challenges are horror related. But Shawnee Smith hosts it with James Gunn, when he was still Slither James Gunn and not yet Guardians of the Galaxy James Gunn.
And Scooby-Doo.
And Michael Rooker's on it, and it's really fun to watch. But Shawnee Smith is inundated with horror every episode.
I was just listening to Shockwave's their latest episode the other day, and their guest mentioned that show also and was saying that how good it was. So
I loved it.
now I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. Now I got 2 people saying it's good. So
it's just I saw that and it's I never really wanted to be on a reality show before, but I was like, oh, I want to be on so bad. Not even just because I wanted to be in a Saw movie, just because I wanted to do all the fun traps, and little challenges they had. They had so many fun challenges. They'd have to do things out of horror movies. Sometimes they do stunts, or they'd have to do something gross, or they'd have to scream or something. It was awesome. It was so cool.
Yeah, they have a heavy metal vocalist come in to teach them to scream, and you're like, I want to learn to scream from my diaphragm.
They were explaining, they had a guy who sang metal because they were explaining that you can actually scream a lot without actually damaging your vocal cords if you do it right. And so he was trying to teach them how to do it. So they could be like, oh, da, 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 da. The Saw 5 trap, which trap in Saw 5, Brooke?
Yeah. Which trap specifically? I
shouldn't have even fed lols. I should have been like, if you don't want lols to starve to death, send a super chat. And then maybe I'll feed them. That's a Saw thing. Live or die.
Yeah, we're making
Make
our
your
own
choice.
Saw game now.
Ooh, I love that. Let's come up with a Saw trap.
Oh man.
What is a good Saw trap? What makes the best Saw traps? What are the ones you guys enjoy, and what made them so scary? Because that's a good place to start.
Well, anything where I have to hurt myself is terrifying.
Yeah,
if I gotta rip something out of myself, if I gotta go behind my eye or something.
Addison, there's a lot more backstory on the characters in part 2 in the script that was cut down. And Addison is the gal who puts her hands in the cube, And she was a prostitute. So originally what she was supposed to do in the script is she had this thing that was going to cut her face. Like she had to put her face into this thing. It's kind of like, there's a trap like similar to it later on in the series. But yeah, it was essentially she had to fuck up her moneymaker because she makes her money selling her body for a living. So that was going to be how she would potentially get her antidote. So yeah. I don't think I could do that. I mean, not that I'm vain or anything. I just, we have this imperative in our brains to not harm ourselves.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I wrote a whole short story once when I was in college. It was like a zombie thing, and this guy, he's been bitten, and he kind of goes back to the story of how he got bitten, but it opens with him having a gun in his mouth. He knows his girlfriend is on her way back to the house because there's like a mass panic and everyone's trying to like get to their loved ones. So he has so and so amount of time to off himself before he could potentially harm anybody else, but it was kind of like he just couldn't do it, and by the time he finally does get the balls to do it, like, you know, it's too late. But that's kind of how I think it would be. Like, you might even know that that's the best thing. Like, you know you don't want to die. Your choice is mutilation. But actually making yourself do that is very hard, I think. Like, have you ever tried to make yourself fall? Like, for anything, just, you know, for making a skid or something? Like, your body tries to stop yourself, even though that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I think the anticipation of having to do something is really scary too. Like just knowing that you're going to have to do something and that's your only option.
Would it be harder to be forced to hurt yourself or to hurt other people?
Oh my gosh. I guess it depends on who it was.
Yeah, that's true. And like the guy, it's interesting that they put that one guy in part 3 through the traps that involved people who had hurt his son. I mean, it's like the temptation would be there to be like, you know what? Screw you. You let my kid die.
Yeah.
I would have taken a lot of planning. Just saying that, you know, to go find each of these individual people and then kidnap them and then bring them to this house while you're on your deathbed. Like, that's, you got to respect that planning process.
I was wondering how he found out about the woman who drove away and didn't do anything. I mean, because she never came forward, so... That's a lot of information.
Yeah.
That could have just been anyone. He could have just grabbed a random girl and said, oh, that was her. That was her.
True.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. We don't know.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this kind of cult of Jigsaw in the next movie, too. If you guys have seen the trailer, and especially the posters, there's like a little old lady with the pig mask on. There's like a guy with a pig mask on. Like all different kinds of people from different walks of life with the pig mask on. And it's like he is everywhere. He is everyone. And so I think it's kind of fully realizing this idea, and they had in part 2 of this immortality, that you can't kill him because he's everywhere. He's everyone. You don't know who's involved in this, so you can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I hadn't seen the trailer or any of the posters yet, so that really is intriguing to me.
I think it's going to be exciting. Well, and the interesting part about it is they are finding new victims, and they're finding John Kramer, i.e. Jigsaw's blood underneath the victim's fingernails.
Yeah.
I think that's been planted there by this cult because they need the world to believe that he's still alive. They need them to have that fear.
Yeah.
That's my thought. Or they're going to go supernatural and Jigsaw has possessed the Billy puppet.
I'd watch that.
Oh my god. And then there'd be a love triangle because the Billy puppet would try to go after Tiffany and Chucky would be like, that's my girl.
Oh my
And then they'd all kill people.
That's what I was
together.
thinking. It sounds like a transition to Chucky.
Yeah. I dig it. Okay, so it's worse to have self-mutilation, right? So we're going to start with self-mutilation. Are we going to go sharp? I think the acid, honestly, the one that skeeved me out the most was with Carrie's, you know, Dina Meyer's character, where she had to put her hand in the fucking acid.
Yeah.
And it was dissolving the key. Like, the acid freaked me the fuck out.
Yeah, so it's like, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be like irreparable damage, and you gotta act fast.
And you know they haven't tested this. They haven't. How can you really test how long she can have her hand in the acid before she loses the ability to grip a key? Yeah. Gripping a key under the best circumstances, because this thing's up high. So I actually don't even know. I was watching that today, and I don't even know if she had the ability to reach all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah.
Because of the angle that she's at. I think she was fucked. I also think that Amanda had a hate on for this. She seems to especially not trying to pick on her, but she seems to especially get kind of jealous or get a hate on for other women, like they're more of a threat.
Well, the fact that like the stuff connected to her was like connected through her ribs also, like it's kind of like with the through the jaw thing, like how are you going to get that off anyway? Like there's just no way.
She was fucked.
Even if you did manage to get the key.
Absolutely.
I'm just thinking, why does she pour some of that acid out? It's in this hanging thing, right? And it was like, why is she not tipping it to get at least some of it out so you get
I think
less
she's supposed to like half-ass try to do it, because I remember her like kind of shaking the jar, but it wasn't like a real like, let me see if I can get this out.
I think
like,
she also knew, because she's the one who discovered that the door was welded and stuff. I think she knew that even if she got out, she was fucked. So it's like, how much misery was she going to put herself into before she died? I mean, at a certain point, especially if you knew that, would you want the quick death, or are you going to make yourself suffer?
Yeah.
I think the one, like the rack one, where it's like turning his hands and it turns his head.
Oh, yeah.
Really frightening, because it's like you've been given this amount of time, and in most of them you have this amount of time to do something, but in that one, as the time goes, it's getting worse and worse. And I think that kind of trap it's the same with the pigs, like when the pig bodies were dropping
the
in,
longer you
as the
wait,
time
the worse it is.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I went to Salem with my partner a couple weeks ago. It was delightful. I don't know if anyone knows any of the Salem history, but Giles Corey, does this name So he was pressed to death during the witch trials. So to get a confession out of him, they put a board on him and put rocks on him, and he was killed by this. So I was thinking, if someone had a bed of nails and they were on top of it, and you were slowly putting weight on top of that, that would eventually kill you. And I think that would be an interesting, especially if it was timed like the rack was timed, or how, the pigs were timed like that, as the weight would slowly, descend.
That's a good one.
But I don't know how you get yourself out of it.
There was... This is a really fucked up one, but I'm not actually making this up from my own imagination. It's from a book I read, The History of the World in 10.5 Days, I think it's called. But this book, long story short, it takes place all throughout history. And one of the most horrific parts of this book is they see this spectacle, this experiment, where they have a female mother gorilla and her baby. The ground is electrified, so she has a choice. She can either save her baby, which she tries to do at first. She tries to hold the baby up so he won't die, but she's dying. Or she can stand on the baby to save herself. And she tries to do it for as long as she can, this gorilla does, and eventually she does stand on the baby to save herself.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, that would be a brutal trap. It's sad.
All I can think of is in the Dante's Peak movie, when the grandma gets out into the acid pushing the boat. That's all when you were saying that, I was just picturing that moment.
That was such a sad movie.
Yeah. That was
what about like the new movie? I mean, I know, Bunyip, you haven't seen the trailer. There's this one trap where they have these bucket heads on. They wake up and there's only a small square of vision available to them. The buckets have a chain that goes to the wall. The chains are pulling into the opposite wall, which has saws in it right where their eyes are. And there's like a whole bunch of people beside them.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's kind of similar in that situation. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but if you had the strength to grab one of the other people and push them in front of your visor, eventually that chain would break, I think, and you'd be okay.
Yeah. You just have to be careful who you pick, though, because if they're stronger than you, then you give them that idea.
Yeah.
And then they're going to grab you and do the same thing.
I mean, and we don't even know what's going to happen when that traps me. That's going to happen.
Yeah, maybe. No, that would be... The eye stuff bugs me. Anything coming at the eyes, I'm always... I don't know, when horror movies go for the eye, like...
Have you seen Would You Rather?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a brutal scene in that where, I mean, essentially they're given a choice. And a lot of it is, would you rather hurt yourself or hurt somebody else? Yeah. And one of them is this guy is given a razor blade and he needs to cut his eye. Like, I couldn't do that.
The only thing that messed me up with that, though, is I don't know the logistics of that. I feel like it was too clean when he did it in the movie. I was kind of just like, really? That's all that happens?
Wouldn't there be a lot of fluid?
That's what I would think.
More gore.
Our eyes have a lot of like liquid substance in them.
Yeah. Next time I go, I'm due for an eye appointment to get new contacts. Maybe I'll ask my optometrist. Like,
see, I Google this stuff a lot, and I wonder... I wonder if, like, this is why, I don't know if you guys know, but my channel has been largely pretty much demonetized. Like, all of my videos have been hit, so my videos don't really make any money anymore. But I wonder if it's because of my fucking Google searches, because I will be like, how much would an eye leak if it was cut, you know? How long are intestines? Are intestines strong enough to hold up a human body? These are my Google searches.
Intestines are very long, aren't they? Aren't they like
football
I don't know.
field long, and they're strong. Your hair is too. Okay, check out this trap. I just came up with one. Okay, so your hair. I watched this whole film theory on Rapunzel, and it was talking about how your hair is actually really strong, and you feasibly could have somebody hang by their hair or whatever, and that it could support your body. The hardest thing for her would be dragging her hair around because she's dragging that weight around. So, what if you got somebody with long hair and you had it in some kind of a braid and then you have it over some kind of a pulley thing? You could like have them hanging by their hair. But you could have, I don't know, like if they move or something, it could like, I don't know, turn on a flame that would burn their hair and then they would fall into a vat of acid.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how they're supposed to get out of that. I just thought of the gross stuff. You guys can come up with getting out of it.
That wouldn't rip out your scalp after a while, though?
No, apparently, because all the hairs are being held, it wouldn't.
At the same, if they're the same pressure that's being put on all of them, if it was one section, I think I think eventually
a little section would. But if it's all together... it would be fine, especially if it was over like a pulley.
Okay.
You can actually hold like, I don't know, they did it on film theory. You can hold like the weight of like 5 or 6 grown men. Like they were explaining how she realistically could let somebody climb her hair. It would hurt.
Oh, interesting.
But her hair wouldn't fall out. Over time, her hair would fall out more from dragging it around all the time because it's really heavy.
Oh, okay, I see.
And it's like when someone wears a hat every day, or you wear your hair in a tight bun, like we've seen in other cultures. Eventually, that will damage your scalp and your hair will fall out.
Yeah.
But somebody alone climbing it isn't gonna rip it off your head.
Okay.
I'm so glad I have short hair right now.
Yeah.
I know. So you should have someone.
I also don't like it when people's fingernails come off. I think that's nasty.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
I think that is like a really sick form of punishment, taking someone's fingernails.
Yeah.
That's like,
or
you're not
sticking.
Die from it.
Okay. Check this out. What if? This is something they haven't done in Saw yet, and I would like to see this. We haven't made anybody eat anybody else yet, which is awesome. Or they have to eat themselves. Okay. So check this out. So your hands. Hi, is your pizza here? No. It's gonna be here any second. You better go wait for it, or you're gonna miss it. They're gonna give it to some other masked boy. Hurry, Lols! So your hands are handcuffed together by shackles, right? Okay. The key to the shackles is under the skin in your wrist. You have to chew through your own wrist to get the key. And then
I would die.
Do this with the key to open the shackles.
That one couldn't be timed though, because how long is it going to take you to?
Yeah, you've got a minute, and if you don't do it in a minute, then
your hands rip off.
Yeah, the shackles are also connected to chains that attach to the wall. In a minute, they're going to rip, and then your arms are going to be ripped from your body, but that's still going to kill you. So there's also going to be like there's also going to be like a whole bunch of like tiny braids in your hair, because little ones can get ripped out, like little pieces of hair, and they're all attached to like this big like kind of Shiva crown thing, and that's going to rip off too. Oh, and drink blood. What do you guys think? Cool? What if there was a thing? Oh my god, this is so exciting. Okay, what if even instead of ripping off your limbs and your hair, what if, okay, so your teeth are what you need to manipulate the key, and you need your teeth to get to the key, which is hidden underneath your skin. But what if there's a thing attached to your teeth where it's going to, like, rip out your teeth and, like, you, I don't know, your jaw. I don't know, would you die from that?
Probably bleed out, right?
I think so.
I think we need to Google search that one.
Can you bleed? Yeah. Okay, let's Google search it. Can you bleed to death from your mouth?
I feel like you've already made this unbeatable the first time.
Your mouth does heal the fastest out of your entire body.
That's true.
Bleed to death from a pulled tooth. Oh my god, can you just give me a simple example?
Just one tooth? Probably not.
Okay,
Surely
apparently
not.
you can. Apparently even from one tooth, like, there's a couple people who have died. This woman was 38. She had 3 teeth removed, and she was spitting up blood and stuff, and she died. So, yes, from just one tooth you can. So, my trap will work. Your teeth are all going to get pulled out, and you're going to bleed to death. Slowly, unless you chew through your own arm.
Yeah.
Okay, how about the key is in your buddy's stomach, but your hands are locked together, so you have to use your...
You're locked around them in a hug. You're locked around them in a hug, and you have to eat into their belly.
Chew through him to get
Oh,
them,
no.
get both of you
And
out.
they've sharpened your teeth so that you can do it. Your teeth have been sharpened into fangs, so you can rip into your buddy's belly.
You get to keep
You know how much setup you're gonna have to do for this? Like, you're gonna have to file their teeth.
Nobody said being part of the Jigsaw crew was easy.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I think they put a lot of work. I think we need like a behind-the-scenes film that's just about them setting up the traps and like ordering pizza, and then one goes off accidentally, and then they get a new guy in, and you know.
So here's the thing that really confuses me, because I believe they said at some point that John Kramer, i.e. Jigsaw, was an engineer. So it explains how he is able to put together these very intricately developed traps with springs and all sorts of confusing mechanisms that could easily be tripped and could go wrong. But I mean, we haven't seen that happen where they just went off mistakenly. However, Amanda, and we do know there has been some time, I mean, even just from the movies, Saw 2 came out in 2005, Saw 3 came out in 2006, but we know from the length of her hair that quite a lot of time has passed, that it's been a number of years. But she shows the collar that she puts on Lynn, and she says she built it. Like, how the fuck did you build that? I can't even make toast without burning it, and she built that? The fuck?
She did mention that if, like, even the slightest, like, rock or something could make it go off. And she said, trust me, because I built it. So obviously something bad happened while she was making it. Like, that showed her, oh, no, this is really sensitive. Or if you do this.
Maybe she's
the
just
poor
not very
soul she
good at
tested it on.
I kind of want to see. I want to see John Kramer's, like, not wood shop, but whatever the fuck you would call saw trap shop. Saw trap shop. All right, kids. Today we're gonna be making some reverse bear traps. You want to be careful with that little trigger there, Johnny. You know, and then at the end of the year for your big thing, you get to, like, make up your own trap. And, like, I like to think that Jigsaw would have been proud of my traps. My traps are the bomb. I like it when they eat people, guys. There needs to be more eating people in horror. Or, what if you're trapped in an elevator, right? You're trapped in an elevator. Some of these people you know, and they're your friends. And some of them you don't know. But the key to the box to get to the switches to open the elevator are in somebody's stomach. And you have no cutting utensils. And you don't even know which stomach it's in. It could be in your stomach. Everyone's eating everybody's stomachs.
Oh my god. There's chaos. We're going to get out.
People are breaking their watches. People are using their jewelry. People are scratching into people's stomachs like little rats.
And shake them and hear if they jingle. And if they do jingle, they got the keys in them. So you go into that.
Like a ring of janitor's keys.
What if they ate some coins earlier?
Which key it is.
Like, what if there's, like, a baby you could do that with, and it could just be because they ate change on the floor, and then you cut up on a baby for nothing, and then you have all this wasted baby paste that you're not even using to make yourself look younger, like in The Witch. It's just a total waste.
Oh, I hate wasted babies. That's the
I
worst
hate
kind.
wasted baby pains. I mean, that's a waste of opportunity.
Oh my god.
I also like how in Autopsy of Jane Doe, like the more they like cut into her, they find all these little secrets. What if there was like a map like carved onto someone's ribs or something? Or, I don't know, little messages and stuff. I just think there needs to be more eating people. There needs to be more cutting open people. And that's what I would like to see in a trap. Discuss.
I second that. I think that would be, yeah, because those, like, eating people is one of the most horrific and long-standing fears, right?
Yeah.
Like, the idea, like, even vampires, it is about consuming the body,
Yeah.
and, like, the ghouls, they eat, the zombie goes into your head, cannibals, like, this is a long-standing fear of ours. So the idea of someone coming to devour you is pretty horrific.
Yeah.
And like, how would you even pick? Like, I don't know, do different humans taste differently? What if I tried a human and like, it just wasn't my kind of human? Like, I try to eat Bunyip and she puts on like a weird perfume that I'm allergic to, so my nose is running, I'm sneezing, I can't even like bite into her because I'm having all these allergies, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't really like eating people. But I didn't even know that like Maven might taste delicious.
I think it's all in the
with
preparation. You need to get some advice from Hannibal Lecter. He'll give you some
Well,
cooking
he's got
tips.
recipes
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. I actually love Hannibal. He's a charmer. Okay, he eats
Oh, I
people.
love him
He's
too.
really smart. He's really cultured. He has a lot to
manners.
offer. Like, he's a cannibal, but we all have our flaws.
Yeah, I cried in Hannibal too at the end of that movie. That's how much I loved that movie.
I just like
It's
that
ridiculous.
he has manners. Like, I'm like that too. Like, whenever I see somebody just be like really rude, I'm just like, ugh, you're lucky I'm not gonna eat you.
I love those T-shirts that say, you know, "Eat the rude" or whatever. But I would be afraid to wear that and have someone from my school see me wearing
Oh my
that.
gosh.
You know, walking around town, because of course, when I wear that shirt, that would be the day that I see someone from work. But-
Like, what does your shirt say? You're like, nothing.
I have a problem because Lulz and I we're the same shirt size and we're the same shoe size. And I think it's kind of like what you go through when you have a daughter and they start to get into your makeup and your clothes, but I don't really mind. I don't. Like, sometimes I'll get a shirt and he'll be like, oh, I love that new Ghostbusters shirt, Mom. And I'm like, it's cool, buddy. We'll share it. If you want to wear it, that's fine. Just let me know. So, but lately he's just been kind of going into my drawers and I'm like, that's my shirt. And some of them are inappropriate, dude. Like, totes inappropriate. So he had like one of my Bloody Pit of Horror Guar shirts on the other day, and I'm like, dude, too much. Too much. You crossed the line, buddy. I don't know.
Be careful letting him wear your clothes, because we don't want to have like a Norman Bates incident at the end of all.
My shirts, I'm a t-shirt and jeans kind of gal, so he's alright. Like, if he started wearing my dresses, I guess I'd be fine with it. When he was little, he used to like to try on my like shoes, like, I don't know, flip flops and little girly shoes and stuff. I think he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine, right?
He's fine.
Today I have a
Totally
Stranger
fine.
Things shirt on. It's awesome.
Aw.
That is great. I have Lily Munster.
Nice. I got this shirt for
Nice.
$3 from Shirt Punch.
I also kind of have Lily Munster
Aw.
and Bride of Frankenstein.
I love Lily Munster.
family.
I have Misery.
Nice.
Oh,
I'd like to get a
Nice.
Lily Munster tattoo one day.
oh, that'd be great. I legitimately had difficulty deciding what shirt to wear. I'm like, oh, what way do I go?
hard.
And then I ended up with the one you can't even see.
It's hard. Like, I pick out my shirts for the show, and then I'm like, you can't even see my shirt. What?
Yeah.
And then it looks like I'm trying to look at my boobs because I'm like, what? I'm just trying to look at my shirt.
She turned it
Danny
herself.
does that. Oh god, it's so irritating because we try to pick out our shirts based on like what we're reviewing. Like, oh, like it's so frustrating when you were like doing a Saw reaction, you realize you don't own a Saw shirt. Like, it's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing is what it is. But yeah, like, we'll be adjusting the camera and then he will turn the camera way down, so it's like got our foreheads cut off because he wants to show his shirt. I'm like, dude.
I had this with the Chucky, though. I knew we were going to talk about
You look
Child's
like
Play,
Tiffany.
too. And I was like, how do I not own a shirt with Chucky or Tiff or anything from that? Like, I'm like, really, I'm kind of embarrassed because that was a really important, franchise to me. So, yeah.
I go through it all the time, dude. So, moving on. Who's ready to talk about Tiffany from Bride of Chucky?
Yeah.
So Tiffany, her backstory is revealed throughout the movies, but her first appearance is in Bride of Chucky, originally back when Charles Lee Ray, who is the killer who becomes Chucky, he puts his soul into the doll using voodoo. He was living with Tiffany, and he had stolen a big fatty ring from Lady Von Pelt, and then he's killed and put into the doll. So Tiffany, all these years, hangs onto this ring thinking that he was going to propose to her. So she builds this kind of big romantic fantasy in her head, and she is very much a romantic and very kind of old-fashioned romance too. Woman cooks, the guy does the dishes, men need to be polite and mind their P's and Q's and such, and love is real and it's a thing. This is all like the Tiffany stuff. So she hangs on to this, and then after part 3, it looks like she's spent her time gathering articles, trying to track down where the doll ended up. And she tracks it down to a police station that also has a lot of other memorabilia from like Friday the 13th and such. Like we see Jason's mask and Freddy's claw. She gets the doll, and she uses the voodoos to wake him up. And at first everything's great until she finds out that he never intended for her to have that ring, that he just stole it and he was going to go hawk it for some of the money. And then she's like, well, that sucks. So she humiliates Chucky, and Chucky retaliates by pushing her television into her bathtub, killing her. Then he puts her into the body of the doll that she gave him to humiliate him, and Tiffany's a doll. And I guess then everything's okay because they kind of get back together, and then they bone, and then they have a kid. It's a whole thing. It's a little complicated at the end of Bride of Chucky because she, being a romantic, she quotes Bride of Frankenstein, and she's like, we belong dead. So she tries to kill them both, but it doesn't really work. They come back in Seed of Chucky, which sucks all the balls. And at the end of that one, they have an opportunity to finally put their dolls, their souls into humans. Confusingly enough, Tiffany puts her soul into the body of actress Jennifer Tilly, who also plays Tiffany. It's confusing. They impregnate her with twins, and that's where Glenda is going. And then Chucky is offered the fucking chauffeur, and he's just like, I don't want to be your chauffeur. Fuck that shit. I'd rather be Chucky the Killer Doll. And that's where we end up. And then you think they're kind of broken up, blottity. But at the end of Curse of Chucky, we see that she is Jennifer Tillying around and helping Chucky, and she's going to be back in the next movie. And that's, I guess, Tiffany's story in a nutshell.
That was good. That was very good.
Thank you. So she's a wife, she's a mother, she's a killer. She's a lot of things.
There's a lot of hats.
She's very loyal.
Yeah.
So
I love me some Tiff. I just think that she is delightful. Bride of Chucky is by far my favorite of all of the Child's Play franchise. I just adored it. And when I was watching special features, I don't know if people have watched that, but director Ronnie Hughes talking about how he made the film to look basically like a romantic comedy. Like the way that it's structured is to be a romantic comedy, but with killing in it.
Yeah.
And that plays to her because, like you said, she is this romantic. She says at one point, like, you know me, I'll kill anyone, but I'll only sleep with someone I love.
Yeah.
So she's got this loyalty, this romance in her head, yet she's a complete psychopath. I think that she's a really interesting sort of character.
It's a lot like we said about Amanda. Like, we see she's a ruthless killer, but she also has feelings. You know, she has emotions and wants and desires just like us. I mean, she's not just a straight up villain. She's got very human characteristics to her. I think qualities that we relate to. And that's a question I want to ask you guys, because my favorite of the franchise is Bride of Chucky. I love that movie. I think they mixed the comedy and the horror and stuff in it really well, and it was fantastic. But there are people who don't like that movie. And a lot of people hate Seed of Chucky, understandably so. That movie sucked serious ass. But all that aside, I've never met a single person who doesn't like Tiffany. So even though some people don't like Bride of Chucky, they still love Tiffany. What is it about this character you guys think that has given her such staying power and made her so popular amongst fans?
Well, I can probably understand why she's popular with male fans. Especially when she's Jennifer Tilly and
she's like Ryan Reynolds. Like
dolls,
both genders adore her. You know, women want to be her, men want to do her. And I don't know, she's wonderful.
Well, she's got that thing about her. She's got like, I don't even know how you would describe it, like moxie or something. Like she knows what she wants. She's confident about it. She's confident about herself. And there's something, you know, like endearing about that or attractive about that. You're kind of just like, yeah, like you go girl, you get that doll, you do that voodoo, you get your man back, whatever. And she appreciates the horror and the blood and the gore that comes with all that.
I think it's nice that we get a female version of a Chucky. Like, I know it's not really but we get a female killer doll. And Chucky didn't get any choice about what kind of doll he goes into. He went into this good guy doll because it was the closest thing. Mm-hmm. When she becomes Tiff, she customizes the shit out of that doll. Like she
Have you guys listened to the commentary, by the way? Jennifer Tilly is hilarious on these commentaries, and apparently she thought that Tiffany because she wasn't the big star at the point of Bride and Chucky, she the doll doesn't have as much movement in its face, the animatronic puppet. And she thought that the doll was really ugly and that she wanted something a little more feminine. And so that's why she looks very different in Seed of Chucky. But I liked her look in Bride of Chucky, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, I preferred it. She looks weird in Seed of Chucky. Like, I don't know.
It's supposed to be a doll, a baby doll, kind of. Like, I don't like, they changed her face shape too much.
And I think it appeals to, like, if you were the kind of weirdo kid that, you know, customized your dolls and did, you know, made them little outfits and stuff like that. It kind of appeals to that sort of group of people.
Yeah.
And, she was just, I don't know. She came at the right time. It had the right soundtrack. She had the right...
I love the soundtrack.
Yeah, I love this soundtrack. Like, just starting off with Living Dead Girl, everybody's like, all right, I'm in the mood for this. And it just, I don't know. It was
I think that speaks to me as a female fan, though. Like, her intro is that Living Dead Girl, and she just looks like a badass, and she's into, like, she's wearing all black, and I'm kind of just like, yes, I can relate to that.
Oh, no,
I'm not a murderer. Oh, no, Bunyip.
Call her back.
We lost her.
She'll be back. Hopefully. And I'll fix my windows.
We'll get her.
Come back to us.
No.
Come back to us. She's like, no.
You look like she might have been frozen for a little there.
Well, oops. Bunyip, are you there? I don't know what to do.
Uh-oh. Do you not, like, is her Skype, like, not working?
I'm going to try removing her and adding her back in. I think that's the best way to go.
Oh, she looked like she was coming for a second then.
I don't know what to do.
Okay.
Well,
Alright,
I'll just redo your windows. add you back in that way. Since she is having the technical difficulties. Alright, what were we talking about before we lost our friend? So sad.
I was saying how I relate to Tiffany, like, as a female fan.
Yeah, I think
But she's all, like, dark and scary, and I can relate to that as a female fan of horror.
I am always being told by a lot of guys, especially like when I was younger and stuff, they'd be like, it's cool because you like a lot of dude things. I'm like, okay, what dude things exactly do I like? Because I don't see how you guys got the monopoly on, you know, liking horror movies and video games and stuff. Like, how are these dude things? And I love that Tiffany likes the things that we like, but she's still very feminine. It just shows that, you know, yes, you can be a girl, and she loves crafts and romance and such, but she also loves a bit of killing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think there's a good representation of that kind of mix of that, like, hardcore kind of scary sort of chick, but she's also very domestic. Like, she loves Martha Stewart. Her little trailer is adorable.
She's back!
It's got, like, butterflies. Like,
I don't know. My computer just freaked out. I was just like, oh, no.
Welcome back!
Yay!
Come here, my baby! Bracky, come here!
Sorry about that.
We're glad to have you back.
I don't know what
Pizza
happened.
with me.
Everything just started pausing and, like, turning off. I'm like, what's going on?
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on Tiff? Do you like Tiff? Do you feel
she's awesome. I love how sassy she is, and I love how she doesn't take anyone's crap. And, you know, it is endearing how loyal she is, but I feel really bad for her most of the time because she's not getting that love that she wants in return. So, yeah, I do feel for her quite a bit.
It's interesting because her and Chucky, obviously, they are very, you know, anti-societal norm, meaning that they have no problem killing anybody. But even Chucky is very loyal. I mean, look how long he tried to make things work with Andy, and that kid was, like, not having it. Like, that little bastard was so ungrateful. And, you know, even with Tiffany, like, he is loyal to her. He stays with her. He still has a relationship with her. I don't even know. Most of my friends haven't managed to stay, you know, friendly with their exes like Chucky and Tiffany. They work together well. You know, he has a kid and stuff. Like, he really does kind of do the whole domestic thing in seat of Chucky. So both of them are very loyal, which I think is interesting.
It's interesting to... Oh, sorry. Go.
No, you go ahead, love.
I was going to say, it's an interesting connection between Amanda and Tiffany then, that kind of... I don't know if I'd label... Well, I guess you could label Tiffany as a bit, like, obsessive and, like that loyal to a fault, that she waited for Chucky that long and she was able to, you know, like... She was just so ready to, like, jump back into it with Chucky, kind of like how Amanda was so ready to just immediately transfer her loyalties to Jigsaw.
I mean, even you would think, like, kind of the end of that relationship would be that she decided to become human and be in Jennifer Tilly's body, and Chucky decided to remain as a doll. And she's still helping him out. She's still, you know, seems like she's still got the thing for the Chucky.
You have to wonder what his great appeal is to her. So.
He's hilarious. He's a beautiful ginger hair, and he can kill.
Chucky apparently has good taste in jewelry, even if he's, you know, taking it from someone.
I love how Tiffany was able to, like, deck out that little trailer, like the little Airstream trailer, and make it look so cool. Like, I never wanted to live in one of those until I saw hers. So I was like, whoa. That's awesome.
She had a full bath in there. Like, she was taking a legit bath. And it was like this clawfoot bathtub, like, in the center of the room. Like, where is this in the trailer?
And she's nice to people, too. I mean, if you cross her, obviously she's going to kill you. She has a lot of those, we were talking about Hannibal Lecter's rules, where you can't be rude. Like, she didn't like the very rude newlywed couple that invaded in on them. And she didn't like that they were being rude to the kids they were traveling with. She was very offended by that, and that's why those people were killed.
Yeah.
But like, she's nice to her neighbor. She's genuinely pretty nice to most people, unless you've done something to offend her.
Or you have something she wants.
Well, this is true too.
But again, a motivated and determined woman. She's a role model. It's good.
And we see Chucky. He obviously is, his interest in Tiffany is, he just loves how creative she is with the kills and stuff. Like, she does that big kill with the mirror above the bed in Bride of Chucky, and he's just like, whoa, I love you. You're amazing.
Yeah.
But she has a lot of fun with Chucky, and he is loyal, and I think that's a big part of it. I also have you guys seen Real Housewives of Horror? It's so funny. You can watch it. It's on Nerdist on YouTube. But it's like the Real Housewife shows. Like, it's like a reality show. It's fake. But they're all married to killers. So we have this one woman who, she's a virgin, and she's got very much like a slasher husband. But we have this one woman who is married to Tucky, who was a killer doll. And now he's human, and he has the freckles and everything. But she's so embarrassed because he doesn't kill anymore. Yeah. So, I think the fact that Chucky's like always game to kill people and go on adventures is a big part of the appeal for Tiffany.
Yeah. And they do play out like a romantic comedy, and I think that kind of appeals to her too. Her romantic sensibility is when AJ said that. Like, I immediately thought of that too. That first kill that she does with the nail bomb or whatever that explodes, and he kind of like, there's that like quintessential rom-com moment where Chucky looks at her and he's like surprised, like impressed, like surprised, impressed, like that was pretty good. And I'm like, every romantic comedy ever. They're at odds, and then all of a sudden the guy like sees her in a new light, and I'm like, hands down, that's exactly what this movie is.
So even though people love Tiffany, I think I've never heard of anyone saying they love Seed of Chucky. I think it's almost unanimous across the board that most people don't like that movie. Even though you love the character, what is it about that movie that you think just didn't work? How was Tiffany not able to save this disaster of a film?
I think they tried to do too much with it. There was just so much happening. Like, let's, have them try to become human, and they're already in a movie in Hollywood, so they're existing dolls, and then we're bringing them back, and now they have this son, and he has identity issues, which I like, that was a whole something. I don't know. I just thought they did that. That was offensive and insensitive and just wrong on so many possible levels.
Glenn, I don't know. At first, I thought it was kind of cute when he was just kind of, he was afraid of violence, but then they just went way weird with that. And I actually saw on the IMDb page for Cult of Chucky that Glenn and Glenda are on the list, and I'm nervous about that.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was nervous about too. I don't like his character, Glenda. I didn't like that character either. So,
have you guys seen the new image from Cult of Chucky that just got revealed exclusively on Bloody Disgusting? We see Chucky holding this like canister. I can't remember what the substance is. And his hand is all funky, like almost kind of tentacly. My theory is that because there's multiple dolls, I think they're finding ways to like make like organic Chuckies, like, and impregnate these women with them. So that one woman is treating Chucky like a baby because it was her baby. I think she actually gave birth to it.
Interesting.
And at the end of it, we see a woman. It looks like it might be Nika's stomach, but we see her cut open and there's a baby inside. So I think they're like incubating these little Chucky dolls that are actually not even really dolls. They're, like flesh and blood.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a theory.
I am so excited for the new Chucky movie, because I loved our Curse of Chucky.
Me too, and I love the addition of Nika. Fiona Dorff, who is Brad Dourif's daughter, playing Nika, is wonderful.
I think they just returned to, the very first Child's Play movie was kind of spooky. It was, creepy, but you didn't really know what was happening. And I think that they returned to that with Curse of Chucky really, really well, because after Seed of Chucky, like you said, so many people hated it. I think they were so right to go completely in the opposite direction and do something totally different. And it won me back over again, because after Seed, I was like, no. I'm
For me, there's a lot of things I didn't like about Seed and Chucky. One of them, we went through a very brief period in horror there. I think it was a backlash to, there is this thing that with the 80s and 90s movies, you know, people would always say, oh, the black guy or girl is going to get killed first, which is really fucked up and racist and actually kind of true. And I think the backlash to that, like how they were going to make it right in horror, was they got all these celebrities, like rappers or singers and stuff. We had the gal from Destiny's Child and Freddy vs. Jason. We had Busta Rhymes. We had Redman and Seed and Chucky. But, and I think they were trying to say, like, see, horror movies aren't racist anymore. But one, it's kind of racist that you're kind of casting them for that reason. At least I think that's what they were doing. And two, they were... It made me hate these characters, and I didn't hate them because they were black. I'm not like that. I hated them because they made these characters, like, really sassy towards these icons that I love. You know, the character in Destiny's Child, in Freddy vs. Jason, she's like, you're not even scary anymore. I'm like, bitch, you don't talk to Freddy like that. You have respect. You know, Busta Rhymes kicks Michael Myers' ass. And even in this one, like... Redman is just like totally just being a dick to Jennifer Tilly and to Tiffany, and I was just like, so that's one of the things. Like, it's a very brief trend in horror. Now I think we're kind of doing it. As you saw in Scream 4, one of the characters says, "But you can't kill me. I'm the gay guy," which is like kind of a newer thing in horror right now. It's like, it used to be that if there was a gay character in a horror movie, they usually turned out to be the villain, like in movies like Pieces and such. And now they're like, but we're not homophobic. We're going to not kill that character now. And then whenever you do something like that, I think it gets kind of a backlash. And then, I don't know, it fluctuates how the climate in horror changes.
No, I think that's a really insightful observation that you're making there about it. And I think that, like, that's been a problem with horror, the treatment of the queer community, trans people, like, they're often demonized in horror. Like, even we're joking about Psycho, but back to their Dress to Kill, like, Sleepaway Camp, like, you know, these people are having crazy identity issues, and it makes them kill people.
I actually think transgender is probably going to be the next one, because for a while there, it used to be that black people would get killed first. Then it was like black people aren't going to get killed in the horror movie, like, because it went the other way. Like, they didn't want to be seen as racist. And then it was, you know, if there was a gay person, they'd be the villain. Then they weren't going to kill him because they didn't want to be seen as homophobic. And now I'm thinking it's going to go like, I think we're going to have a transgender final girl, or at least transgender characters who don't get killed off or become the villain. I think that's what we're going to see next, because horror, I don't know, for a genre where they like to push the envelope, in some ways they really adhere to that PC culture.
For sure.
I think it has a lot to do with what we're afraid of and what we're afraid to talk about too, and anything like that comes into like that, like, PC issue, like how is the best way to handle it, we're afraid to just even approach it at all. And then here comes horror, so horror's going to handle it in the way it knows how, which normally gets a lot of backlash. But I mean, I think at least it gets people thinking about it.
I think so,
I think
too.
That's the first step.
I don't think it was maybe even necessarily like it started that way. Like, and a good example is Jamie Lee Curtis being a virgin in Halloween. They asked John Carpenter, you know, why did it have to be a virgin? And he's like, it really had nothing to do with her being a virgin. The idea was that all of her friends were into partying, and they were into, you know, drinking and dating, and they were distracted, so they were easy to knock off. Whereas Laurie, she didn't have that, so she's also babysitting, so she's already a little more vigilant in her, you know, watching her surroundings. But she was able to pay attention more, and that's what made her survive. It had nothing to do with her being a virgin. It had to do with the fact that she was paying attention. I mean, I think that character, I mean, we see her kind of have a romantic relationship in the second one. She doesn't let herself get distracted by things like that. Yeah, she has a relationship in H2O too, and she's still able to kick ass. But it was easy for a lot of critics to boil it down to, well, it's because she's a virgin, and to simplify it. Like, you know, we have a few slasher movies where, unfortunately, you know, one of the characters gets killed off first, and they're like, oh, well, it's because they're black. And then they're like, no, that was not the intention. So then you get like a backlash.
Yeah. And it's the same, we start seeing the final girl take on all of these, you know, traits, because she's inspired by Marilyn Burns in Texas Chainsaw. She's inspired by Jamie Lee Curtis. So, you know, she's going to be a virgin. She's going to be tough. She might have an androgynous name. Like, we start seeing these things, and then it becomes, that's what the final girl looks like now. And now we come to recognize, you know, the virgin who's studious and, you know, not experimenting with drugs. She has to survive. And I think we talked a little bit about these horror movie conventions and how sometimes we play against them. And I love that. I love when a movie just completely gets rid of those. And like something like Cabin in the Woods really kind of threw a lot of that on its head. I was really reluctant to watch that movie because I was like, oh, this might be terrible. And I ended up really enjoying it because it made fun of a lot of those tropes.
Yeah.
And I think that was an interesting thing when Bride of Chucky came out and we had the Scream franchise. Like, we were getting really meta with horror. It was really recognizing itself and saying, this is what it looks like. What can we do about that? Can we joke about it? Can we make it funny while it's still scary? Like, where can we go?
Oh, God, like the Scary Movie movies. They really make fun of a lot of the stuff. They really go for the humor angle and point out a lot of these tropes that not a lot of people talk about. Hey, CP's here. Hey, CP. Another thing as regards to the final girl, I've read a lot of criticism that says that essentially in order for the final girl to kill the slasher, that she basically has to become a man. That it kind of implies that women aren't strong enough on their own. So she needs to pick up a phallic object. And then while she has the phallic object, the metaphorical penis, she has the strength and skill to survive, and then she drops it, and then she can go and cry and be held and do the American thing. Have you guys noticed that in movies, Americans are always putting blankets on people? Here's your blanket. You're okay now. So, and then everything's gravy. But if it comes back, she needs to pick up one of those metaphorical penises or she's fucked. And I disagree with that. You know, I disagree with that a lot, especially we've seen a lot of movies where when they don't let go of that metaphorical penis, you know, movies like Jennifer's Body is one. Also, one of my favorites, Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2, where she's waving that chainsaw around like a giant dong at the end. Like, she's like, I ain't giving this up. This is mine. But I don't believe that a woman necessarily needs to become like a man to be strong. You know, I think the reason that these women are surviving is because I think it's more like what Joseph Campbell said. Now, Joseph Campbell did the hero's journey. He essentially said that all of our stories from the beginning have been kind of the same story if you really look at it. We have our hero, he leaves home, he goes on this journey, he comes back, and he's changed. And he talks about how the hero has the other. The other is the antagonist or the villain in the story. And they're essentially the hero had they made a different decision. So had Luke Skywalker chosen the dark side, he would be Darth Vader. They are one and the same. Voldemort and Harry Potter, these are all different sides of the same coin, and I see that in horror. We look at Laurie and Michael. They are both outsiders. They both, you know, come from the same background and everything. But, you know, one of them kills people, the other one doesn't. And I think the reason the final girl is able to best the killer is because they both have this kind of suppressed animalistic energy that comes out when they need it the most. So our killers are usually people who are not fucking. I mean, they usually aren't. They usually have some kind of fucked up mommy or daddy issue, and that's part of why they're killing all these teenagers, you know, boning at camp and stuff, right? They have this repressed, like, sexual energy in them that comes out in these explosive ways through, you know, machetes and chainsaws and such. Our final girls are not necessarily virgins, but they're women who are not reveling in the pleasures of life, like drugs and sex and stuff. So they have a lot of this, like, repression. I mean, they hold back from a lot of these things because they're trying to make good decisions for themselves and to, you know, ask themselves, like, if these are things they really want in their life. You know, do they want to be doing a lot of drugs when they're supposed to be studying and such? So then you have these two forces who both have this, like, repressed animalistic energy, and then they go up against each other. And I think the final girl is actually, because she's not even been killing people, I think she's got a little bit more, and that's where the final girl usually bests them. Because she's not even killing people. She has no release usually. Then she finally has this opportunity for release when she goes up against this slasher. and there's like boom. Or I could be
Yeah.
talking up my ass. I don't know.
No.
Discuss.
I think a lot of it has to do with too, because you're mentioning the phallic object that the final girl always has to take control of to win. I think a lot of it has to do with the idea of like penetration as well.
Yes.
With that phallic object comes with that idea of that, and that's part of like just tacking it onto what you're saying. That's part of the power that comes with that, is being able to penetrate somebody.
Who's gonna get fucked? Am I gonna get
Right.
fucked? Are you gonna penetrate me with your machete, or am I gonna fuck you up?
Exactly.
If it comes down to you or me getting fucked, Michael Myers, well, I don't know, Michael. But yeah, I'd probably kill him.
So my research that I do for school is really based in horror and differences in spectatorship between men and women. And so I've been trying to sort of, I do empirical research, I actually talk to female fans, and I've been comparing that with the existing research because all this research is only ever talked to male spectators and male fans of horror. So there seems to be this belief in the literature that men are more scared of external threats. So they're scared of something outside that's going to somehow penetrate them, that's going to somehow let their insides out. Where women are more scared of an internalized horror, so something possessing them, someone raping them, someone getting inside of their material body. And I think that this is really talking about what you're saying about this idea of the final girl taking back the phallic element, and then she's going to be the one who's penetrating, and that's what's scary to the killer. That's what's scary to the slasher, because they can't do anything about that. Their power's, been taken away, and she's wielding the dong now, as everyone's saying in the chat.
Yeah, I've gotten a reputation for the dongs. Sorry, guys.
I like it. King Dong.
And Count Jacula's stream, they call me the dongstress. So, there's that.
I love it.
So, but yeah, I think that's absolutely right, because that is, a fear among women. And especially like when we see possession films, it is usually typically a woman or a child. And I think a lot of the reason why we see a lot of these female protagonists in these paranormal movies is there's this belief that women and children are more empathetic, that they are able to sense the other or the supernatural better than men. What's interesting, though, is in a lot of these movies, then we see a male figure, a priest or a rabbi or some other, oftentimes religious figure, or even the father, like in, the movie The Possession, who comes along and tries to understand this and then expel the thing that has, even in the movie The Entity, her oldest son is trying to help her. But a lot of times they try to do these things through like physical means, like a very invasive, like, exorcism, or some kind of a thing. You guys got quiet. I got nervous.
Like they're literally using the word of the father to cast
out. Power Christ compels you.
Patriarchal thing. We live in that society, and men are associated with the language, with the mind, with that sort of thing. Women are associated with the body, with the emotional, right? So you're hysterical. You have two divided spirits inside of you. Let me come and use the word of the father, and we'll cast it out, and everything will be fine.
I think that men are afraid of this penetration idea as well. I think they aren't as different from us as we think they are. And I think, that's why we're seeing more possession movies with men. And I also think that's where we come into movies like The Human Centipede. Like, like, oh God, you guys can be fucked too. Or even a lot of these kind of body horror type movies like Videodrome and such, kind of tap into that fear with men. In the chat, they're talking a lot about the Alien franchise. And I think the Alien franchise does a beautiful job of blending both of these things. So we have an egg, which is a female, a symbol of, life, but it's also a female type thing. Women produce eggs. Females lay eggs to produce new life. So we start with this female thing. and it's, you know, it hatches open, and then you have this thing that pops out with these funky little arms. It's like this. It looks just like this, guys. And then inside here, there's like a vagina, right? And then it attaches to your goddamn face, and then it drops shit in your mouth, impregnating you. So you don't even need to have girl parts. Like, anybody can be fucked by the face hugger. Anybody, right? But there's like little vagina with legs. So that happens, and then it bursts, which is like, when I was pregnant, this movie scared the shit out of me because it bursts out of their stomach. So it's like this scary, almost kind of pregnancy horror. Like, I was just like, oh God, I do not want to give birth. Get this thing out of me. Like, I was just terrified after watching it, because I realized how much of it paralleled like pregnancy and having this thing inside of you that, you know, in a matter of time is going to find its way out one way or another. Like, that shit's scary. And then it grows into this little dong guy who runs around, and then it goes into a big dong that's a queen. It's like a perfect melding. It looks like a dong, but it's a female and it's a queen. It's like we've perfectly blended the sexual fears of both genders into this one creature.
Yeah. Into the perfect being.
I've totally
That's
just
the scary
scared
thing
you.
about it, is that it can get anyone. There's nothing that can save you from fail, right? Like, there's no help. It's a completely different species. Where normally when we deal with slashers, or, you know, even when we're not true crime, but films that are serial killer films, like, they have a weakness. If you study the history and the mythology of the monster, you can find out the one amulet that'll kill him or something.
Yeah.
What kills the alien? Like, blow it up, I guess?
Yeah, I was really disappointed that that's a big part of the reason I was so disappointed with Prometheus, and especially with Alien Covenant, because I think the scariest thing about these creatures is that they are so, for lack of a better word, alien to us. We can't possibly understand them. They're not the same species. And to find out that they were the creation of something that we created, some kind of android, cyborgy thing, made them a little less scary.
Yeah. I can see
that.
I mean, he didn't create them, though. He just evolved them.
He bred them.
But
Spoilers
it's like
for
okay,
anybody that
so
hasn't
it's like you
seen
give them popcorn, right? So first we
Yeah.
have popcorn, which is these creatures, this gooey shit. And then he was the one who like created kettle corn and extra butter corn and popcorn balls. So, you know, I mean, he facilitated it. He's kind of like their dad. Like, there's the alien
He's
queen.
like the Dr. Frankenstein of the aliens.
Yeah, he was the one who got all weird with it.
Yeah.
What I think is really scary is, you know, you mentioned, you know, having to save the day, essentially, having to find the amulet, what they call him, Buffy, like the phlebotomum to best the evil. And I think it's scariest, like, especially if we look at Asian horror films, when you can't. There's nothing you can do. Look at The Grudge. There's nothing you can do. You don't even have to go into that house. You just need to be around somebody who's been in it. Then you're affected by it, and you're fucked. Yeah. There's no way to exorcise it. There's no way to get rid of it in the ring. I mean, you could copy the tape, but you can't kill Samara.
Yep.
Apparently, you can put the creature into a little frog, like in Cabin in the Woods, but nobody's tried that yet. Like, in a movie.
I know, why not? Come on, it worked for those little girls in Cabin in the Woods.
That's true.
Bunyip, what's going on in your Bunyip brain?
Oh, I'm just enjoying listening to all the things you guys are talking about. I really liked Alien Covenant. I thought it was a creative movie. But I know there's quite a few people that didn't like it. So it was just interesting hearing your thoughts on it, on how it made the alien for you a little less mysterious.
There's a lot of things I like about it. I mean, I won't say I hate it. I think I did say I hate it, and I don't hate it. It just, for me, it's not scary in the way that the original franchise was. I don't like the turn they took. I am curious. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed because that movie didn't really make the money it was supposed to make back. And so I guess they're not going to make another one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I heard that the
Oh,
gal
true.
who was I can't remember her name, the lead gal in it. She was
Yeah.
supposed to be kind of turned into the queen eventually. I wanted to see that happen.
Yeah, because I thought there were supposed to be 3 prequels that were supposed to go right into Alien.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I hope they do eventually come back
Yeah.
to it, because there were some interesting storyline that they had set up for that.
Yeah.
So
Like, I
I'm
really
disappointed that it's not going to
enjoyed it.
happen. And now they're talking instead of doing that movie, doing a Alien reboot. And I really don't. I mean, I think if it's not broke, don't fix it. And Alien's still a very
Yeah.
effective horror movie.
I'm so
Yeah.
sick of reboots. Like, again, if you need to, if something needs to be done, I mean, I'm interested to see what they do with Suspiria, because Suspiria is so near and dear to my heart, and it is so outdated now. That something like that, okay, I can see maybe, trying to do something, but I don't understand something like Alien. I personally hated the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot. I just thought it was so disappointing and awful. And I don't know, I'm kind of burnt out on those. Give me some prequels, give me some sequels, I liked in the new Scream 4, I actually enjoyed Scream 4, that we get a whole new kind of group of people, a whole new cast. Things are so different in that, and I like that. I like that they're trying to go in a different direction instead of just rehashing the same thing. We're not just getting a new Sydney,
I've heard with the Suspiria remake, which I'm already nervous because I feel like Chloe Grace Moretz is always a bad sign. When I see her on the casting list of a horror movie, I just am like, I don't even fucking know. I like her in Kick-Ass. I want her to stick with those kind of movies because I feel like she does a lot of these horror movies and they just don't turn out that well. But I like that Tilda Swinton is on board. What concerns me is they said that they are not going to use any primary colors in their coloring. And I think what's remarkable about Suspiria is the coloring. So is it really Suspiria if you've completely nixed that element of the film?
Interesting.
No,
I didn't hear that at all. That's so weird.
Also, Goblin is still doing concerts, so they need to get Goblin too. Like, the music and the coloring are essential.
See, what worries me about the reboots though is if you're rebooting it, you need to bring it to 2017 or whatever have you. And there needs to be something that needs to be said for this generation that you're putting in there. If they're just gonna literally scene for scene remake it, then I don't want to see that shit. I can just watch the original for that. I don't need to watch new people doing the same thing.
Yeah,
that's what
I think
get worried about.
It's a dodgy area because if you just do it scene for scene, and I'm thinking if you do I'm distracted by the chat. CP's telling me to die. Cabin Fever. That was only a few years fucking old. They basically changed the gender of a couple characters, but they were line for line delivering the same fucking movie. I just didn't see what the point was in rebooting that. There seemed to be no point. At the same time, you cannot... I think what's essential is you bring something new to it. You need to bring something new to the movie. But you cannot neglect what made that original movie powerful. That's why, in my opinion, I know a lot of people love it, but I didn't like I Am Legend because the most important part of that was what I said earlier, that powerful ending about how somebody who was the victim became this legend, and it wasn't in there. You could have changed anything else, but you can't change that. You have to find out what is the part of this film that has made it so beloved. What is it that works? And you can change anything else, but don't fuck with that. And with Suspiria, I have to say the story of Suspiria isn't that strong. Our villains are just villains. They have no dimension or layers to them. They are evil witches doing evil witch shit. And I like a lot of our protagonists, but, it's a pretty simple journey. What makes it so horrific is the imagery, the colors, and the music. And if you take out those things, I don't know if it's going to work.
I don't know what's left. I don't know what they're going to have there. You're going to have a couple moments like Saw. You're going to have a couple traps. Like, our razor wire moment in Saw is directly from Suspiria. Let's all be honest with ourselves. That exact scene is in Suspiria. But I mean, yeah, with Goblin and the color and just that horrific opening sequence, like, oh, people haven't seen it, so we won't just give too many spoilers, but watch Suspiria. It's worth watching, but it is definitely outdated now. Like, watching it, you get the sense you're watching an Italian film from the 70s. Like, you know that.
And I think it's important when you pick movies to reboot that they are movies that, for whatever reason, the message of that movie is no longer being communicated to new audiences because it's outdated. Like, I love The Bad Seed, which I mentioned earlier, but a lot of younger audiences are not going to be afraid of that movie or understand the power of that movie necessarily the same way I did growing up. And so, yeah, I would love to see a little more of a horrific take on that. Also, that one was based on a play, which was based on a book. So most of The Bad Seed is kind of framed like a play. It's all set within the house for the most part. And we don't actually get to see a lot of the things that Rhoda is doing. I would be curious to see that happen. So that, for me, would be a good place to do a reboot. But, yeah, it has to be, for instance, okay, The Thing. The original Thing from Another World, like, I've tried watching it. It's hard to get into. The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, is fucking amazing. Somebody understood what made that original movie scary, and they found a way to remake it in the 80s so that people like me who grew up with it were like, oh, okay, I get it now. Like, it can be anything. That's terrifying. Thank you, John Carpenter, for clarifying that up for me. You know, the original Fly, I think the original Fly is fantastic, and it still works for me. But Cronenberg did a fantastic job in the 80s of reminding us why that story is so scary.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's movies like that. The movies that are not effective anymore. They need to be remade, particularly if the story is good, but maybe the effects aren't.
Yeah, I can see that. They're talking a lot in the chat about the Nosferatu remake that's supposed to be coming. What do you guys think of that? Yeah. I love Nosferatu. That is my, hands down, my favorite vampire movie.
Oh, really? Choice.
Nosferatu is amazing. I think you'd have to have fantastic makeup effects, because I think Max Schreck, and a fantastic actor, Max Schreck really made that original Nosferatu movie terrifying.
Yeah,
and
it's iconic now.
Yeah, here's the things that kind of concern me. Like, he doesn't, it's a silent movie, so we don't hear him talk. Like, I don't know, would he still be scary if we heard his voice?
Ooh, I didn't think about that either. I don't know.
I'm just picturing Mickey Mouse's voice now. I don't know why, but like,
I'm gonna bite you, huh?
See, that wouldn't work. So that's like why Nosferatu's so scary. It is like, you know, it is a symphony of horror. Like, you don't hear anything. It's got this kind of like dark, foreboding sort of vibe to it, and like this many years later, it's still frightening and relevant to watch. Yeah. But I think that's why it makes it a good candidate to be remade, because maybe they can add something. But I don't know, I feel like I always have such high hopes and get so disappointed.
Well, it's supposed to be the director of The Witch.
Oh, I love it.
He does fantastic atmosphere.
Yeah.
By the way, Reverend Hagen is leaving us, and he does a fantastic show. He just did a great show on Germany's Area 51 that I love, but it's on Scream Radio at scrmradio.com. So definitely, guys, check that out. It's all horror all the time. It's amazing.
Will do.
Yeah, I will have to check this out.
I like Bunyip's cat ears.
Oh,
they're adorable.
Okay, I kept thinking, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Josie and the Pussycats, but your headphones remind me of that.
Yeah, I love that movie. It's one of those movies that's so bad, but I just love it. Like, I love Spice World, too.
The whole time,
I just destroyed all my horror cred.
Yeah. They're like the only ones that I have. My dogs eat up all the ones that I have that are earbuds, so this is the only ones I have left.
Oh, no, I like them. I like them. It just reminded me of that movie.
Well, cute.
They're also talking in the chat about bringing vampires back in a way that's kind of dangerous and sexy again. You know, because Nosferatu has elements of that, and I guess there's talk of an Interview with the Vampire remake that needs to never happen. Don't touch that. Don't touch the Lost Boys. Just
There's
leave
so many other books.
Well,
in the
I'm really
Vampire
excited
Chronicles.
for Anne Rice to get her TV show on the air. She's working very closely with Christopher Rice, her son, to get her story in a TV series, and I'm really excited to see where they go with that.
That would be fantastic. I would love to see that. Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting. I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah, it's been in the works for a while now, and
They've
she's
been doing-
constantly.
They've been doing a lot with television shows. Like, I was skeptical about
Yeah.
that Exorcist one, but I've heard it's good. I haven't seen it yet. And Bates Motel was great. So sometimes I think when you bring something to television, you're able to explore the characters in a way that you can't in an hour and a half long movie.
Yeah.
True. I just started The Exorcist season 1. I'm really enjoying it so
It's
far.
good.
Yeah.
I heard that Linda Blair comes back. I need to see it.
I haven't gotten that far yet, so I don't know about that, but
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
One movie I would like, this is an idea that I got from Zach versus Blu-ray Mountain when we did a review together. He mentioned this, and I was like, that's a fantastic idea. But have you guys seen the movie The Covenant? It's like The Craft with dudes.
Yes.
He
Long time
was talking about how that would have worked better as a television series, and I think he's right. I think that's a TV show I would like to see.
Yeah.
I also want, as far as all of the types of monsters, if you can call them that out there, I would love more witch movies. There aren't enough witch movies, and like a lot of the gals, they're talking about the Craft 2 movie, and a lot of the gals kind of said the same thing. Like, it's fine, I guess, that they want to remake it, but there's so many untold stories out there. There's so many books and things that haven't come to the big screen. They're just amazing stories in people's heads, people who are writing scripts that are not getting read. Like, give one of those a chance before you go and possibly ruin something I already love.
Yeah. I'm writing my Gory, I think you'll be proud, I'm writing my thesis on witches in horror cinema.
Awesome.
Do you have pizza?
I'm really excited to write it. I have all my movies now, my professor's recommended books that I've bought. I'm so excited to get started.
Oh, that sounds like a fascinating topic. I love learning about witches.
Yes.
I'm a witch.
It has been fascinating
I'm
so far.
Wiccan.
Wonderful. I'm a neo-pagan. That's how I identify. I call myself a witch, but no.
What's sweetness?
That's interesting because in my research, I'm researching that aspect as well, and it's really interesting. Like,
Okay, you saved my pizza. Say hi to the girls.
hello.
Lols, would you close the window? Now it's too cold.
Wow, it's too hot. It's too cold. I can't do it.
I have hard time maintaining temperatures. And we're talking about witches, dude. And I'm getting distracted by your cuteness. God. First you want to eat. Then you want me to talk to you. Why are you so demanding? Why is parenting gotta be so hard? You want to talk to the girls with me? I love you too. You can sit in my lap if you want. We're talking about witches in horror. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, you're heavy.
See, that was one of my problem with the old Universal monster movies, is we didn't, we got Bride of Frank, and then we didn't get any other real, we got Daughter of Dracula.
Yeah.
But I felt like there should have been a witch. Like, given the classic, we had vampire and creature and the Wolfman, a witch would have been a perfect addition
Alright.
to
Bye-bye,
the
baby.
original creatures. I was just surprised.
But honestly, they
Yeah.
probably would have done a terrible job. I've watched a lot of those old witch movies, and it's usually just, well, she's a witch. She's evil.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't
Yeah.
add... And I'm not just talking about this because I'm a witch. I mean, yes, I would like more accurate depictions. But, I mean, as a horror fan, I want more interesting villains. And just saying to me that somebody's evil for the sake of being evil and giving them no dimension is not always that interesting.
I find most of them are in the older movies. They're just so 2D like that because I think they're just meant to be a villain to like the Christian, like grab your cross, you know, because she's a devil worshiper and that's how you're going to beat her. And I think that's mostly their function in the older films. So that's why there's not so much dimension to them. They're just meant, and most people don't understand Wicca or paganism or anything like that. So they don't understand the aspect, so they immediately associate it with like devil worship, which is not accurate at all.
No, we don't believe in the devil. So that's what I loved about The Craft. Like they showed, I've met other witches and some of them are dicks. You know, that's a fact. In any kind of people, some of them are dicks. But, you know, some of them are awesome too. You know, it's okay if you have a villain, but like, you know, Nancy was such a great villain in The Craft because she was so multi-layered and we were able to empathize with her, but we still knew that she was wrong.
Yeah. Exactly.
I do like what they did with the Universal monsters, though, because, I mean, despite the fact that was, you know, most of them were in the 30s, a lot of them were really nice in that we were able to empathize with the monsters. I mean, I think everyone, when you watch Frankenstein, we empathize with the monster. Like, we feel for him, especially in Bride of Frankenstein. That shit makes me cry. That just gets me. He's so sad that even another monster won't accept him. It's just like, oh.
Yeah.
That's
interesting, though, how we can sympathize with that. And I feel like there's a lot of like, you know, like God and crosses are the way to save them or whatever. And yet we can sympathize with those monsters, but it's not the same if it's like witches or devil worshippers or something like that. Maybe they would
have done a good job with a witch. I also would have liked some more female villains, which I guess is a shot in the butt because we just got that with the new Dark Universe, the female mummy, and it's not that she's a female. That's not why it sucks. It sucks because Tom Cruise has to run over everything. Okay, here's Tom Cruise.
Mission Impossible meets the Mummy. I'm like, why am I watching a Mission Impossible that there's a mummy in? I don't understand.
So there are 14 people watching, and I want to believe. I know Tom Cruise is watching, but maybe Tom Cruise is watching. Tom Cruise, I'm just gonna tell you this right now. Unless you're wearing some kind of a jogging outfit, adults look stupid running. I don't care what you're running from. Adults look dumb. What? No, bring my pizza here. I got pineapple on it just for me. Okay. But yeah, he's always running everywhere, and I just end up laughing at him because he looks ridiculous. You know, like the coolest ones are where they're walking away slowly from an explosion. Like, that makes you look like a badass. You need to walk more, Tom Cruise, if you want me to take you seriously.
Walk away from that mummy. It'll go real well.
I mean, okay, who looks cooler in a Friday the 13th movie? The person running away from Jason or Jason who's like, bitch, I'll get you eventually in my own time.
Jason could just take his time. He just gets there nice and slow, and he always gets where he's going. She breaks her leg, falls in a hole, runs into a tree, trips over a dead friend.
They see me walking. I'm killing. Going to be cutting nuts with naughty teenagers. Yeah, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Someone put in the chat favorite underrated vampire film, and I thought, does anyone have a favorite?
Ooh.
Sorry?
I love Bitten. It came out, it has Jason Mewes in it, and for some reason nobody's seen this movie, but it's really good. He's an EMT, and he finds a woman, and she's been brutalized, and she's in a dumpster. And he kind of tries to do the knight in shining armor thing, and he takes her back to his house, and he tries to help her, and he does help her. But then he finds out she's a vampire, and she needs blood, and he's kind of falling for this girl. So first he's trying to help her, but he's also conflicted because he doesn't want anyone to die, and so it's really good.
Yeah.
I don't know it. I've not seen that one.
Bitten.
But I'll have to add it to my list.
On Letterboxd, I also have a huge list of lots of vampire movies and such. I love Let Me In or Let the Right One In. They're both great.
Yeah.
Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, I'm sure.
Yes.
That's not underrated. I think it was perfectly rated. Everyone seemed to love that, and it was great. If you haven't seen it, Suck is a lot of fun.
I want to. I've heard of it. What's that one about?
It's like they're a band, and one member gets attacked. The female member gets attacked by a vampire, and it is just very weird. But it's kind of a comedy, but it's kind of not. And incidentally, it's actually terrible. But Once Bitten with Jim Carrey is such a fun vampire movie. It's not a good movie. It's just fun. You just enjoy watching it. So, my underrated vampire movies.
Yeah, I don't know if it's underrated, but I've always really enjoyed 30 Days of Night.
Oh, I love that.
I remember when I
And the
first saw
graphic
that.
novel.
Yeah,
So
I just
good.
remember when I saw it, it was like, before that I had just seen like a slew of like sexy like vampire things and like Twilight and stuff like that, where they're not scary or anything like that. And then I see 30 Days of Night and I'm like, holy shit, these things are fucking terrifying.
They are horrific in that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's one of my
terrifying. Looking at some of my favorites on my Letterboxd list here, did you guys see The Hamiltons? That was good. I haven't seen the sequel, but The Hamiltons was great, where it's you don't really find out what's going on, like they're vampires until the end, but it's really, really good. It's like it takes a lot of...
Is that the from the TV series
No.
Masters of Horror?
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen that show. But it's about this family, and there's like a younger kid, and the family, we see that they keep people in cages and they kill people, and the kid's very reluctant to be a part of this. And I mean, the family is so incredibly brutal, but then you find out that they're vampires, and then once his stuff kind of like kicks in, like, I don't know, it's good. It's really good, kind of family horror type movie. Not family as in for kids, as in it's about a family. Right. Another one I really like is Vamps. It's a horror comedy. It's got the gal Kristen Ritter who plays Jessica Jones, and it's got Alicia Silverstone. It's so stupid, but it's so fun. It's a lot of fun. I don't know. You just need to check it out. Vamps is hilarious.
I almost watched that, and because I love Kristen Ritter from Bitch in Apartment 23, and I was like, should I watch this? And Alicia Silverstone, like, come on, Clueless. I'm like, this could be fun. I'm glad to hear a good review. I'm actually going to watch it now because I didn't want to waste my time if it was awful, you know?
Right. It's so great. Another one I like is Blood, the Last Vampire Hunter. There's an anime of it, but there's also a movie, and they're both great. It's very much like Asian Buffy.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I've seen that. It's good.
It's really good. What else? Have you guys seen The Forsaken? I don't know why The Forsaken isn't more loved. Like, I saw that at the theater, and I thought it was fantastic. Have you guys seen that?
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, it's got Kier, what's his butt, and another guy. I don't know. They were like popular guys in the 90s on TV shows and such. But
what's his butt? I love that. I'm sorry. What's his butt? I have to like may I use this in regular life?
But you this guy, he cuts trailers, or his dad cut trailers for a living, and he has to deliver this car. And he delivers this car, he gets a lot of money for it. Well, he ends up running into this like kind of drifter type guy, and they find this girl who looks like coked out of her mind. So they help her because she's like dying. First they think she's really drunk, and then they realize she's in some serious trouble. Well, she tells them that her whole family was killed by vampires, and they've bitten her, and she has a link to the vampire. So they know where she is, and she can kind of know what's going on with them. But she won't fully change unless she actually, like, you know, takes someone's blood. So they're trying to help her, and they use her to find the rest of the vampires. And you find out that the drifter guy, like, that's what he does for a living. He hunts vampires. And so this poor kid is kind of like brought into this whole thing, but it's really, really cool. It was kind of like Supernatural before Supernatural. It was good.
Huh. Okay.
I really like Stakeland.
Stakeland was good. And there's a part 2. I haven't seen it yet, though. Was it good?
I haven't seen part 2 yet either. I've been meaning to watch it, but I haven't had the time.
I have both of them from like subscription boxes and stuff, and I keep meaning to watch them. They're like near the top of my list to watch.
Here's what bums me out about Stakeland. And it's a stupid thing. It makes me depressed. Okay. No, don't worry, Bunyip. Don't worry, I'm not going to break your heart. But it does bum me out a lot. It's what bums me out about the Innkeepers, too. So Tom Cruise, you have to admit, as stupid as he looks when he's running, he still looks really good for his age, right? I mean, I'd say he's hot for an older dude. You know, not Top Gun hot, but hot. So Kelly McGillis is in Stakeland, and she's in the Innkeepers, and she looks like fucking grandma age. And she was the hot chick in Top Gun. And Tom Cruise is allowed to run around being all hot still. And she doesn't get to be hot. She has to look like a grandma. And, like, it just makes me sad. And she was super cool in The Accused. And now she looks old. And I'm just like,
Aw.
am I going to age like Tom Cruise or going to age like Kelly McGillis? You got to run a lot if you want to look young. You got to run a lot.
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you guys see Afflicted? That was a pretty good found footage
Yeah,
vampire
that
movie.
was like really decent. I was surprised by that one.
That was
No, I've
Especially
actually
since
never
it was
seen
found
that.
footage.
Did you guys see Blood-Sucking Bastards?
No, but I heard of it.
No.
It's
Watch
pretty
it.
funny. It's got the one guy whose name I can't remember from Cabin in the Woods, who's the stoner guy. He's in it, and they all work in this kind of office environment. It's like office space with vampires. I don't know. It's weird. So they work there, and they see that one by one, they're all slackers. One by one, the higher ups start taking away their coworkers, and then they come back, and they're all like about the work. And they find out that their new managers are vampires. It's a horror comedy, but it's really funny.
That sounds awesome. I haven't seen it.
It's good. The poster, it's got a vampire holding a mug that says "World's Best Boss" in it. It's all covered in blood. It's awesome. Of course, Bordello of Blood is a fun guilty pleasure. That's one I like.
Blood.
I found out recently Danny had never seen Near Dark.
I love Near Dark.
I've never seen it.
It's one of the most romantic horror movies I've ever seen. It's so good. Here's some, I've shared this before, but it's so cool that I like to share it again. So in Near Dark, you have Homer, who is a vampire. He's an adult, but he's in a child's body, right? Great performance, really cool character. That guy is the stepbrother to Jason Patric, who played Michael in Lost Boys, and those movies came out the same year. Also, their dad played Father Karras in The Exorcist. And the guy who played Homer, seeing his dad die in The Exorcist, like all through growing up, and then having his dad actually die, was his inspiration to co-write with a friend of him, The Final Girls.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I knew that it was with Father Karras. Yeah, I thought that was really interesting about Final Girls, because I actually enjoyed Final Girls. I know some people
did too.
It's one of my favorite movies, and if you listen to the commentary, it's so good because I believe they both, I know that at least the guy who plays Homer, they're both gay men, and they talk a lot about growing up on horror from, a gay man's perspective, and how for them that was kind of their safe place to be able to watch something that they felt like they were able to connect with. And it was like things I hadn't thought about before. So it was really insightful. And they're just hearing all the stories about The Exorcist and stuff, of course. And of course, what went into the movie, which is really upsetting as a woman, but it's interesting to see how this stuff works. What happened essentially is the original script was very bloody. There was boobs and stuff in it. All that stuff that you would expect from a slasher movie. But it also is, if you've seen the movie, it's got a lot of heart. And the executives at the production company said that it would never work because you can't have boobs and blood and then have this, mother-daughter story, because the men are going to hate the mother-daughter story and the women are going to hate the boobs and blood. And I was like, I don't think you're giving either gender enough credit. Men have feelings and they can appreciate a good, tug at the heartstrings. And women, we like blood and guts and boobs too. I just wish we would balance out the boobs with the dongs once in a while. Drop a dong in it. Like put a bird on it. Put a dong on it. I just, I watch a lot of movies where like there's chicks running around and, we're seeing a lot more vag in movies these days, and there's boobs bouncing everywhere. And like there's not even a shirtless guy for anywhere. For any of the places. Not even a shirtless guy. Not even a one. Nonetheless, a dong droppage or a butt. If it's equal, I don't care what you do. I just think you should keep it equal.
I guess people are still operating under the assumption that mostly guys watch horror movies.
And that's not true at all.
I know.
It really isn't. There's a lot of us girls out there
in,
like that.
Men, Women, and Chainsaws, it's written by a woman. And she studied a lot when she wrote that, because there was a misconception, one, that only men were seeing horror movies, and two, that they were seeing horror movies because it was a way for them to experience killing and raping without doing anything illegal. And she wanted to see if that was actually true. So, Brooke mentioned Byzantium. That's on Netflix. That's a fantastic movie. But she wanted to see if that was actually true, so she started going to the movies a lot. And she's watching a lot of like these rape revenge movies in particular. And she was saying that the men were just as horrified as the women were. They were identifying with the victims. These men were not like, oh, yay, I get to experience rape on the screen. No, they were horrified, and they were happy to see these men get their comeuppance. On the same hand, there were women there watching the movies, too. You know, she said that a lot of the women would go, like, in groups of women or, like, on a date and stuff. She didn't see as many, like, women going by themselves, but she did see women there, and she talked to a lot of fans who love horror just as much as men do. That's a misconception that I think really needs to be broken, and that's why I'm a thrifty woman. Like, I will not buy movies when they come out. I wait until I can get them for a really good deal off of eBay, or if I find them used or on sale somewhere. But the Final Girls, when that came out, the only place I could find that had it in town was Hastings, which overcharges for everything, and I think it was like $30 for the Blu-ray, and I was like, fuck it. Wow. I'm gonna put my money into this, because when you spend money on something, you're voting. You want to see another Alien movie? You need to go see Alien Covenant at the theater. You want to go see more Annabelle movies? Go see Annabelle at the theater. Buy it on Blu-ray. Put your money into it, and they're going to be like, okay, this made money. We're going to make more. So Final Girls was like, you know what? I don't pay that much money for movies ever, but I'm happy to put money into this because I want the studios to know I want more movies like this. But you can put some more blood in it next time. And a boob or two. Or a dong. Or both.
I would love to see a sequel for that movie.
Yeah.
It was
because it
fantastic.
sets it up for a sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end, but
Naturally.
Ow. There's something else I wanted to see a sequel to that I was just thinking of, and I can't now. I totally lost my train of thought because I typed something and I can't type and think apparently. Damn it! It was good too. Balls.
Well, you know what, ladies? It's almost 2:30 a.m. my time, so I think I'm going to have to bail out. I'm terribly sorry to say my goodbyes. Is that okay, or will I totally screw up the entire...
You will not screw up anything.
Okay, well, I am so grateful to have been on here. Thank you so much. This was like such a wonderful experience. I really appreciate it.
It's been wonderful talking to you about horror, and of course, everyone in the chat. AG's channel, The Glamor Ghoul, is on YouTube, and you can find links to it in the card above and in the description below. So definitely check her out. And of course, the other ladies on the show are fantastic as well. So subscribe to all the things of horror. And
thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
It was nice seeing you.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for being awesome ladies in horror. This is just very inspirational.
I hope you'll come back again sometime and hang out with us.
Yes, I'd like to. Thank you. All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, I'll fix my windows really quick. But I mean, guys, it goes for anything that you like. Like if you like books, then, you know, buy the book. And, you know, YouTube, if you want more female YouTubers and such, then support those channels, and those channels will get bigger, and they'll inspire more women to start up a channel. So it's with anything, you know. If you want to see it, put your money into it.
100%.
I gotta fix my windows up really quick.
No worries.
All my windows are windowing wrong. They are not windows of rightness. They are windows of badness.
Okay.
I'm fixing it now. They can hear you, though.
Let's see what they're still talking about vampire movies.
They're still talking about vampires?
Yeah, I was trying to see.
I just feel like I'm eavesdropping on them when I look at the chat. Like, oh, what are they talking about? Are they talking about me?
I know, like, I keep glancing over there, and sometimes they're just, like, off on something completely different, and we're just off in our own little world talking about something.
What happens in the gory hole stays in the gory hole.
It's so funny.
I knew that was going to happen. I knew, like, as soon as her call finally, like, went away, that I'd have to fix the screen again. XSplit, there needs to be a better way, man.
Don't know how you do it. It seems so complicated.
Actually, let me know if you're curious about this, and you guys in the chat, of course, too. Cecil, from the horror show, he said I should do a video showing how I set up my live streams. So, I mean, I could do that if people want to see it. It's not very horrific, but I could do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though fucking YouTube probably won't let me make any money on it. So this stream, before this stream when it even went live, it was demonetized by YouTube.
Oh my God.
Like they're like, we know you, Gory. We know you're gonna be filthy as fuck.
This whole thing just makes me so sad.
Has your channel been hit?
No, I think it's just because it's still not that. I like barely have 500 subscribers, so it's probably not that bad. And I don't use clips from movies in my reviews or anything like that. So that I bet I would think that's part of the reason why a lot of movie reviews get hit is because they're showing clips from the movies.
And but if they're showing people I mean, our channel's not that big, and like Horror Group is way bigger than me. Spooky Astronauts is bigger than our channel, and they haven't been hit. So I don't know why like some channels are not. On the plus side, the only thing that's kind of promising about it is, I do have like a personal channel that I just watch YouTube on. Yeah. So I tried watching my channel from that to see what would happen, and I did get an ad. I got like a Pond 5 ad. So maybe, I mean, because it says limited or no ads, and you still do get money from YouTube Red. So the thing that really concerns me about that, because I mean, I'm not making money from YouTube. I've gotten paid. I think I'm going to get a paycheck this month. I've gotten one before, but we don't make a lot of money, and most of it is from things like super chats and stuff, which is awesome. But we don't really make a lot of money on our channel, so I'm not really worried about the loss of revenue, but I'm concerned that if YouTube isn't making money off of my channel, are they going to recommend it to new viewers? Because when I look at my analytics, a lot of the viewership comes from it was recommended to somebody. It was like, hey, if you like this video that you're watching, check out Horror Addicts. And I don't know if they're going to have any reason to do that if they can't make money off of my videos. Yeah, exactly. So it's discouraging all around. So big channels are losing revenue from theirs. They're not getting suggested to anybody. People with smaller channels or people thinking about starting a channel. It's kind of like, what's the point? Because if they're not going to recommend your videos, like... Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, because do you remember that YouTube Heroes thing they tried to make a thing a while ago? Yeah. It was very brief, Bunyip. There was a thing, it was so awful. They made a whole video about it, and it sounded terrible. It sounded like they were starting a witch hunt. They made this thing, it was called YouTube Heroes, and I can't remember all the details, but you essentially could go to someone else's channel and you could report their video to YouTube and like get them like taken off of YouTube and stuff. And it's supposed to be like, you're helping make YouTube a safer place. And I was like, you're turning YouTube into a fucking witch hunt. So, and everyone hated it. It was really damning towards like horror channels and things like that. And that lasted a week before they got rid of it. So, I mean, I know Horror Show's done a video kind of protesting this, and I know Geek Legion of Doom has, so I'm probably going to do something soon. I haven't decided if it's going to be like a live stream or a video, but something. Because I think it's bullshit. I think if enough of us speak up about it, then hopefully they'll realize this is bad. I mean, you guys know why they did this, right? There was a thing at the beginning of the year where Starbucks, I think, found their video, some kind of Nazi promotional type thing, and they freaked out and they pulled their advertising and they encouraged other advertisers to do the same, and YouTube lost a lot of money. So now YouTube's trying to find a way to make it brand safe for advertisers to want to advertise on YouTube. Which, I mean, it makes sense from their perspective, but they just did like the easy way out and like, let's just like blanket do all of these things, and they're not paying attention to what's getting lumped in with the actual horrible, bad content that and I think you should be concerned about. 2 suggestions. One is either rating it, like saying, okay, my channel's like a PG-13 type thing. We do horror, blah, blah, blah. And so somebody advertising could be like, okay, I don't mind it on these type of channels, And that's one way, or just targeted reviews, because you know what, there's a lot of horror things out there. I know, because they contact us regularly because they want us to show their trailer or react to their movie or whatever. So, play horror stuff on horror channels. Do it that way then. So whenever I watch mine, I get a lot of horror trailers in front of my videos, so I don't understand what the problem is. I'm like, they probably want to advertise in front of my videos because that's their audience that's watching. So, Brooke Tummins in the chat, who's awesome, she wants to know how everyone got started making videos. Bunyip, you want to go first?
Okay. I kind of wanted another outlet one summer. I'd been going through a lot, and I just kind of wanted something to kind of keep my mind off of things that were going on in my life. And I really enjoyed horror, and there weren't too many people that I actually get to talk to about, you know, horror movies that I watch. Not very many people watch the similar things that I do. So I kind of decided to put myself out there and start making videos. And I think I started with unboxings, and then I did one video for like a Halloween costume that I was going to be doing. And it was like the Purge candy bar girl
Nice
video. And I did a tutorial on how to make her AK weapon, and I like blinged it out, and I showed how to spray paint it and everything. And that one seemed to get a lot.
Check it out.
That one seemed to get a lot of hits, and I was surprised because right at that time I didn't have like the best camera, and I was like, okay, well, I guess people are really liking this because, you know, it's coming up on Halloween time. And yeah, and I think I want to do more tutorials because of that video, but I haven't quite figured out the next thing that I want to do on that. But that's kind of a basis of how I got started.
Nice. I mean, mine was kind of similar. Like, I wanted an outlet to talk about my love of horror. I've said, I think, a few times on Ghouls Night Out, I started this when I was getting my first master's because I had to find, like, a niche for my journalistic writing, but that can't be opinionated. So I was, like, writing about horror stuff from, like, an objective journalistic point of view, but I also wanted to, like, I needed to let like the subjective side out, and that's kind of where the like YouTube came in, because I started doing reviews and unboxings where I could, you know, give my opinion and stuff like that, and that's how that started. And I kept doing it because I found this community of awesome people, Horror Gal included, or Horror Gal was one, Gory is another one, that you guys were just like so accepting of me like right away, which was really encouraging. So that's why I kept with it.
Yeah, it wasn't my idea to start a channel. I actually tried before because I had a blog before this, and it was Books Are Delicious. And I mean, I'm a writer, so that made more sense to me is to do a blog. And then I tried at one point because a lot of my friends in the blogosphere were making videos, and I tried, and I hate my voice. And I didn't like the idea of sitting in front of a computer for 3 hours editing my face. Like, I was like, I don't know. I don't think I can do this. I'd rather just write something. And so I called it good. I just never even posted that. And then my husband started Horror Addicts, and he was really into it. I'm like, well, that's great, honey. You know, it's awesome that you found something that you want to do. You have fun with that. I'll occasionally maybe make an appearance, because he was like, I want you and, you know, Lols to be involved. Did she freeze, or is she just really still?
I froze.
She froze.
It's hard to tell. But yeah, the first one I did was the Gone Girl one, and I had a lot of fun with it. And of course, I am the kind of person where I start doing anything, I have to learn absolutely everything about how to do it right. So then I started really, because we had like a point and shoot camera that we used, and we were using Windows Movie Maker. So I started researching like ways to make the videos better and improving our equipment little by little. And now I pretty much do all the editing.
Okay.
But I love it, and I think a big part of the reason why I've stayed with it, even through times like this where it's very discouraging, like what's going on with YouTube right now, is because of the community. Like, I've really met some amazing friends, like, you know, people that I can talk to about horror and don't think I'm a complete psycho. So it's wonderful. Like, it's just wonderful to talk to other horror fans, like, on a regular basis, and to share your thoughts on movies and books and such.
Sure. Brooke also asked, how do you get over your nerves? I think that's a good question.
I don't think I've ever quite gotten over my nerves. I just kind of like go for it.
Freeze your face, and then nobody.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's one of my tricks, though. I don't even know what's going on with my computer right now. But you just kind of go for it and just be accepting of whether you get whatever reaction you get, and just be aware that you're going to get both sides. You're going to get the positive side, and you're going to get the negative side, and it's okay. I mean, you don't have to read into these people because you don't know who they are. Their opinions shouldn't really matter to you, and there are a really great group of people in the horror community that are very supportive as well. So I think it's just you gotta just go for it.
I
And
think
then
there's more good than bad when it comes to like things like comments and stuff.
very
Yeah,
true.
absolutely.
I mean, like, look at this video. We have 19 thumbs ups and 1 thumbs down. So one person probably didn't like something I probably said. And mostly they like it. So you just got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
Hands down. The community is what helps more than anything.
Yeah.
Just so accepting, like, if you have any nerves at all, the horror community will be supportive of you no matter what.
I try not to, I think with any kind of stage fright type stuff, if you think about it too big picture, you're going to freeze up. I mean, like, I remember the first time I made a video, I just kept thinking about all the people who could potentially watch it, and my mom could watch it, and my kid could catch it on YouTube, and I just couldn't do anything. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. And I also write a lot too, and one of the things we learned in school is they say you always hear like these little voices, and you just gotta put those voices in containers and put them on a shelf. You can't think about your mom reading the sex scene you're writing, or your kid reading the gnarly scene of someone getting, eaten in an elevator, which that needs to happen in one of my books. But you can't think about that. You need to do what's right for you. And so, like, a good example is like these live streams. I'm grateful for the 12 people who are watching right now, but if I think about all that and people listening to me, it's going to psych me out. I'm kind of thinking about it now. I'm just focusing on, Bunyip and Maven and having a conversation and hanging out with my friends. And when I make videos, when I'm recording, I try to do that too. It's easier always when you have somebody else with you, I think, but we don't all have that. I don't even always have that because, Danny's not always available. But when you have somebody else with you, you can just talk to whom you're with. And if not, if you are making a video by yourself, talk to the camera like you're talking to one of your friends, just about a horror movie. Yeah. And don't think about all the people who are going to watch it. Just think, hey, my friend Maven is going to check this out, and she's probably going to love it because she loves horror. So, my friend Brooke is probably going to watch it. So just think about your friends watching and think about talking to those people, like what you want to say about it. And
you get to edit it. So if you do something stupid, no one will know. You can just edit it out.
I do, like, sometimes when I'm worried about, like, maybe a joke not working or whatever, or if I said something wrong, I'll just do another take. And then I've got a couple choices.
Exactly. That's the best part. You can make yourself look as cool as you want.
Yes.
Editing magic.
And, I mean, you have lots of different options, our son didn't want his name or his face on the channel, but he wanted to be a part of it. So that's why he wears masks, and that's why we went with different names. And I know tons of very successful channels where they don't even show video. They use images and such. So
yeah,
you do whatever works for you.
Exactly.
And Mr. Shadow said he's self-conscious about the artwork he's posting. Well, what is this artwork you're posting?
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Sorceress. Unfortunately, horror channels are getting... So, one thing I did, if you guys, want to help support horror, we started a Patreon, which is kind of cool because, I mean, we're kind of concerned about the changes to YouTube limiting our ability to grow as a community. So, that way we just have our own community. And there's lots of fun rewards, and, you guys can help us make more horror content. If you want to check it out, you can do that. Or not. You can just watch our videos. It's fine, too. You don't have to do anything. But, yeah, I just started it the other day, so it's not even in my description, so I'll post it in the chat. But, yeah, so far we have 3 Patreons, so, like, that's more than I thought we would get. So, I wasn't sure we were going to have any Patreons.
I feel like that's so nerve-wracking with Patreon too. Like if just nobody does it, or you probably have to wait. I mean, I'm sure not everybody got 1 million Patreons overnight, so wouldn't worry about it too much.
We tried it once before, and we had 2 people, and then they kept talking about how awkward it was that they were the only 2. So hopefully this one will be more successful.
Yeah.
I tried to make it fun. I made us a little Discord and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it works out. If not, oh well, I tried.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with anything on YouTube, I think, or any kind of art stuff. It's kind of, you just got to experiment and find the things that work and things that don't work. Yeah. And one issue we have a lot is we are aware of, like, what videos really pop. People love ranking videos and people love reactions. they maybe won't be as interested in a review of an older horror movie, but if that's what keeps our passion for this exciting, then we'll just keep doing that. You know, Danny does a lot of the full moon reviews because he loves them, and if you keep at it enough and if you're passionate about it, it will find an audience eventually.
Yep. For sure. I mean, about posting your artwork, if that's what you want to do, then you just got to do it. Instead of self-conscious, even if people like it. But if that's what you want to do, then you just got to do it.
I'd follow you on Instagram, Mr. Shadow. I mean, I would. I have 2 Instagrams. I have 3 Instagrams. What? I just realized I have the Horror Addicts one, my personal one, and then I have Gory Draws Dongs. I draw people's dongs. Donga
That is the best Instagram account ever. Everybody go follow it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, maybe I should try you as a dong. Wait, can I? I would try to get permission first.
Yes, you can draw me as a dong.
They're getting better. I'm getting really good. And I got this new pen so I can make them even better. I'm taking it pretty serious. I need to get some paper that doesn't have lines on it. That'll make them even better.
Dong drawing pen.
It is. It's my dong drawing pen. And I mean, like, that's a pretty good example right there. I am kind of a filthy person, I guess. I say a lot of random shit, and I remember when I first started doing live streams, a lot of people were like, what? Like, she said that, and they would stop watching. But then there are people who end up, you know, liking that you're weird, and, you know, you find your audience. So I guess just be you. Just keep doing you, and you'll find people who accept you.
Exactly. Well said, Gory.
Like my buddy Maven. I don't even know why you don't have like 1,000,000,001 subscribers, because your channel's awesome. Like, seriously, everybody, if you're not subscribed to Nightmare Maven, make that a thing that you do.
Shucks. Well, with YouTube now. That's why.
Ugh, fucking YouTube. I mean, I think they want to be like more like TV now, and that's why they're doing this shit. I know they're also offering their video platform to other sources, like to make money, and they want to combine Google Play with YouTube, which I guess would help us because we'd get more YouTube revenue. But I just don't know. It makes me nervous because there really isn't a another platform for us to go to. Facebook is trying to become more like YouTube, but I don't know if that's going to take off.
Yeah.
If I had another place to take our channel, I would. I also, like, I'm scared of the idea of starting all over again, too.
Yes, that's the thing. Like, I was just looking at that because people were suggesting, like, what was it, like VidMe, which I kind of looked at. It seems like it's kind of like YouTube and Patreon, like, combined or something like that. Like, you can get ad revenue as well, but people can give you money like Patreon directly on the site without having to do another thing, which I guess is kind of cool. Yeah,
they kind of did that with YouTube with like Twitch. Like now people can donate like super chats on here, which is nice because we make no money on YouTube.
But I looked at it and I'm like, I have like 410 videos. I'm like, I don't want to start all over.
It'd be really rough. I mean, I know people have had to do it. I know Jack and Gurun used to be on Blip, and I didn't even know what that was, and they moved over to YouTube. But I think that's daunting to start from scratch again.
Yeah.
Facebook, you have to, in order to get revenue, you have to like apply for it and stuff. And I don't even know that many people. I just recently discovered that people make videos on Facebook. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't know they did that either.
I follow Fright Hype because they moved from YouTube to Facebook.
Oh, okay.
But that's not the only one that I know that does. And on top of that, it'd be like finding all of my people again, because I'd still go back to YouTube to watch. You know what I would like to see? Like, there's Crypt TV, which we're kind of a part of, but I would like to see somebody like that, because that was like kind of started by Eli Roth and some other dude. Do a creepy YouTube, like a home for all things creepy, like creepypastas, horror reviews, just, you know, you want to show off your tattoos. Like, anybody who doesn't fit into the norm of what YouTube is trying to make themselves can go over to this other platform. If I had the coding knowledge to do that, I certainly would make it happen.
Yeah. I know, I just hope somebody out there does. I can do it, but I don't have that ability for sure.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I do some coding with like websites and stuff, but that's a whole other animal to create a massive server like that. And
yeah,
I don't know. You'd need to have a huge ass server. Bunyip, do you know any coding?
No, I'm not good at any of that.
Well, maybe start learning when you're not doing work.
It's all on you now. You need to learn the coding. Let's go.
I pick you. Your doll behind you, by the way, is freaking me the fuck out. I keep thinking he's going to turn his head towards me or something.
You know what's weird? I swear he's like moved his angle a little bit.
Stop.
Oh my god. People have said that's happened here before. Horror Gal has a Tiffany doll that everyone would try and tell us was moving around in the background. Remember that Ghouls Night Out where Tiffany was all possessed and then we watched a movie?
Yeah.
And did we do karaoke? That was fun.
We did karaoke. We watched a movie. It was a full night. We had a full night.
I miss Horror Gal because she does her gigs in the summer. So she doesn't post a lot of videos and she can't do live streaming because that's when she does her gigs. But she's supposed to be on the show next week. Next Saturday, it'll be you and me and her and Real Queen of Horror, who I haven't actually talked to before, but she seems cool.
Ooh, I miss Horror Gal.
I miss her too. And I can't believe I've never actually had you on a show with Spooky Astronauts before. Like, I was telling her about you, and she was like, I've never actually been on a show with her before, so that needs to happen.
Oh, I love Emma.
She's
so
the
inspiring.
cutest little Australian thing ever. Which is actually pretty easy, because a lot of things in Australia aren't cute. Like spiders and stuff. Like, I mean, even koalas are, I guess, really dangerous. So I think the only cute things that have come out of Australia are, like, the Hemsworth brothers and Emma. Like, that's it.
And that's it.
Yeah. They have, like, Vegemite. Like, everything's wrong over there. I told her she's going to have to come visit me because there ain't no way in hell I'm going over there. Hey, Zach! I talked about you earlier when I talked about the Covenant.
I keep looking at your doll now because...
It's freaking me out. It's gonna start fucking moving or something like that. That's what Annabelle was really missing. I kind of rewatched that recently, and the doll doesn't do jack or shit. It just sits there. And one promising thing I saw about the Annabelle creation trailer is it looks like she's kind of turning her head around and stuff.
If you hated Annabelle Gory, you're gonna at least enjoy creation somewhat. I can't say that you're gonna love it, but you're not gonna hate it. I would love. That.
Is it done by James Wan? I mean, I know he does a lot of those Insidious-y type movies.
No, it's directed by David F. Sandberg. You know, the one that did Lights Out, and he does all the shorts and stuff.
I love his shorts. His shorts are amazing.
Yes, and he incorporates a lot of like those same elements and like techniques into the scares. You'll like it.
I want to see him kind of grow as a feature filmmaker because he definitely has skills.
Yeah. This is only his second one.
Lights Out was his first one. And it's like with the Chucky movies, you know, Don Mancini created Chucky. He's written every single one of them. But he only started directing them with Seed of Chucky. And I think that was part of why Seed of Chucky was a little rough is I think he wasn't sure what to do. He knew people wanted it funny and maybe he went a little too far with it.
Yeah.
And with Curse, I think he really found a good balance. So... You know, I think it takes a while to come into your own as a director. I liked Lights Out. It was a little jump scary and a little bit repetitive. Yeah. Like, it seemed like he was...
But it had elements in there.
Yeah. It seemed like he was trying to pad the runtime a little bit because, like, maybe he was like, I don't know what to do now. This is longer than 15 minutes. But it was still really effective, and you can tell that he's definitely talented. So I think we're just going to keep seeing him grow and grow as a filmmaker. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that.
It was... Yeah, I think everyone was really pleasantly surprised by creation.
Well, that's good. I mean...
Well, no.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You're fine.
Well, I was going to say I'm not a big fan of... I mean, I give everything a chance. Everything. Even if it doesn't look good to me, you know. I watched Ouija 2, and I hated Ouija. And I loved Ouija 2. I thought it was great. And I really hated Insidious 2. I liked Insidious all right, but I wasn't like blown away like everybody else was. But I really enjoyed Insidious 3, so I'm definitely open-minded. You know, I definitely want to like. I go into every horror movie wanting to like it. So
for sure.
But what were you gonna say, Bunyip?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm kind of not looking forward to Animal Creation because before I wasn't even gonna bother watching it until it came out on video, but now maybe I might go see it. Maybe.
I just had a terrifying thought. What if the reason your video keeps fucking up is because of your creepy dummy behind you?
Stop.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. So there's a scene in Insidious 3 that scares the shit out of me. There's a scene where she lives in an apartment building and she has a little neighbor boy who lives next door. And they do this thing where they knock back and forth, and then she finds out that he's not home. Well, I have new neighbors, and I love them. They're so awesome. They let me borrow their cat. They have this cat who's a dwarf, and he's not quite fully functional. Like, he doesn't run or anything. He just kind of looks at you vacantly all the time, but he's just so happy. We had him in a recent video. He's the cutest thing. But, yeah, her little neighbor girl's bedroom is on the other side of this wall because it's a duplex. And, they were putting up a picture, and then Lols and I were, like, knocking on the wall, and they were knocking back, and I thought about that. I was like, what if they're not home? So creepy. So creepy. What if I don't even have neighbors? Like, I think I have neighbors, and then I found out that, you know, they've been gone for 20 years.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. Time to move. Get out of that duplex.
So, yeah, we just filmed our Be Cool Scooby-Doo episode 2, which Lols is so, like, into this. It's so funny. He's so random, though. I'm like, they're going to get this, right? He's like, yeah. Like, my generation's all about randomness. They'll follow it. I'm like, all right, cool.
Oh, my gosh.
You're going to help me edit it.
You just got to trust it.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm trusting the randomness. We had a cat in it. It was fun. I had fun. I didn't get it all, but I had fun. And I'm editing my Dead Awake review, which I ended up mentioning Emma in it. So I asked her later on. I was like, I just kind of mentioned you in the video. No big. Like, hopefully that's okay. She's like, I want to see it right now. I'm like, all right. It was for Dead Awake because in Dead Awake, they kind of imply that if you have sleep paralysis and you tell somebody else about it, they're going to get sleep paralysis too, which is not true. I've had sleep paralysis since I was like maybe 11 on a regular basis. And I talk about it a lot, and my husband and my son have never experienced it. So they actually, when my sleep paralysis gets really bad, I can usually change my breathing. So they go on like Gory Watch, where they watch me, and then if I start to breathe funny, then they can shake me out of it. But they've never had it. So at the end of the video, I was just like, I call up Emma, and I'm just like, hey, you know how I was talking to you about sleep paralysis the other day? Yeah, well, I have it, so you might want to get yourself checked. So hopefully she likes it. Like, who am I going to throw under the bus? So I kind of mentioned a video she did on sleep paralysis earlier, so I was like, I'll just throw her under there. I'll just throw her in a video. I'll make her collab with me without collabing. Oh, Brooke's freaked out. I'm sorry, Brooke. One of the freakiest things, this will freak you out, and I guess something similar happened to Wes Craven. One of the scariest things that ever happened to me is there was a period in my life where my parents had separated, and my dad wasn't living with us anymore. And in the middle of the night, I woke up for no reason at all. Like, I just woke up, like, alert, completely alert, and I looked at my window, and my dad was staring through my window. And he didn't say or do anything. He just stared. And then I freaked out. I put my cover over my head, and when I looked back, he was gone. And I thought I might have imagined it. But then I asked my mom the next day, and she's like, yeah, he came into the house last night. And I was like, that was fucking creepy. But Wes Craven had a similar experience when he was a child. He looked outside his bedroom window, and there was a man in a hat, which is where Freddy's hat comes from. And he looked down, and the man, like, looked up to him and, like, made a scary face at him. And he hid down, and when he looked back, the guy was still there staring. So that was a big part of the inspiration for Freddy Krueger, in addition to some articles he read about people suffering from something very similar to sleep paralysis. They were terrified to go to sleep because they thought they wouldn't wake up again. Yeah. And then the guy who was the subject of this series of news articles did end up dying in his sleep.
I love that story because the best part about that he talks about is they found like a coffee maker in his closet and stuff, and you're just like, oh my god, like he was really trying to stay awake. Like, what the hell happened?
It's scary. I think about that a lot too. Like, because when I have sleep paralysis, it's hard to explain if you haven't had it, but it feels like you're almost kind of like underwater and you're trying to push out. And I can usually move my finger a little bit. You know, I can blink, and it's hard to breathe, but I can affect my breathing a little bit. But you can't do anything, and you just want to like kind of jerk out of it, but you can't. It feels like you're just fighting like this big force on top of you, like you're being smothered. And I get scared that I'm going to fight so hard that I might just pop something in my brain and die, and then everyone will be like, oh, she died peacefully in her sleep, and like never really know what happened.
Yeah. That's scary to think about.
Scary. Have you guys had sleep paralysis? Like, experienced that before?
I've had something. I don't know if it's quite sleep paralysis. I guess when I was in college, I lived up in this city that is known for like break-ins and stuff like that. Anyway, I one day woke up, and usually I would keep my apartment door closed to my bedroom so I wouldn't hear my roommate come in or anything. And I was laying down, and I woke up. Well, I thought I woke up, and I was looking straight at the door, and I saw someone standing there, and I could hear someone in the kitchen, and I could see the figure pretty clearly, but I couldn't move or anything. And I just remember being very terrified. And then like a few minutes later, I was able to move, and there was nothing there. And yeah, so I've had similar.
That's what's scary about sleep paralysis is because you are aware of what's going on. Like I can tell people whole conversations they had while I was paralyzed. I can tell them what happened during the movie that I'd never seen before. I mean, I'm aware of what's going on in the room, but you do also hallucinate. You hallucinate shit that ain't there, and you can't tell the difference. Like, I will see spiders crawling up my arm, and I know I hallucinate in sleep paralysis, but I also know that that's an entirely a possible thing. So I freak out because I don't know if it's real or not. I also, I get a lot of, when I'm in sleep paralysis, I'll hear like a window breaking, like someone's breaking into the house. I'll hear my son screaming. And I'm trying to get to him, and like it's really scary because it feels entirely real. And the difference with sleep paralysis than like if you're dreaming and when you are awake, but it feels completely real. Like when you do, I think the worst hallucination I had is that someone came into my room and he was cutting me, like making cuts all over my body, and it felt like something that really happened to me. Whereas like a dream, you wake up and it's fuzzy, and then it kind of goes away. Like I still remember it very, very clearly like it happened, even though I'm aware that it did not happen.
Usually when it happens to me, it's not like anything physically happens to me. It's more like I see a person. It's usually like I can't even make out who it is. It's just someone staring at me, and that's it. But I can't move. And that's basically what happens when I get in those zones. But it doesn't happen very often.
I tend to have more problems like if I messed up my sleep schedule, like I'm staying up too late or something like that, or if I make a big change to my sleep schedule, if I'm really stressed, it seems to happen more. But I think also like if you've had a history of sleep problems, like I used to be a sleepwalker until I moved out of my parents' house.
I used to sleepwalk too.
And a lot of people I know who have sleep paralysis also used to be sleepwalkers or still sleepwalk. So I think it's something related to stress. Like, there's a lot of theories on sleep paralysis, and they're interesting. Some people believe that it's alien abduction. Some people believe that it's a demonic entity, like in the movie Dead Awake. Some people believe, like kind of like Insidious, and it's also like kind of a pagan belief that your soul is connected to your body, but that your soul will wander while you're sleeping, and that your soul just hasn't gone all the way back into your body, so you're paralyzed. And then the medical explanation is that when you go into REM sleep, your body paralyzes itself so you don't act out your dreams, which I'm questionable about that, because I know lots of people who kick and thrash in their sleep. But when you wake up, you're still having the hallucinations of dreaming, but you still can't move yet because you're not fully out of REM.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of theories and not a lot of evidence to support any of them. What do you think it is, Bunyip?
I used to sleepwalk. I only remember one time that my parents told me that I walked out the front door when I was like really little, and my dad got out of bed thinking someone was breaking into the house, and he found me outside, and I just talked to him in like a 4-year-old's voice, which I was like probably 8 at the time. I told him that he had scared me, which is weird that I would revert to that kind of a voice when I was, older. But he did tell me about that one time, and that's the only time I actually remember being startled awake after sleepwalking. But I guess it happened more than once. And it hasn't happened after.
I never talked to anybody when I would sleepwalk because my brother watched me, but I realized I was sleepwalking because I was finding potatoes everywhere, like in my laundry basket and stuff, and my dresser drawer underneath my pillow. And my brother watched me, and I would get up, I'd go to the crisper, I'd grab a potato, and I'd put it like under a couch cushion or in the mailbox outside. And the other thing I would do is I'd get naked a lot. Like another time I stripped down completely and just went back and laid in the bathtub like it was my bed and just slept there. So I woke up naked in the bathtub. I'm like, what the fuck? And another time I stripped down, I went out to the front yard which sucked because it was like around 8. Like it was time for me to get up for school, and I'm naked in the front yard, and there's like school buses going by and stuff. So humiliating. Getting naked in potatoes, like Freud would have a fucking field day with me. Why potatoes? Why? Why do my parents keep buying potatoes?
To look up the psychological significance of potatoes.
Don't even want to know. Brooke was talking about have we watched Sleepwalkers Who Kill on Netflix? I haven't seen that, but I remember I watched this. I watched this TV movie way back in the 90s, and this man, his in-laws had something in their ceiling that he had been working on, like fixing, and in his sleep, he went over to his in-laws' house, and he had a tool in his hand, I think like a screwdriver or something, to repair it, and they were awoken by the sound of him coming into the house, so they went to investigate. And when they tried to stop him, like they tried to like wake him up, and he started hitting them with the screwdriver, and he murdered them in his sleep and didn't even know that he did it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I might have seen that on Netflix, Sleepwalkers Who Kill. It was pretty interesting because I guess the guy, one of the guys was able to prove that he was sleepwalking and he wasn't aware of it. But then there was someone else that tried to like copy him and try and get away with his murders and pretend like he was a sleepwalker too. And it was just an interesting watch because it was like talking about all the scientific findings about people who sleepwalk and how their patterns go and how they studied it and how they were able to prove one versus the other.
Why were they killing people in their sleep? Were the people trying to wake them up?
No, the one guy who was really famous for it, I guess he drove like all the way to his in-laws' house and killed them. And I want to say it was pretty brutally. I can't quite remember exactly, but he drove, and it was like a good distance away. And then he, I guess, I don't remember if he went home or what, but they were able to prove that he was actually asleep when he did it. And
maybe that's
I guess
the same
other
one that
people.
the TV movie I saw was based on.
That's what it sounded. That's what it sounded like to me when you were talking about it. Because
I remember there was one scene in that TV movie that scared the shit out of me, where they had a black light to reveal like how much blood was actually scattered everywhere, and it was like the whole room was like covered in these glowing blood marks. It was like, Jesus Christ, like he beat the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I'm actually trying to look up who that was right now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm terrified. I don't sleepwalk or have sleep paralysis. I feel like I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
The weirdest thing I've seen other people do, I was dating a guy who, for no apparent reason, he in bed was telling me a whole goddamn play. He did theater, but he told me the whole fucking play. Like, he would not stop. And it was weird. It was so weird. And it went on for forever. And I was just like, this is weird. And he wasn't responding to anything I was saying. The next day I asked him about it. He had no memory of it. Like, that was weird. And Jess, my cousin, who's been in a lot of our videos, he has night terrors. It's really scary because he sleeps during the day because he works nights. And he will thrash around. He'll bang walls. He'll kick. And he'll scream like he's dying. Like, wah! And he says things, but a lot of times they're unintelligible. And I don't even know what to do. I mean, I've tried waking him up before, but usually there's nothing I can do. And I don't want to get close to him because he's, like, thrashing around.
Yeah. Huh.
My brother used to have night terrors, too, when he was about 3. But he grew out of that. It was pretty scary.
Did he just grow out of it, like, on his own, or did he do anything? Because we can't figure out how to help Jess.
When he used to have night terrors, he only wanted my dad, and he grew out of it, like, I guess within the year. But it was pretty scary.
I guess one time when I was sleeping, Danny says, I screamed in my sleep. I don't have night terrors, but he said I screamed, and then my chest rose up like I was being, like, lifted, and it seemed like I was choking, like I was like, and he said it looked exactly like someone yanked me up and was choking me. And our house, a lot of weird things would happen. So he thought that like our house was haunted and like something was choking me. Like he still believes that that's what happened, but I have no memory of it whatsoever. Like he yanked me back and then I woke up and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you waking me up? I got things going on, dude. Sleeping happening. And he's like, well, stop sleeping so fucking weird. While we're waiting for her to look up stuff, what is your favorite zombie movie?
I just found it. Kenneth Park's case.
So what did he do?
It says that he got in his car and drove to the home of his in-laws and entered their house with the key they had given him. Using a tire iron he brought with them, he bludgeoned his mother-in-law to death, and then he turned to her husband and attempted to choke him to death, but he managed to survive. He got back in the car despite being covered with blood, drove straight to a nearby police station and confessed and turned himself in. I think I've just killed 2 people, he told stunned cops.
That's insane. And so has it happened to more than one person?
I don't think to this extent, but I think some people have tried to use this case as a reason to get off, from and not be convicted of murder.
Yeah.
But it hasn't quite worked for other people. I don't know if any other cases. But
that guy wasn't convicted? He didn't get any kind of punishment?
Let me double check, because I remember that the one I'm thinking of, he wasn't convicted.
Do you think that would at least be like manslaughter?
Yeah. Let's see.
She's our research gal.
I know. I'm like really trying to figure out, because I don't know. Maybe this is not the right one, but I don't know. I'm gonna Google and see if by his name instead.
Ugh, whenever my dog kisses me, I'm like, ugh, I kiss you, you don't kiss me. Gross. My paw on top.
Their mouths are supposed to be super sanitary. It's fine.
BS, he licks his butt. He eats cat poop. He treats them like little chocolate treats that the cat leaves for him. Just munches on them like they're delicious. And the worst part is I'll let him lick my plate sometimes after dinner. And if there's a tiny pea on it, like a pea vegetable, he will somehow find a way to eat everything but avoid the pea that was left behind, because that's disgusting. But his own butthole and the cat's poop, no.
Of course not.
I want to watch the Sleepwalkers Who Kill thing. Maybe I'll watch that tonight. Thank you for the recommendation, Brooke. Ooh, Return of the Living Dead's another good zombie movie. One zombie movie I like a lot that not a lot of people have seen is Undead. It's an Australian film and it's weird as hell, but it's so good. Ah, it's a dog is cute. Guys, look at this cute dog. Oh, Bunyip does research. Hi, I'm a dog, and I'm a good out. What's up? What's up? Nobody says what's up anymore, right?
Oh my gosh, you remember that?
That was like a thing for like a year.
It says he was acquitted of murder.
Wow.
Yeah, so he was freed in 2009 by a judge who found him not guilty of murder.
Did he do any time?
Let's see. There's so much information on this. It's like there's like so much to like comb through.
Okay,
I'm
I
just,
swear your doll has tilted more.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding. I think he's tilted more.
Oh my gosh.
No, he has not. It's fine.
It's probably just because I was typing.
He's leaning
maybe.
more towards you. Definitely.
I don't know.
What's on his lap? I know there's Leatherface. What's the other one?
I have Daryl back here.
Oh, Daryl.
With
We got a keychain of Daryl, like a little tiny Funko, and Lawls calls it his little baby Daryl Dixon. Little baby Daryl. He sings to it.
Daryl will stop him from moving if he is moving.
I don't know, dude. He doesn't. What's coming out of his ear?
Oh, it's a tag. I just got it. Trick or Treat Studios.
Oh,
So, yeah, I haven't taken the tag off.
Shaunical reviews. This is Gizmoglobin vape juice. So it's like blueberry custard. It's a guar flavor. Sounds disgusting, but it's really good.
nice.
Harvested by Skullhead Face herself. I'm really impressed. This is the least amount I've had, like, alcohol-wise during a stream. I drank a beer. See, I'm not an alcoholic. Though, seriously, last week, oh my god, I wasn't sure if I was going to drink at all. I had a beer here in case we did a drinking game, but I did a 10-hour stream, got pretty drunk, and then the next day I was on Count Jacula's stream for many hours. I watched all 10 hours of his stream, and I was on it for like 4 hours, so...
My god.
Yeah, I was wrecked. I was wrecked for like 2 days after that. I'm too old for that. What movie would you like to see transferred into black and white? I mean, it's already been done, but The Mist, if you get that on Blu-ray, you can see it in black and white as well. And I actually like the black and white edition better.
Huh, I have to check that out. I love that movie.
They wanted it originally in black and white, and then they were convinced by one of the producers or something not to do that. But after it was released on home video, you can get it on Blu-ray now where it has the colored and the black and white version. I think the black and white version's better. Just my opinion. It's also, the reverse is true as well. I buy a lot of older movies because I was raised on a lot of those, and I recently saw like The Fly in color for the first time. The original Fly. I was like, oh, that's weird. That was bizarre. I think it's scarier in black and white, but it's weird. The addition of color can really change a movie. Another movie I saw in color for the first time that I didn't like as well was The Birds. I got that on Blu-ray and it's in color.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Very strange. Both of them are okay. The one I really don't like, though, is I also got the colorized version of Night of the Living Dead, and that's, I don't know. I don't like the colorized version. I have a definite opinion on that one.
Yeah, my movie collection.
They also did, I've seen it, I think it's a fan-made thing, but it's called Logan Noir, and it's the Logan movie, but it's in black and white, but I haven't seen it. I've just heard about it. Yeah,
why can't they just answer my question on Google?
Brooke, I have to agree, The Mist is really good. It's one of those movies, I've seen it maybe twice. It's hard for me to watch. The ending is a real gut punch.
The ending kills you,
It's
yeah.
so
I love that
effective. It's so powerful. It's a brilliant movie, but it's not one where I'm like, gosh, I haven't been gut punched in a while.
Yeah.
I watch The Mist so I can cry. Like, it's not, I love it, but it's hard to watch.
It is.
It's like we own that, and we also own Requiem for a Dream, but it's just like, it's not a movie I get in the mood to watch. Like, God, I want to see horrible things happen to pretty decent people. I'll watch that. Like, but it's one that when you tell people like about really extreme movies, you're like, oh, well, you probably should see The Mist or Requiem for a Dream because that'll fuck you up.
Yep. I legit will just personally boycott watching that movie every time I'm like, oh, I want to watch The Mist, and then I get to the end, I'm like, now I remember why I haven't seen this in forever. I hate it.
I wouldn't irritate me, but I'd be interested to see Suspiria in black and white, Isabel. I wouldn't be against it because there's a lot of things they're doing with the lighting and such too that makes Suspiria good. So I wouldn't write it off. I would certainly give it a shot.
I feel like some of Ty West stuff has that old feel to it, like The House of the Devil. I wouldn't mind seeing that in black and white.
That one's a nice movie too. I love it.
Yeah.
I think the best black and white I've seen, as far as just brilliant use of the shading and such, was the Universal Dracula with Bela Lugosi. Just the way they use the mist and stuff in that is so phenomenal, and the close-ups and just his performance, it's gorgeous. And what really adds to that, if you do get the Universal Monster movies, they re-released them on Blu-ray and stuff. I have them on DVD, but it's the same editions, the re-releases. You can watch it, and there's the London Symphony, I think, did a whole new score to it, and it's beautiful. It's amazing how the music changes it so much and elevates the movie. It's amazing.
Okay.
The original Evil Dead in black and white. See, the thing is with black and white, I think it would have to be a movie that's not too dark. I'm worried that Evil Dead might be a little too dark. You need a lot of good contrast. And mood. Movies like Sleepy Hollow, I think, would be good.
Ooh, yeah.
Right? You know what I also love? I love when there's selective color. When everything's in black and white, but like one or two
I feel like
things.
you would kind of lose that with Sleepy Hollow, though, because I feel like a lot, it's really muted, and then you get, like, the red and the orange that, like, pop.
Yeah.
You might lose some of that with the black and white.
If
but
you made it completely black and white, but just left the color orange, though.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. You're on to something now.
Possibly. Who knows? Psycho's great. That Blu-ray edition I have of that is still in black and white, which is good because I don't know if I would like that colorized. The colorization.
Did they colorize it? I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've never seen it colorized, but I'm willing to bet that they have.
Okay.
You know, because some people are like about black and white movies the way some people are about subtitles. They just won't watch something in black and white. It's funny because I have all the Addams Family on DVD, and I was watching them with Lulz, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to watch this. This is in black and white. It won't be funny." And then there was a gag where Fester did something with a light bulb or whatever, and he about died. I'm like, "Oh, it's not funny, is it? It is funny." I've seen the Munsters colorized, and I don't know. I like them black and white.
I feel like you lose a lot because, like, their makeup and stuff is, like, done to go with the black and white. Yeah. So when you put it in color, it doesn't look like Yvonne Carlo's makeup is really only on her face.
Can you imagine,
you see it, like, in real life, it looks strange.
It'd be like, can you imagine, like, Bride of Frankenstein in color? I don't think that would work.
Yeah. And even the Addams Family, when you look at the actual set, there's so much color in that set, and it doesn't seem like it would match like what you would think the Addams Family pad would look like. But
oh, speaking of black and white movies, that I would like to see remade, and a decent remake would be Carnival of Souls. That movie is so creepy, and there's a colorized version of that. I haven't seen it. I've seen just the black and white one. But they did kind of a remake in the 90s, but they completely changed the story. And it was Wes Craven, too. So that's, like, I don't know. It's so different. But a modern remake of Carnival of Souls would be pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I could be about that.
I'd give it a shot. I would be interested enough to see it. How's it going, Bunyip?
Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. I'm like reading this long thing. I found like this psychology paper and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't need this much information. But I don't know. I've seen two different dates. Apparently the crimes were committed in 87 and I've seen that he was acquitted in 92. So I guess maybe he might have been held for those years, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
So
well, if he was acquitted,
and now I'm interested to know if his wife stayed with him after.
Oh my gosh, did she?
I don't know. I'm wondering.
Okay, what's this?
That's what I'm looking for now.
What's this bloke's name?
Kenneth Parks. Kenneth Parks.
Right. Kenneth Parks. Kenneth Parks' wife.
Well, clearly he didn't. She should be fine. He didn't want to murder her because he drove all the way over to his.
He had a baby too.
Oh God, probably not then. I would be afraid.
One article from the Chicago Tribune says the guy said he walked out of a murder charge. So does that mean he didn't do time?
Maybe not. I don't know. The one I got was like some Psychology Today paper, and then I didn't.
Did he sleepwalk out of a murder charge?
Why are these articles so long?
I think he did. From what I remember, is he didn't get. He got away with it or whatever. But apparently, he was legitimately sleepwalking, according to the medical tests and everything.
So did his wife stay with him?
I don't know. I'm wondering. I'm trying to find out.
It says his wife was in the courtroom during the trials, but she could have been there because he murdered her parents.
Yeah.
Well, he ended up killing her mother, not her father. He tried to kill him, but he didn't.
All right. Okay, I found it. Okay. So. Okay, it says. Blah, blah, blah. He was arrested for first-degree murder and attempted murder. So, and then he was acquitted in 92. So I think he did do time because he was arrested. So he would have been in jail or prison while he was going to his court things. Oh my God, there's a whole bunch of them on here.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
There's like so much information. I just want to know though if she stayed with him or not.
I thought someone would tell me, but there's like a whole bunch of other cases.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's tons of other cases.
So I typed in divorce and I didn't get any information. I feel so bad. Everyone watching right now, watch as we Google. We're Googling.
Research. We need to know if she stayed with him.
Oh, here's a marriage and divorce records thing, but it's like for every Kenneth Parks that's ever lived. So.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God.
What's his wife's name?
Karen, I think. I think I saw her name Karen. Yeah, wife Karen.
There's a Murderpedia, guys. It's a thing. I found it.
That doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Ah, my nose is itching. Dude, I don't know. I would divorce him. Would you divorce him?
Yes, I would.
I mean, it'd be rough because, I mean, they have a kid together, and it seems like it says they were happily married before the incident, so.
Apparently, he had like a gambling problem, though.
Well, there you go. That's worse than murder. No, I'm kidding.
Cholesterol, that's the deal breaker. Can't handle that.
Careful, Bunyip. Creepy Google searches might get you on your YouTube channel. If all your stuff's demonetized after this, then I'm calling bullshit on Google. So everybody in the chat, Google if Kenneth Parks is still married.
There's gonna be like some news stories now, like sudden interest in Kenneth Parks' murder case.
Oh my gosh.
Have you guys seen that game?
Like, you Googled this, you were trying to figure out how to get away with murder.
There is a game that you can play on Google where you have to guess what it would auto search for you. Like if you typed in sleepwalking, and I was watching that on GT Live, and they had enough people also searching stuff at the same time that they were actually changing Google's algorithm. They're like, what the hell? Why is that on there? It was nuts, dude. So it could happen. Yeah, I want to know if he's still married.
No, it's making me crazy too.
Mr.
Like, how do they
I noticed you're not helping, Maven.
Because the comments are funny while we're just sitting here trying to find the answer to it. So it's like, quick, let's stack all the chairs on the table while Corey isn't listening.
Oh my god, okay, her doll is definitely leaning over more than it was before.
It is not!
It is too! Maven! Come on, you were on board about Tiffany moving. You know it's true. What? Mr. Shadow, that's mean. Don't poltergeist me. Oh my gosh, my friends tried to pull something on me once when back when I used to smoke ages ago. But they moved certain objects in my room around, and like it took me like 2 seconds when I got back. I didn't think it was Hana. I was just like, don't be a dick and move my stuff. Like, everything has a place. Place for everything. This is before I had a kid, so now I'm just like, whatever. It just says that his wife was in the courtroom.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd think they would include that in the article, whether she was staying with him or not.
And Karen, which sounds like the stupidest name ever. Parks. Sleepwalking murder. Ha.
I'm not getting anything.
He drove 15 miles. This guy's funky looking, too. He looks like the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Well, he does! You know the one who's trying to get Bueller when he's just having his day off?
God. That's 3 strikes now. Gambling problem. It looks funky.
What was that guy's kid? What was the character's name? I don't remember. Google that, Maven.
On it. More research.
Yeah, sorry guys that we're just Googling and you're watching us Google. Why do all these things
You
tell me
have to be a little bit curious, though.
Maybe that TV show that Brooke told us about would have the answers.
It might.
So check it out. This Parks guy was put on medication and he's never slept walk again.
Oh my gosh.
That seems suspicious, doesn't it?
What is it in Freddy vs. Jason? Hypnosil. Can't remember his dreams
you think
now.
He's on Hypnosil? What if Freddy Krueger possessed him? Boom. Myth busted. That's another show. But, yeah.
Oh no, that means we can't talk about it, because that's what happens. He wants people to talk about him, and then he gets stronger.
Oh.
Nuts! Wait,
damn it.
That's also the Bye Bye Man, too. Don't talk about the Bye Bye Man, or more people will watch it.
Oh god.
I haven't seen that yet.
Don't worry about it. Don't waste your time.
The movie's lame, but the movie's mostly lame because it just
hear
has so many unanswered questions in it. I looked up the actual legend, and that was interesting. So, when I have money, one day, who knows, according to YouTube, never, when I have money, I want to order, it's the Bye Bye Man and, like, other stories, but it was a real, like, urban legend thing, and the actual story was interesting. Like, have you heard about that?
No, I haven't, but I love urban legends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
It's like there was this guy who had albinism, and most people who have albinism are also legally blind, and so he had like a dog, and he was beaten and bullied quite a bit until he died. And then after he died, if people even said his name, he and his dog would appear and he would kill them. And then he got to the point where he grew to where even if you thought his name, he would appear and he would kill you. And every time his dog lost a part, like if his dog lost his eyes or his ears, he would rip them off of the Bye Bye Man would rip them off of his victims and put them on his dog. So his dog was a mishmash of all these strange parts.
That is so interesting.
Really interesting. And then these guys in this book apparently went to go study it and prove or disprove its existence. And what happened to them is they heard a woman, I think it was somebody they knew, calling their name from behind the other side of the door. Which is very different. In the movie, like, kind of makes him go crazy. But I guess in reality, a lot of people say that he can mimic voices and such. So he can make it seem like someone you know is calling you and lure you out. And then he's going to kick your ass. But that sounds really cool. But the movie was not as cool.
They took it and made it dumb.
I mean, I was intrigued by a lot. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not great. It has a lot of flaws, but like I liked the brother character and his daughter. Those were cool. And there was a really cool scene where the little girl goes upstairs and she's looking at one of those like bizarre little cupboards up in the attic. And when she does that, you see the dog pop out from the other end. And I love whenever a horror movie has something like that and they don't overdo it with like a lot of music and such. It's just like a little subtle thing happening. So I thought that was cool. I mean, there were some good parts about it. I enjoyed it. You know, I don't think it's that bad, but I'm not going to go and tell anybody it's a great movie either. It deserves its criticism. It's flawed, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
I'll probably wait for it to come out on Netflix then.
Hopefully it will. Ariel wants to know what your favorite full moon movie is.
I don't
The
know.
Master, probably.
Castle Freak? Probably Castle Freak. Bunyip is so hard at work.
I don't know. I like Ginger Dead Man an awful lot.
Uh-huh.
It's
That
kind of
one's
cheesy.
funny. I like Ginger Dead Man, Passion of the Crust. That one was funny. I also love Bad Channels, which Danny just reviewed on our channel, but I think that one's really funny. I don't know if it's a really horror movie, but I do enjoy it a lot. Bad Channels is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I
like the demonic toys.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I know there's probably some other ones I really like that I can't think of. Castle Freak's really good, though. I liked Subspecies. That was a good one, too.
Mm.
Mr. Shadow, check out Danny's review of Bad Channels. It's pretty funny. I'm biased. I mean, I married the dude, but... She's so hard at work. Okay, I'm telling you,
I'm looking,
that doll is moving over because now he is kind of touching her cat ears, and before he wasn't.
Oh,
I'm looking at a picture, and it looks like it doesn't have a good caption. It doesn't say. It doesn't say who's with him.
Isabel
But
wants.
oh,
sorry.
It almost looks like it could be a wife figure, but I don't know. It's like a news article picture or something. I don't know.
Isabel wants to know if I would recommend watching Urban Legend. I love Urban Legend. That's one of my favorite horror movies all the time. Like, I stand by that. I know a lot of people don't like it. I think a lot of people don't like a lot of 90s horror movies, but it's such a great movie. It's so much fun. It is really fun. Legend.
A lot of people ripped on it because they say it's a rip-off of Scream because it came like right after that, but
I think it's got a lot of that 90s flavor to it, but I mean, Friday the 13th is a ripoff of Halloween, and I love both of them. So whether it is or isn't, I enjoy
love Urban Legend.
I don't like Urban Legend's final cut. I saw that at the theater, and I was like so angry. It was so bad. I wasted my time seeing it. It was so bad. I do like the Urban Legend's Bloody Mary one though, which I have on DVD.
Okay.
So, thanks, Mr. Shadow. But yeah, I love Urban Legend, so hopefully you guys do too, because I don't think that one gets enough play. I mean, come on, it's got Oscar-winning actor Jared Leto in it. Come on.
It's fun.
It's got cred. I love it. I think it's great. It
has Rebecca Gayheart in it being crazy, and she's awesome at it.
That joke they made at the end where they said that the Noxzema girl, which I don't think people get now, but she used to do the Noxzema commercials.
Yeah.
She also used to do the Glintz commercials. It's really sad, though, because she used to be in a lot of stuff, like a lot of commercials and stuff. And then she killed a little boy. She hit a 9-year-old boy with her car.
Oh my God.
And killed him. And she didn't really... I don't think she did any time or anything, really, because it was an accident. But it's funny because that's in that movie, that the Urban Legend movie has a plot line that is similar to that, where they do hit somebody with their car.
Yeah.
So that's what happened with her. She actually did kill this 9-year-old boy. Pretty sad.
I didn't know that at all. That's interesting.
And Urban Legend, they have Robert Englund teaching a class about urban legends. Mr. Shadow, and they have Pacey from Dawson's Creek. I can't remember her name right now. Pacey, which I've never even seen Dawson's Creek, so why I remember that and not this character's name, I don't know. But the guy from the Skulls. But they give him Pop Rocks and soda, and he pretends to be affected by it, like he's dying, but it's just a prank and nothing happens to him. I mean, somebody's actually making these urban legends kind of come to life. My favorite part of that was... because we had the staple of the creepy guy at the gas station who warns people not to do such things.
The Harbinger.
The gal goes to the gas station. Brad Dourif's there, and he's got a terrible stutter. So she's freaked the fuck out. Immediately gets in her car, and then he's finally able to spit out, "There's somebody in your back seat." Dude! That was so good, because I mean, we all know that story, but I think they found a brilliant way of doing it in a way that it was still shocking and fun.
It wasn't exactly like the Urban Legend goes.
Yeah.
Like, so it threw you off, but
do you
that's
guys
like
always check your back seats now?
My favorite openings.
It's so good. And
to a horror movie.
See, I mean, it's weird because we have a lot of these kind of glossy horror movies now, and I have a hard time getting into them, like the original Ouija and such. Yeah. But I mean, we had that in the 90s too, but I liked a lot of those movies. They had a lot of fun rock soundtracks, so maybe it's just that I'm not a teenager now and these movies are directed at teenagers, but I enjoyed a lot of the teen 90s movies. I know you did last summer. I love the Scream movies, of course. Yeah. They were a lot of fun. The 90s, I had fun with horror in the 90s. Return of the Living Dead Part 3. How would I rank Urban Legend with other 90s films? It'd be in at least my top 10.
Yeah. I'm biased towards Scream. Those are my
Scream
all-time favorites, but
one of my all-time favorite movies.
Definitely up there.
Like, not even just horror movies. It's one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yeah.
And it's also my favorite franchise. I think Scream is the most solid franchise. Yeah. Like, all the movies are pretty good. And Sydney's my favorite final girl. So, yeah, compared to Scream, I mean, nothing outranks Scream for me as far as 90s slashers. But it would definitely be in my top 10. I watch it a lot. And you have Danielle Harris in there. How's it going, Bunyip?
Oh yeah, I always forget that she's in there until I watch it, and I'm like, yeah.
I'm about to
She's a
give
goth
up.
girl. It's okay. I would give up because I don't think it's gonna be out there. Mr. Shadow, I think there should be more movies based off of cryptids. I think cryptids are really scary. There's an author who he has a channel on YouTube called Monster Men. Really great. His name's Hunter Shea, and he has made his entire writing career about writing about cryptids. So he's done the Jersey Devil, he's done Dover Demon, he's done Bigfoot, he's done so many, and it's remarkable to me how, like, we don't really have, there's the Barrens for the Jersey Devil, but we don't have a lot of cryptid movies. I would like to see more, other than just Bigfoot, which we tend to do a lot. The Mothman movie, that wasn't even a horror movie, and that creeped me out. What do you guys think? More cryptid movies?
Yeah, I would love to see a Bunyip horror movie.
Yes, I actually didn't know what a Bunyip was until I met you. Until you came on the show, I didn't know. I thought it was like a nickname or something, and then you and a whole bunch of people in the chat told me it's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it was either until I learned your channel name, and I was like, what is that? And then
that would be cool. Would you want it to be a horror movie about a Bunyip, or like a child befriends a Bunyip, like E.T.?
I would love it to be a horror movie, just because I already have like a childhood book memory of like a Bunyip, so I'm totally ready for a horror movie.
That'd be great. I mean, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to reboots. Like, I enjoy a lot of reboots, and I think a lot of reboots get a lot of unfair flack. But there are so many movies I have not seen yet. I haven't seen a Bunyip horror movie. Where's my Bunyip movie? I would watch that. I want
to see a really good Chupacabra movie.
Would love it. There is one I have that's on my watch list. It's called Lair of the Beast, but it's also called Chupacabra Territories, where this one's where the title got changed. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. I know there's also a movie called The Rake, which is about the creepypasta rake. I love it when they do some different things like that. If you read Dover Demon, the Hunter Shea book I told you about, that one's really interesting because it's just, I'm not familiar with that. I don't live on that side of the country. My area is Bigfoot. I live in Washington State. But on the East Coast, they have Jersey Devil and the Dover Demon and such, and I'd never heard of these before, so it was fascinating. So creepy, too. What are your guys' local cryptid legends?
I don't know if.
We also had, it's not a cryptid, but it's kind of a local legend where I went to college, which is about an hour and a half from where I live now. There's something called Mel's Hole, which is this like bottomless hole where this guy was on Art Bell talking about how he put his dog in there and it came back Pet Cemetery style. And apparently the hole moves, and I don't know anybody who's ever found it, so I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but it's a big legend in the area.
Trying to see.
Where
I don't
do you
know
guys,
if Florida has any.
You're in Florida, right? I don't know what's down in Florida.
I'm
Bunyip, where are
looking
you
it up
at?
because I'm not sure.
I'm in California, and I'm looking right now.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of things I've never heard of. Lone Pine Mountain Devil. I don't know. Ghost Deer. A sort of like
you have
Loch
the
Ness.
skunk ape in Florida.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was gonna say, is all we have Sharky? That's so stupid. I was like reading, I'm like, what the is this?
Oh wow.
The Fresno alien. I don't know. I don't know.
A muff monster.
In California, Mr. Shadow says there's the Fresno Nightcrawler, which it might be the same thing.
That's the Fresno. Yeah, that's the Fresno alien or Nightcrawler. I was just looking at it right now. I haven't heard of that, and that's interesting because I used to live in Fresno. Let's see.
We have
some weird hog bear.
Hog bear?
Hog bear?
Yeah. It looks interesting.
Where's the Bunyip located?
Australia.
I bet they have lots of great ones over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love good cryptid movies. I think that's fascinating because, you know, it's one of those things you remember that line, that really scary line from the Blair Witch Project where the one woman they talked to, they asked her, do you believe in the Blair Witch? And she says, I believe enough not to go out there. That's how I feel because I live in the middle of the Wenatchee Wilderness. You know, I live in a town. It's not like I live in the woods. But there's a big, the Cascades cut right through the center of Washington, and I live in the center of Washington. So there's mountains all around us. And so, you know, cryptid legends are pretty common around here. And I would say, do I believe in Bigfoot? I believe enough that I'm not going to go camping in the fucking mountains without like a fucking shotgun or something at least. I mean, I believe there's enough scary shit out there that I wouldn't go there alone. I wouldn't camp anywhere that wasn't a designated camping area. I fear and respect the wilderness.
I don't have anything fun.
You have that one that we found. What was it?
I don't even remember.
I'm sorry. Well, you're going to move, right? Aren't you moving over to Oregon?
Yeah.
You should move to Washington State, dude. It's pretty here, and you have friends here.
Oh, I guess there's some Bigfoot in California too.
Nice.
Apparently.
Yeah, the Bigfoot legend, a lot here in Washington State. In fact, Harry and the Hendersons was filmed here, and you can see that one of the places where they used as a location, there's like a big hairy, like Harry and the Henderson type model thing there. It's really cool.
I love that movie.
But it also up through Canada, down through Oregon, Idaho. I think there's even been some Bigfoot sightings in like Montana and of course in California too. So it's all over like the whole West Coast.
Skunk Ape, that's the one you said. A really shitty picture of what's supposed to be.
You know what? I remember hearing about the skunk ape one time when I was little on Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh my god.
Did you guys used to watch that show?
This music alone used to creep the fuck out of me.
I remember there was this guy and he found some skunk ape fur or whatever, and they had taken it to get tested to see what kind of animal it was, or if it was like synthetic fur from a costume, and the tests all came back as unknown. So it was interesting.
Huh.
So here is a skunk ape for everyone in the chat.
That show used to creep me the fuck out.
Yeah, it wasn't even.
I always used to get so scared at the end when they're like, if these person's whereabouts are unknown, if you see these people, I would always get so scared.
I
used to creep myself out too. Yeah, I used to like think that I was about to get into a bad situation and hear the narration in the background.
Yes,
I'd be like, oh, this is how I die.
Those shows. We had a lot of like hard copy and Unsolved Mysteries, and then we had America's Most Wanted. Like it just seemed like everywhere you turn, there's things that wanted to hurt you.
Yeah.
Skunky. Look, did you guys see the Dover Demon? He's creepy. He looks like an alien. I don't like it. I don't like it. Some pictures are cute. I'll be honest.
Ew. Yeah. He looks he kind of looks like the alien from I don't know, it reminds me of Independence Day. He's got like no mouth, it's just eyes.
There's one picture of him that someone said they took off of the road. It's this demon in the road, and it's so fucking creepy. Ugh. The picture with the horses, like if you Google fuck no. Nope.
I want to sleep tonight, so I'm gonna stop.
Nope. I also anything in the water, you know, like whenever I hear of anything, like I'm terrified of, you know, ocean creatures or anything slithering around in the ocean, especially where the water is so dark or so deep that you can't see the bottom.
Ugh.
I remember once we had life preservers and we used to go swim across the river here, and I got tangled up in seaweed and I freaked the hell out because I feel like something grabbed me. Oh my goodness. So any kind of cryptid in the water scares me, but I feel like that's been done a lot with like our shark movies, our piranha movies, our anaconda movies. I would like to see more things like the Dover Demon. It kind of walks the line between a cryptid and also aliens. So that's fascinating. We have lots of Bigfoot movies, but I wouldn't mind seeing the skunk ape. Jersey Devil, I think, is really fascinating. I would love to see a movie about that, or Chupacabra. Yeah. Somebody thought they found a Chupacabra in Mexico recently, and I think it ended up being some kind of a coyote, but it was really sick.
Huh. You see them a lot in like anthologies. Somebody will do like a Jersey Devil or a Chupacabra, but never a full-length movie.
Yeah. I think
Well,
there is a
anytime
bat cryptid.
I've seen a couple of Chupacabra movies, and sadly, they always like fall short of what I'm expecting. So I just really want to see a good one.
Yeah.
I want to see more good cryptid movies. I just like cryptids. Holy balls! So we're at 4,293 subscribers. Well, that's almost 4,300 subscribers. That's pretty awesome. That means we got like 10 subscribers today. Cool. Sorry,
oh my
gosh,
gosh, did my video freaked out again?
It did, because you're oh my god, if you start screaming, I swear to God, I'll never sleep again.
I'm scared for your video to come back on now.
Can you imagine? See, this is what I want to see. I want to see more. They've done a little bit in like Paranormal Activity 4, and obviously with like friend request and unfriended. But I think the Skype and the video chat is something really fun to play with. In VHS 2, they did some good stuff, but can you imagine, like, when her video pops back on, like, and she's, like, in distress, or her puppet thing is, like, right in front of the camera? Oh that would scare the bejesus out of me. There would be literal pee. There would be pee. That's why I have an orange chair in case I do pee.
I would quit the internet forever.
Yeah, I'd be like, screw you guys. I'm taking my ball. We'll just write letters to each other. Dearest Maven of Florida, it's been 4 moons since I was on the internet, and I still have not forgotten the horror we experienced during Close Night Out.
I'd be so done.
Oh my gosh. Also, you know how you've heard, I've seen a lot of these, like, funny things that have happened during real live streams and stuff, videos. Like, there's one where, it wasn't funny, but a woman got her house broken into. There's been some fucked up shit that's happened during people's live streams, but I've seen a lot of them where the people have fallen asleep. You know, like fallen asleep and left their camera on. Can you imagine if you saw somebody get like abducted by aliens while they're sleeping on a live stream? Like, it's all funny at first because they're sleeping, and then they're abducted. Jack fell asleep during a live stream once. That was hilarious.
Or worse, if somebody was just in their house or something, you see them walking around in the back or something, and they're asleep.
Well, yeah, there was one where a woman, she was on a live stream, and these guys came in, and they started taking her shit. Like, she freaked out, and, I mean, people have broken into people's houses during live streams. Now I'm, like, all kinds of paranoid.
Yeah. Shit.
I mean, we had that experience on the very first Ghouls Night Out, sort of. Horror Gal was a little late because she heard gunshots, like, on her door. Remember that? She was hiding in her dog crate?
Yeah.
That was funny. I mean, I shouldn't say it's funny, but it was funny. But I shouldn't say that.
It was like, the way she was like telling us the story.
Her reaction was funny. The fact that it happened to her was not, because I was genuinely concerned about her, but her reaction was pretty fucking funny. She can make everything hilarious.
Yeah, the way she was reacting to it was funny.
We have a lot of movies coming out now, like in this year. I haven't seen the Poughkeepsie tapes.
Poughkeepsie tapes?
Oh, I've been wanting to see that forever.
I've heard great things about it. There's another all-women horror live stream that Laura's Looney Bin does, Freaky Girls Live, and they were talking about it. Of course, Allie kept calling it Poopsie or something. But that was hilarious. That was good. So I want to see that. I've also heard Phoenix Forgotten. Is that any kind of a cryptid type of thing?
No, not. It's more aliens. It's about the Phoenix Lights phenomena, where a bunch of people, like, they thought, they saw like unexplainable lights in the sky, and a lot of people thought it was aliens. Like, they have there's supposed to be like a government base or something that's nearby, and they kind of like play around with the idea, like a government cover up, or is it aliens or something like that.
Brooke is saying that the Dark Tapes has some interesting stuff in it too.
Yeah, that one was all right.
Was it good?
I was surprised by it. It reminds you a little bit of VHS.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I've seen that one, but I can't quite remember what it's about.
Yeah, I got a screener for it when I first saw it, but it has like one wraparound thing where it's like these people doing this experiment, like about like sleep and like using energy to like get you to another like plane of existence or something, and that kind of opens the door for all this horrible stuff to come through. So then the shorts you see within the movie are like the result of that experiment and these horrible things being able to come into our plane.
I need to watch
Like,
something good. I need to watch maybe one of those. The last few horror movies I've watched have not been that good. I watched Be Afraid. Meh. I saw XX. Not a fan.
I was disappointed by that.
That was.
I like.
Here's what pisses me off about XX, because I obviously do want more horror filmmakers.
Yeah.
If you watch the interviews about it, some of these women had never made horror movies before, and some of them had never even made movies before. Like, shouldn't this anthology about women in horror be made by women who are already making horror? Like, ask the Soska sisters, ask other women who are making horror movies, and I think that's why it didn't work. One of them was saying she doesn't even like horror. The gal who did the worst short, I think, which was the birthday party one. That was awful. She's like, I don't really like horror, so I tried to make it a comedy. And I'm like, well, you failed. You failed all the fails.
My problem was, I don't know, I'll be interested to see how you think about this, Gory. But I had a problem with 3 out of the 4 shorts being about being a mom. And the only reason I had a problem with that was because in an interview, Karen Kasama was like teasing it like, oh, well, women have a lot to be afraid about, like, or a lot to be afraid of.
Apparently just
and I'm like, well, yeah, well, according to your movie, the only thing I have to be afraid of is being a mom, and I can't relate to that. Like,
they could have done a lot more stuff, like, some body horror or something.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things you could have done. A dating one, like,
yeah,
lots of things.
I mean, it makes sense. I guess the only one that wasn't about being a mom was the one directed by what is it, like Saint Vincent or something, that singer or whatever. They let her direct one or something.
Yeah,
and she's like she's a 20-something, so I guess it makes sense that hers wasn't about being a mom, but
it was disappointing. And of course the first one was based on a novella by Jack Ketchum, and I don't know, I like the story, the original story it's based on, but that's about a dad, so she just changed the gender, and I thought that was kind of cheap.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie yet, so I don't know if I will now.
You can skip it, and your life will just keep chugging along.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be a skip for me.
I would love to do a lady horror anthology. That'd be awesome. Make it happen.
Yes.
Ooh, Isabel mentioned a found footage movie shot by the monster. That's a great idea.
Oh,
we need to
that
get
would be
Isabel in a
interesting.
horror anthology. That'd be fantastic. Yeah. That'd be cool. You know what I did see that kind of blew me away that was really good was Man Versus. That was fucking good.
Oh, I loved that movie up until like the last little bit.
I thought it was good because it just kept getting like the ante just kept going up and up and up, and it leaves like
I liked it. The only thing I didn't like was the CGI. I was expecting something a little different.
For me, if the story's good, I can forgive bad CGI. Yeah, the CGI sucks. The creature doesn't look that good. But the story was good. And the guy who does the whole movie by himself, like the one actor in it, like, it's just so good. Because at first you think he just needs to, like, do this thing. And then, like, that's not enough. And, oh my God, it's so good. It's like, have you seen it, Maven?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's a good one.
Like, this guy has one of those, like, Survivor Man type shows, where... The crew leaves him out in the wilderness, and he has to film a video diary about how he built shelter. And he notices some bizarre things, like there's tons of fish, but like the other animals won't eat it. And he's like, that's weird. And his shit keeps getting messed up, and he knows that there's someone's taking like the food he has stored and stuff. So he knows there's something really fucked up going on, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. Like if he's being punked, if his crew is playing a joke on him. And he's trying to use what he can do to be safe, but it keeps getting worse and worse and worse until he decides, like, fuck this shit. Screw the show. I need to go back to our camp where the other guys working on this show are and get some help. But that movie is called Man Versus, and it's on Netflix, and you guys gotta check it out. It's so good. I mean, I think you kind of need to be a fan of, like, Man vs. Wild or Survivor, I mean, like, that kind of show to really appreciate it, but I love those kind of shows, because the beginning
I liked
is,
the
like,
show. I really did.
Yeah. But...
I was taken aback when I got to the CGI part.
Yeah, the CGI is bad in it, guys, but the story is solid, and, I mean, I always kind of feel like any movie where it's able to, like, shock me with a turn in it. It doesn't have a twist, but it goes in some directions where I just didn't see that coming. So I was impressed.
Okay. I'll definitely check it out.
It's on Netflix. Watch it. It's good stuff.
Yeah. About it.
I saw Belko Experiment finally. I actually liked that.
Yeah, you liked it?
I liked it a lot. It's like in my top 5, I think, horror movies of the year so far.
Yeah.
I liked it
so
because I've seen that kind of movie before a lot. I've seen a lot of movies like that, and that's the first one where I felt, anyway, the ending was very satisfying. And still creepy. Without spoilering. So,
yeah, I liked it too.
It had a satisfying ending.
Mm-hmm. I had such a good time watching it. There was people that actually walked out during certain choice gory parts of the theater. And I was having the greatest time, like, sitting there watching it. I'm just like, ah, look at these babies.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I mean, it was definitely a movie that kept me, for lack of a better phrase, on the edge of my seat the entire time. Like, I was like, oh my gosh! Like, there's certain people I didn't want anything to happen to, and Belko Experiment's one of those ones where you have to think, like, what would you do?
Yes, it's a perfect movie for that. Like, when you leave the theater, you're done watching the movie, you're like, okay, you turn to the person, okay, so what would you do if you were in the office building?
What would you do? I have a plan. Okay, so I think that gal who was hiding had the right idea.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
really
boxes down there, right? So I would hide in a box, but I'd kind of make it like low to the ground and pretty much just hang out there. I mean, it's not going to help me if they just randomly blow my head. But I figure from there, if I have something sharp, I can like cut like some of the crappy people like on the Achilles tendon and then like, rah! And then hide back in my box and wait for somebody else.
Yeah. She did the one that mostly hid for the movie. She did a really good job up until a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you thought she was going to take it. Like, you were like, oh man, she's going to do it.
I would probably just kind of hide, and then if I saw anybody really threatening, then jump out and kill them and go back to my hidey hole.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's hard to say. But, yeah. It was good, because it's like Cube in a lot of those movies, but the ending is good. It's satisfying.
Yeah, I would like to think I'd be like, guys, let's not hurt anybody. We don't have to do this. But I'd probably end up being like, well, you know, if we don't start killing people, they're going to kill all of us. So.
Yeah, it's sad because in the beginning when they first started like blowing up people randomly, didn't they have like one more person they had to like kill before the time was up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was good. That was a creepy movie. And that one guy's the lead guy in it, you know, one of the lead guys, the younger one, who was also in 10 Cloverfield Lane and in Hush. Yeah. He's great because I've seen him play very different roles, and he's always convincing in these roles.
Yeah. Agreed. He's super likable in Belko Experiment, whereas like in like 10 Cloverfield Lane, he's kind of iffy for a while. You're not really sure. He can like make you unsure of him, and
and then of course in Hush, he's a dick.
Like complete other end of the spectrum on that one. Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah,
I feel like he's gonna like be a really good like genre.
I like it better than a lot of those movies, though. I have to say, Cube is one of the movies that has scared me more than anything else I've seen, just because I'm so claustrophobic. And when I watched it, I remember I had to like take breaks.
Yeah,
it's a little intense. Another one I saw recently was From a House on Willow Street.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was the effects are good, but I think it's such a cool premise. I wanted to see them do a lot more with it.
Yeah,
because they kidnap a girl, and that girl's possessed, and so I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be fucking awesome!" But it wasn't as good as I had hoped it would be.
Yeah. I didn't like where they went with it. Like, I think the premise, like you just said, was like simple and it was really good. Mm-hmm. And that's why I was excited about it. And I feel like they made it a little more complicated and involved than it had to be. I think I would have been fine with watching a movie like, oh, these villains, like, you know, they kidnap somebody and she's possessed and this is how they deal with it. I would have been
I wanted there to be a scene where they kidnap her. They find out she's possessed, and they try to take her back, and the family's like, fuck no, your problem. I wanted that to happen, and it never did. I also saw Exam recently, which is kind of an older movie that CP recommended on a recent Ghouls Night Out. That was interesting. Have you guys seen Exam?
No, I
These
don't think
people
I have.
it's on Netflix. These people go apply for a job, and they're each given a piece of paper, and there's certain rules. They can't leave the room, or they are ineligible for the job. And all they have to do is answer the question on a piece of paper, but they don't know what the question is. And from there, it really gets pretty intense, but it's good.
Okay.
Pollyanna McIntosh is in it. I also saw Clinical. That was lame on Netflix.
That sounds familiar. Probably if it's on Netflix, probably because it passed.
I saw
a million
Axe
times.
Murders of Villisca too. That was better than I thought it'd be, but it's still pretty crappy.
Oh, the Axe Murders you said? You went out a little bit.
Axe Murders of Villisca.
It got like really crazy at the end. Like there was just a whole lot happening.
Yeah,
and you weren't really sure. Yeah.
I liked the character, so I was invested, and then I was like, where the fuck is this going?
Yeah, like it just took it so many directions that I was just like, I don't really understand what's happening anymore. It started off really good though.
I also saw The Resort. That was boring as fuck.
The Resort?
Yeah, The Resort. It's like Jurassic Park, but zombies. Is
that another Netflix one?
It's on Netflix. Familiar. After the zombie apocalypse, the zombies have been corralled onto this island, and I mean, even the trucks and stuff look right out of fucking Jurassic Park. The command center looks just out of Jurassic World. And so people will go there for therapy to recover from the trauma of the zombie apocalypse to go shoot up zombies. But you would think Jurassic World meets zombies would be great, but no, it's just boring.
Huh.
I've seen a lot of movies lately. I saw The Void.
I still haven't seen that.
You haven't seen it? What do you think of it? I mean, I saw it. What do you think about it, Gory?
Everyone told me to watch it, and again, I like the practical effects, but I didn't like any of the fucking characters. Like, I thought that one woman was alright, but the husband was such a dick to her. Like, she brings him coffee and stuff, and he's just being a jerk to her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I didn't really care for the story, so, I mean, I was pretty bored watching it. I thought I was going to like it more than I did. What do you think of it?
I think I thought the parts that were scariest to me, they didn't touch on at all. Like when they try to go outside and all those guys are standing there just staring with their like weird KKK looking like triangle. Like that was so scary. And then like
they didn't do anything with it.
They didn't do anything with it. And then it just went to that weird like H.P. Lovecraft like ending, like what the
yeah, the ending was, I don't know, I think with a solid ending it would have been a movie I'd really like, but it was one of those ones where the ending was going to make or break it, and the ending just kind of petered off for me.
Yeah, I don't know, just everything I thought was scary about it they didn't touch on, and so I was kind of like it moves really fast too, like they get into it real quick.
But the effects in that were phenomenal. I cannot believe they were able to pull all that off on a low budget. So that was cool. Yeah. They really did a great job on that. I saw Anti-Birth. That was fucking weird.
I still haven't seen that one either.
Like
I think I might have started it, but I don't.
You just went through Netflix.
I just been watching a lot of Netflix, apparently.
You were clearing out your Netflix watch list.
I was! Anti-Birth, it's got Natasha Lyonne, from like American Pie and Orange is the New Black. Yeah. And she goes to a party with some friends, and she's constantly just doing drugs and shit. And then the next day, she finds out she's pregnant. She's like, but I haven't had any sex. And it's fucking weird. It's like what I imagine watching Sesame Street on mushrooms is like. It's just weird. I think I liked it. I don't know.
My God.
The ending was pretty killer on that one.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw The Girl with All the Gifts.
Oh, did you like it? I still haven't seen it. You like the book though a lot though, right?
If you love the book, I think there's some parts of it that are going to be really hard. It bothers me because M.R. Carey said that they didn't change a lot. They changed a lot. Yeah. They changed stuff that I thought was essential, and I do like it. The performances are great. The little girl they have playing Melanie is adorable. I think Gemma, what's-her-butt, did a great job. I liked it, but I didn't like it as much as the book. And there's a part in there where it kind of delves into, like, I've seen a lot of this in a billion other zombie movies, which is hard, I mean, with any zombie movie to be original these days. But the ending of Girl with All the Gifts is really powerful and beautiful, and the ending of the movie, honestly, for me, kind of creeped me out. So if that's what they wanted to go for, a scarier ending, then mission accomplished. But I liked the ending in the book better. There's some slight differences that I think made the difference. But I do like it. I mean, I own it. So, I mean, I like it. Just, I love the book. I really like the movie, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
But it's quality. I mean, it's great. It looks great. The effects are great. The acting's great. It's a good story. It's a very different zombie movie. So I highly recommend it. It's on Netflix. Oh, boy. What have you guys been watching?
I'm trying to think of what I've watched.
My life has been very busy as of recently, like going back to work and setting up my classroom. It's been crazy. I'm sure you've seen the pictures on Facebook. Like, I've been going crazy.
You can put on horror movies for the kids.
You know, the one movie I always watch going back to school, Cooties.
Does that hit you at home? Cooties. Like, when you watch Cooties, does that, like, make you, like hit you where you live?
Yeah, seriously.
You see
it's
kids
like
eating
if a
chicken
zombie
nuggets?
apocalypse broke out when I was at work, I'd be dead. Seriously.
I don't think
like,
I could hurt
there
a
would be
kid.
no chance for me at all. And I mean, I'm already infected with only a week of being at work. Like, I'd have no chance. I'd probably be infected right away.
That scene with the chicken nuggets, dude. Oh, that is like the grossest thing I've ever seen. That's fucking
seriously
nasty.
And they get you at that right off the bat. I'm just
right
like, all right,
off the bat.
Like, all right, I'm good. I'm trying to think of what I watched.
A lot of those lines were hilarious in that movie.
Yes.
And then
I loved Lee Winnell in that too, which is funny because I love Saw, but I don't think his acting is that great in Saw. Granted, he's trying to do an American accent. He's doing a lot of things. He's also writing. He had a full play, and I think that was his first acting gig. But I loved him in Cooties. Like, he is so hilarious. I love Elijah Wood and like everything because Elijah Wood's adorable.
Yeah, seriously, I love him too.
How is it that he can be terrifying and maniac and just be adorable in like Wilfred and Cooties? It's phenomenal.
I know. He's so
and
good.
then Rainn Wilson had some of the best lines.
Yeah.
In that movie.
Oh my god, I love Rainn Wilson.
The ending kind of
like
petered off for me a bit, but Cooties was funny. I laughed. It was good.
There's like a moment in there when he does his whole like speech about teachers and how, you know, that guy gets more money with the foam fingers or whatever. And I'm just like, preach. So, it's really nice for me to watch and have all those like, oh yeah, I totally know where this is. It's like a lot of inside stuff for teachers too. So like when they can't find the key to like the cabinet that no one has, and it's just funny because it's like, yeah, I don't have any keys to my cabinet.
Do you think they actually must have had like real people with teaching experience on?
I think I remember hearing that they had relatives that were teachers in I don't remember if it was like the director's family or one of the actors' family. I can't remember which, but I remember hearing some of their relatives were teachers. So.
Okay.
Guys, Mr. Shadow's having a rough night.
Huh?
Mr. Shadow's having a rough night. I don't know. He says he's nervous about stuff.
Oh.
Tell him a joke or something.
I'm not good at jokes.
I'm not good at jokes either.
Not either.
We could sing him a song. Mr. Shadow, you're the coolest. We really like it when you join us. You are here every week, watching Ghouls Night Out and hanging out. The ending didn't work very well, but it's late.
Here's some jazz fingers for you.
That was good for on the spot.
I try. It's really funny because I do really good ones when I'm just like doing the dishes and making up stuff. I'm like, God, why would nobody saw that? Nobody saw that? And then I'm like, have people around me when I do it, and they're like, God, your songs really suck. You know that? I'm like, yeah, I know. Oh, Mr. Shadow has acid reflux. It's sad. I'm sorry. Maybe you're turning into a xenomorph. That'd be cool.
I'll find a good horror movie joke.
Do you guys know any good horror movie jokes? There we go.
Not off the top of my head.
Horror movie joke. I feel like we're gonna find some shitty like horror movie joke book.
They're all blonde jokes. That's so stupid. The blonde jokes.
Maybe we should pick a specific movie, like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, that's like actual scary movie.
Why hasn't anyone ever done that? You know how, like, when you're a kid and you'd get your book order and you'd order the new Garfield joke book or the new Ren and Stimpy joke book. I think my son has a Scooby-Doo joke book. Where is my Nightmare on Elm Street joke book? I would love that. Children of the Corn jokes. There we go. Children of the Corn jokes. Ha! Ha ha! Found some!
Oh my god. What? A laugh.
Alright, you ready? Here we go, guys. Here we go. I feel like I'm like Letterman now with the shitty jokes. What happened to the ancestors of the Children of the Corn when they broke the law?
What happened?
They were put in the stockade. Did you know the ancestors of the Children of the Corn were pilgrims?
What?
Yeah, apparently they came over the maize flower. Maize flower, guys. Maize flower. If Shaka Khan is for regular R&B music fans, what musical artists do the Children of the Corn listen to? Shaka Corn!
Oh my goodness.
What reality game show do the Children of the Corn like? Amazing Race. Amazing. How many of these are there? There's 12. All right, good. We're on a roll. When playing the game Clue, what character did the Children of the Corn fight over?
What?
Colonel, as in
corn.
corn.
My god.
Colonel Mustard. What Captain and Tennille song did the Children of the Corn like?
What?
Huskrat Love. I don't even know what that is. I'm getting this from a website. I am not making these up. What male vocalist did the Children of the Corn like?
What?
Chris Cornell. Too soon, internet.
Poor taste.
Too soon. Hey, I didn't write these. I'm gonna link.
Gory.
I didn't write it. Okay. What old-time baseball player did the Children of the Corn like? Ty Cobb.
Oh my god.
Ha!
They're all about corn. I'm sad that I can't figure out the answers before you say
I can't figure them out either.
I know.
You're going to get this one. What actor did the Children of the Corn hope would raise awareness of corn-based fuel? This is a bad one. Ethanol Hawke.
My god.
Ethanol Hawke.
Oh my gosh.
And
I had to
last
think about that one
one.
for a second.
Drum roll, please. What major label wants to sign the Children of the Corn to a contract? Green Giant.
Oh my god.
Thank you. We're here all week. Actually, we're just here tonight. So, you guys should share these with, I don't know, people who might want bad jokes about Children of the Corn. I cannot believe I found a whole page. Like, I randomly just typed in Children of the Corn jokes. And these people, what channel is this? Horror News Net. Oh, that's a really good idea. We should do that. Okay, Maven. We should do that. We should make a video where we pick a movie and we just make nothing but cheesy jokes about that movie. And Bunyip. I tag you.
Oh my god.
I tag you. I challenge you.
Oh my god.
Cheesy corny jokes video.
Yes, pick any movie and then come up with 12 jokes that are cheesy about said movie. And then post it on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm going to write this down. I'm going to do it too.
Okay.
Pick any movie you want.
Alright.
Alright.
Or just multiple movies. All right, we need to do, I'm writing it down on my list. Cheesy horror movie jokes tag. Oh, we made up a tag. Horror movie jokes tag. Come up with 12 jokes. 12 jokes.
Okay.
You can't steal that Horror News Network's Children of the Corn jokes. Not that you want to. They're so shitty, but I honestly think the shittier or the cheesiest, the best. Isabel says, "What's a witch's favorite dish? A sandwich. Sandwich.
Ah. What do you call a blonde in a horror movie?
Don't know. Dead?
Dead meat.
Ah.
I think I've seen that one before. Look,
Brooke
I already
wants you to
way ahead of you. I already thought of that.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do a bunch of movies. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. Some Leatherface jokes, mix it up with some Scream, some Ghostface jokes. Holy balls! You know who'd be great at this? You know who's a comic genius? Lols. That kid is funny, and he loves him a cheesy joke, especially a pun joke, which I think are the cheesiest jokes there are.
Yeah.
So yeah, are you guys game? Are you guys gonna do our horror jokes movie tag? 12 jokes.
Yeah, totally.
You pick one movie, multiple ones. Anyone in the chat? I don't know. Make a video. You guys have channels. I've seen them. Yep. Make it happen. Horror movie jokes tag. Created by the Ghouls Night Out. Sponsored by Ghouls Night Out. For Ghouls Night Out. Oh my god. They've got so many good jokes in the chat. I am so easily amused by the silliest of jokes. I'm excited. I think I'm going to have more than 12, but I'll just stick to 12. Here, just do 12, because if you want to do another one, then you can have another video called Horror Movie Jokes 2!
And then we can sign a book deal, and then screw YouTube. We'll make money.
We could... Holy shit, guys. You know how XX tried to do an anthology of women in horror movies? We could do a Women of Horror joke book. Women can be funny, dude. Women are funny now. South Park.
We're smart and funny.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Get over it.
You could illustrate it with your awesome drawings.
Yeah, oh there you go.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Bunyip, do I have permission to draw you as a dong? I'll probably do that soon.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. It's Glory_draws_dongs on Instagram.
I'm already following you.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing.
I'm following you already, too.
Nice. See, that's a video. If you do this joke video, that's when you could show your students. You should ask your students to help you come up with some.
Yeah, they could. I bet you they can come up with
really little.
Well, what have they seen? Let's see. What do you watch at that age? Like, I mean, you've probably seen Friday the 13th Part 2. I'm kidding. They can do monster ones.
Student that it's a horror
or for Halloween, tell them to come up with
Halloween jokes.
Like the holiday. And obviously, they haven't seen the movie, but
monsters. I mean, all the Universal monsters count.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're gonna have the best
extra credit. It can be extra credit.
They can be made
and
by.
Then you have your whole video done.
Sweet. And then you get a promotion, and then sky's the limit, and then you'll be the president. I'd vote for you.
I actually do have one student who came into the first day of school, and he had these awesome, like, custom hand-painted, like, shoes, and it had Freddy, it had Jason, it had, what else did I have? It had Michael, all on his shoes, and he just loves them. So I know he's a horror fan.
Everyone shows me these custom skates, because I've done lots of different horror makeup for roller derby, like Jason Voorhees and Billy the Puppet. But everyone shows me these skates that are like Jason Voorhees skates. Those in shoes or skate form would just be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, you should ask your little horror buddy at school.
Yeah.
I bet you'd come up with good ones. Maven, are you excited?
Yes.
We made a tag. What if it goes viral? And then we're going to be famous and have a joke book deal. And then we'll do a book tour and be like, well, yeah, we just were doing a little live stream, and then we came up with our joke book. That's how it all started.
We saved HorrorTube.
And then we'll take all of our money that we earned from our joke book deal and our massive success, and we'll save HorrorTube by creating a different YouTube just for horror and other weird stuff. And it should be called HorrorTube and other weird stuff.
And then that just opens the door for a whole nother book, a documentary, like how we saved HorrorTube.
Blue Sorceress, eventually, if the joke book takes off, I would be happy to do a coffee table book of dongatures.
So many spin-offs now. Look at this. We are
You know what I've been thinking about? You know what I think about a lot when I'm laying in bed at night?
What?
What's up, Bunyip? She had a finger. Like,
I was just talking with my hands, and then I realized I could type.
Oh yeah, totes.
I am so tired. Like, brain is not working.
Yeah, we'll probably wrap it up soon. But yeah, at night when I'm laying in bed, I try to come up with different names for various horror icons' penises.
Oh my god. You and the dongs. You draw the dongs.
I'm
you come up with names
sorry.
for dongs.
I have other
No, it's
interests
great.
too.
It's great.
You knew what this was. You knew what this was.
I knew what I was getting
You
into.
knew what you were getting into.
I signed up. I
You're gonna
subscribed.
be
I
back
hope
next
my
week
dong
too.
is pretty.
And he's gonna go on a t-shirt. Yeah, well, Maven, you're gonna be back next week, and then the week after that, after it, Bunyip and I are gonna talk about it with Tracy.
I'm excited.
I need to finish reading the damn book. I'm running out of time.
I'm on the last couple of chapters.
Nice.
So.
Dan just listened to the whole audiobook, so he's been like nothing but Stephen Weber reading him it for like a month.
Yeah. It makes it a lot
Yeah,
easier, audible or whatever. Especially since
Audiobooks are
like
nice
I am reading all
because,
the time.
You can do other stuff too, like you can be
Aren't they
cleaning your
expensive,
house.
Yeah.
Well, Audible, you
And it
get
makes-
like a free, like a month, I think, or a free one.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like one free book,
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
and you should go for like the most expensive book that you want.
Like something like it that's gonna take you forever to
Yeah,
finish.
seriously.
An audiobook I really loved was the abridged version of World War Z, but they had a full cast. Like Mark Hamill's on
Oh,
it,
wow.
and Henry Rollins is on it. And it's like listening to a radio show. It was so good. Like, that was amazing. I listened to that on a really long road trip. Yeah, road trips are great for audiobooks. It's good stuff.
Nice.
If we're not serious about the
Yeah.
book, Brooke's going to be sad. No, well, I don't know if I'll actually do a book, Brooke. That's a really confusing sentence. But, okay, first, Brooke, first you make the YouTube video. Then you establish the tag. Then you get the book deal. Then you go on a book tour. And then you save horror by creating a new YouTube. It's a step thing. First we have to make our
The plan.
videos.
Yeah. First things first.
You guys are so funny in the chat. I'll have to do like a separate merch store of just dong stuff because I'm not going to put out fanatics. I already get in enough trouble for my filthy mouth, my filthiness. I feel terrible because I feel like it's all my fault that like we're probably demonetized everywhere.
No. It doesn't add up because why are all the other horror channels being demonetized and they don't talk about dongs nearly as much as you talk about dongs?
Yeah,
So that can't be it. It doesn't add up.
CP's here. He's way more filthy than me. Hey, CP! Oh, yeah, he can't talk back. Hey, CP! We're doing a tag. We started our own tag. It's horror movie jokes tag. So you need to come up with 12 cheesy horror movie jokes and put it in a video. I expect to see your work soonish. And Bunyip's a teacher, so she'll grade it.
We're being graded also.
Are you a nice teacher? Like, do you tend to go for like more like A's, or are you like, no, they will grow character from all the F's I give them?
They're really little, so I mean, I don't want to damage them. So it's all about
good.
growth with me, you know?
That's good. You seem like a nice teacher. Do you have lots of
Yeah.
little kids who like, because I remember when I was a kid, I had a teacher crush, and my brothers like loved their first grade teacher. Do you have like little kids who are like, I'm gonna marry you, Mrs. Bunyip? That's what I assume they call you.
No, no, but I do have a lot of kids that stop by and, you know, visit on their free time, so that's always nice. And
Aw.
this is actually my first year in first. This is my 6th year teaching, and previous years I've done 3rd and 6th. So 3rd was like 4 years, and then 1 year was 6. So it's like I've been all over the place.
What's your favorite grade to teach so far?
I love 3rd, but first is something new, so it's like a whole new adventure for me.
Yeah.
Fun.
Sixth grade, you got all the awkward.
Yeah, my
routine.
son is starting 7th grade this year, but yeah, he's cool. I mean, every year everyone tells me, you know, be careful because this is the year where he's going to turn into a hormonal beast and not love you anymore and stomp around and be smelly. But it hasn't happened yet. I mean, you see him, he's sweet as hell. So I don't know. I think the kid's just going to be sweetie. It's because he balances it out with all the killing he does in his free time. So
There you go.
you need to have a hobby. That's what I say. That's how I raised my kid. First, get the kid a hobby. We got another thumbs down. I bet it's for the dongs.
We should track it now. Like, I'll pay attention.
What country is it? Because on mine I could see what country they come from, but yeah. I bet it's somebody
next Saturday. I'll watch it. Every time you start talking about dongs, I'll watch the little dislike and see if it happens.
We'll do it. Can we do a test? We'll do a test where we'll strategically talk about dongs at a certain point and see how many viewers we lose and if we get any thumbs downs. Because I just got another thumbs down, dude. Maybe they didn't like the Children of the Corn jokes.
We'll track it.
Those are hilarious. Nah, that's not possible. Those are hilarious.
No,
CP, you missed the Children of the Corn jokes. They were awesome. Moth Angel's gonna dye her hair, so I'm thinking about, I don't know if I want to stick with some crazy colors and do purple or maybe put some pink streaks in it, or if I want to do like a light brown with some blonde streaks in it and kind of go back to normal hair. I don't know, guys.
If it were me, I'd say color forever, like bright colors, but I'm stuck with my normal hair until the summer. So.
What do you think, Maven?
I always have normal hair. I don't know. I wanna live my hair life vicariously through you. So I say keep it crazy.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do something crazy next. I don't know. I just did, like I told you guys, I did Bulldog Day, and I'm the only parent there with purple hair.
I bet you all the other kids were like so jealous though. You were like the cool mom.
Law's like brags at the end of last year. He told me, he's like, I talked about you at school today. I'm like, oh Jesus, what? And they were talking about their moms, and he's like, at the time I had blue hair. He's like, my mom has blue hair, and she's crazy, and she's the best. And I'm like, I don't know if you're really selling me well here. Like, if you were my manager, I would fire you. That's not a good pitch. That was a rubbish pitch. Now go to your room and cry about how terrible you are at advertising. I don't want you to come out of your room until you've completely lost like all hope. And then he did, and then everything was fine. No, he didn't. I was like, yay! Because you have to, like, no matter how bad or ridiculous, you know this, Bunyip, you got to be supportive. So like my son, oh Jesus, he doesn't have siblings, so he will come up to me and he will be so excited about Pokemon, and it's not just like a 15-minute conversation. Like, you know, adults like understand, oh, they're not really into this, let's change the subject. No, he can talk about it for 3 fucking hours straight. Wow. And I just have to sit there and be like, oh, that's interesting, honey, that's cool. So what else is going on? Oh, and this other thing, Mom, about Pokemon. Just like, dude.
Have you seen what my classroom looks like?
Is it Pokemon?
Yeah.
What is the plural of Pokemon? Is it Pokemon all the time, or is Pokemon?
Pokemon. I made
what
a
is
bunch
a cluster of Pokemon?
All over the place.
A Pokip? I like to know that stuff. Like, what's a cluster of bunyips? A cluster of ferrets is a business. A bunch of cats is a clouder. There's a murder of crows. An unkindness of ravens. These are all interesting things, guys. A gaggle of Pokemon. CP is so smart. They get better education in Denmark than we do over here. What would you call us? Like, what would you call a bunch of female horror fans hanging out?
Oh, I gotta come up with something good.
You guys can come up with something. A scourge of ghouls?
Scourge?
A Googleplex of ghouls?
That sounds kind of bad. I don't know about that.
I don't know, guys. I gotta pass on that one. What do you call a collection of bunyips? A boogle.
I have
bunyips.
No idea.
A boogle. Bunyips.
Is there ever a collection of bunyips? Are there multiple bunyips?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
In the story I read, there were. I think.
Okay.
It's been a long time. It was like a child book.
How do they reproduce? Is it like by budding, like SpongeBob, or is it like, do they get like, you know?
I don't know. I
was trying to be tasteful. Ooh, a murder of ghouls. Well done, CP. Well done. I told you, Denmark. They have the best.
I have a feeling that they hatch from eggs. That's just my feeling, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. A colony of ghouls. There's some good stuff going on in the chat.
Colony of ghouls. A school of
what
ghouls.
do you think a collection of Bigfoot is? A
Big
harem of
feet?
Bigfoot?
Big feet?
Big feet? Well, who comes up with this? Do you think there's a bunch of scientists sitting around going, bunch of cats, yeah, a clouder, bunch of ferrets, let's call it a business? Like, where did these words come from?
Oh my god.
Trevor says his girlfriend looks like Amanda from Saw. You know who I think looks like Amanda from Saw is, remember Andrea Subasati from the Batcave and Faculty of Horror?
Yeah.
I think she kind of looks like her.
Yeah, she
Which is
does
good.
a
I
little
mean, Shawnee Smith is gorgeous and Andrea is gorgeous, so it's a compliment.
bit. She does.
Go Denmark! Woo, they got the best educations. Well, on that note, I think I'm going to see if there's any pizza left and call it a night.
Good luck. It's 4:30 in the morning.
It's 1:30 here.
Oh, man.
Everyone in the chat, please check out Bunyip's channel, Glamor Ghoul, and Nightmare Maven. Their links are in the cards above. They're in the description below. So check them out. Great content. And do you guys want to say goodbye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was nice seeing everyone and getting to talk to everyone tonight. And I look forward to, what is it, in 2 weeks when I get to come back on and talk about it.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
And making your horror joke video.
Oh, yes, that too.
That's mostly what I'm looking forward to. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching and participating. And not leaving when we talk about Dong.
Alrighty. Bye, guys. See you next week, Maven. See you in 2 weeks, Bunyip. And don't miss, Monday we have a camp horror live stream with Horror Guru and Lee from Drum Dums and Danny. And next week on Ghouls Night Out, we're going to be talking about the final girls of Texas Chainsaw Massacre with myself, Nightmare Maven, Horror Gal, and Real Queen of Horror. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for joining us.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Night. Good night.
Good night.